shines right through. Your weakness is my fuel, and this time your demise is my first prize. And I've not forgotten all the pain, the wounds still cut deep, and I've followed every move you made. Now I am right here, I'm waiting, come find me. I'm everywhere, though you're blind to see. I'm boundless in the darkness, I must prevail. Survive and try, and watch me rise, create destruction, all the madness. You want it all, I'll give you all, but this time you'll bow down to me. Just fight and try, and watch me rise, create destruction, all the madness. You want it all, I'll give you all, but this time you'll bow down to me. Come to me, let me devour you. I am your God. Come to me, let me destroy you. I am your God. Come to me, let me devour you. I am your God. Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to me. You're breaking, I'm conquering. Where is your savior now? Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to me. You're breaking, I'm conquering. Where is your savior now? Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to me. I'm waiting, come find me, 'cause this time you'll bow down to me.
This is more than pressure. Soul, tears, this is more than effort. They try to tell me I was lesser. If all this makes diamonds, you should get your tested. But the fact is, they'll be hanging my name in the rafters. They'll be hanging my name in the rafters. Don't wanna see me when I'm active. Don't wanna see me when it's starting to rain and I still gotta go out and practice. Proved them wrong and changed my life, then told a story through my pen. And they wanna ask me how. If you didn't know me then of course you wouldn't know that. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom off for the hinges, boom off for the kitchen, boom off for the house. We ain't messing around, we just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go. They try to tear me out of my existence. Do you really think I'm giving up? Car broke, wallet full of dust. Still I'm gonna go until I drop. Motivation really ain't enough. Dedication really ain't enough. Affirmations really ain't enough. You better run for your silence, 'cause the worst part of the war is quiet. We just go. We just go. We just go. We just go.
뜨거웠던 여름이 끝나갑니다. 15주간 펼쳐진 150번의 승부. 치열했던 정규 시즌을 뒤로 하고 이제 새로운 스테이지가 시작됩니다. 라이즈 그룹을 뚫고 올라온 세 팀. 그리고 이들을 마주할 한 팀. 이들의 목표는 더 높은 곳에 있지만 그곳에 닿기 위해선 지금 이 무대에서의 승리가 필요합니다. 과연 그 첫 관문을 통과할 팀은 누가 될까요? 2025 LCK 플레인 스테이지 지금 시작합니다.
Last time on the LCK, Bros beat DRX, Chronicler became the prediction king, and Wadid turned into Wadedge.
But I'm still alive for this play-in match! We got so hype match today, right, Digon?
Yeah, we do. Welcome to the play-ins, everyone, after the longest season of the LCK history, 150 matches in the book. It's time, and we're here to break it all down. Welcome, everyone. Digon alongside Chronicler and Wadid as we get into the first ever LCK play-ins.
I can't wait. Very excited to see if we're gonna get, not if, when we're gonna get our crazy upsets. They're always there. Every playoff, something doesn't go the way we expected. And I'm glad you're here with it.
I mean, yeah, I'm glad I'm back. Thanks for having me
How
here.
was it just being on Low Park for like
Oh, I
days?
mean, I don't know. It felt
Rough.
really weird, but I mean, it was okay because I was expecting this match to come, and well, finally we can see who's better, the bottom of the legend or the top of the rise.
Is it mental boom or is it your training to become the best version of yourself? Because, yeah, this is something we knew was going to happen. But Nongshim with a match and game
Oh,
score that did
no.
not benefit from being in the Legend group. But we really are going to get our answer here today because it is so hard to read because it's been so long since these two teams have faced off.
So yeah, for Nongshim, they're in a bad momentum. They have 13 games losing streak, while DK, BNK, and Bro having some great strategy about the like fundamentals, and finally they figure out what's going on the map, and they figure out the draft as well. So everything is going fine.
If I'm not mistaken, the last time that Nongshim won was in May. I want you to think of everything. So we have June, and we have July, and we have the entirety of August between now and when Nongshim lost one. As we do see, come on guys, we knew it was going to be Chovy, and he's at the top of the POM standings. That shouldn't surprise anyone.
Well, before we move on to play-ins, it's time for a look back at the regular season in this week's. Maybe this hand. I think it's this hand. Maybe it was this hand. Digon's Fact of the Week. Now joining us from the Tower of Prediction Kingdom, it is the man, it's the myth, it's the legend. He's here for his victory. It is King Crow, Chronicler. Hashtag if you're not first, you're last. But against him, coming back from the dead to rewrite the narrative and close out on a high note, it is John Wadid Snow. Hashtag unfinished business. All right, 2 questions for you today. You will be using the iPads to write on it there, the tablets to write your answer here. This one's about champions that were played here in rounds 3 through 5, because there were 88 unique champions played in rounds 3 through 5. In rounds 3 through 5, who was the only player to play Milio? There are no multiple choices, so you have to write the name. 3 seconds, what did? Now, multiple players did play Milio, but only one played it rounds 3 through 5. All right, answer. Show, please. Answer there. Chronicler had who played it in round 1 and 2, but 3 through 5, it was indeed Lahens. Wadid had a lot of sleep here in the
That's my boy.
ballpark.
Yeah.
There you go. That was good. But now, how about this one? For the tie or potential win for Wadid. There were 88 unique champions played in rounds 3 through 5. Who was the only player to play Nidalee in round 3 through 5? A hint is, I mean, we're already writing it, but a hint is, these are all play-in players. All right, Wadid, you've got 5 seconds. 4, 3. You got to write something, Wadid. Just write something. All right. And the answer there. It was Croco, guys. Croco played it. It was played earlier, obviously, by Canyon and Peanut. But with a 1-0 win, our victor, who was locked in for the ends of the play-ins, it was Wadid going to 5-10, a 33% win percentage.
I'd just like to highlight that, is there an appeal process? I feel like Wadid could have just seen my answer and then he could have copied.
No, I didn't.
He always would have been able to,
No, I didn't copy.
Like the moment that happened, he was locked in.
All right, appeal denied. Time to take a look at this week's Uribank Gold King while he cries tears of gold over here. It was none other than the man in black and gold. It was Ruler after the Quadra Penta performance earlier last week.
And it's so funny that Ruler barely gets these, and the reason is twofold. One, the rest of his team gets way too much gold, relatively, so he just doesn't get nearly as much. He doesn't get funneled as much, because a lot of the rest of his team takes up resources, and his games are too short.
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, I think the meta also helps to get the Gold King as well, because I think many teams are trying to pick some more hyper carries, something like Zeri. I don't think like priority carries are more valuable on the bot lane. So no surprise, he's the king of Zeri.
Thanks to our friends over at Uribank. Congratulations to Ruler on picking up this week's Gold King. Now let's take a look at the patch. We have a new patch that is out here, 25-17, and we're finally getting some nerfs to those top lane menaces.
Yeah, I want to highlight that we have seen many a Gwen ban and Rumble ban. I'm not convinced that this will actually get rid of them. So we'll have to see. I do think base armor nerfs are always a big deal, so maybe that'll be enough.
Well, but the issue is that you normally pick Aurora into Gwen and Rumble to counterpick them, right? But Aurora didn't get nerfed at all. So that means I think Aurora is going to be the first pick prior in this draft. And yeah, I don't think they're going to like change that much. You know, I think they're going to still pick up Gwen and Rumble, especially in the Fieldless draft. And on the bot lane, I think Misfortune can be a pick if you want to get the priority. And also, we normally pick Misfortune with Nico and Rel to have a great combo on the bot lane, so you can actually stack up the Drake. So I think it can be a good option. I'm not sure about the Senna, and Yunara is still available for sure.
I think that the issue with Senna is specifically that she doesn't come online early enough for the current meta, which is very early game snowball and teamfight based.
And you do the lane swap as well.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. The teams obviously have played a lot and experimented a lot, dropping the Pantheon ban, so we'll see what happens with those top lane picks. Now, it's time to remind you about our brand new 2025 LCK playoffs and play-ins format. We'll start with the plans here, Carl.
Yeah, we're going to get through quickly. The main thing to remember if you missed any part of the season, you have two groups, Rise and Legend. Bottom of Legend and the top of Rise is now fighting for a spot in the playoffs. Playoffs is where you can get your world spots, where you can actually win the LCK. This is a qualification tournament for those playoffs, and it's double elimination. So even if your team here to the left of the bracket loses, they'll get another shot.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think it's really great chance for Nongshim to like warm it up. You know, if you want to get back into the track, I think you should be ready for the play-ins, because you're gonna have to play so many games if you want to break through the playoff spot.
That's right. So play-ins this week, playoffs start next week. The top two teams from play-ins will move into playoffs into the first round. So we thought we'd ask each other, hey, how do you think these play-ins are going to break down? So, Kronny, let's start with you.
I'm very happy to talk. I did not take any big risks. I'm not going to lie. I was pretty risk averse here. I've just been tier list picking. I think that we'll get upsets during the playoffs, but for me, the Rise group is so much weaker than the Legend group, so I find it hard, even with Nongshim looking mental boomed, to imagine that they're going to be losing here. As Nongshim, they'll be happy now. You know, they've really been struggling before, but look at that, those happy
But it's
faces.
old-eyed though.
Yes, when they get those first wins. And then obviously, I had to imagine DK making it out. That's never filled me before, and I really desperately need DK to make it to Worlds. So for them to make it to Worlds, they do need to actually make it.
They lose against Nongshim?
Yes, I do think that. World's very important, but they'll beat BNK twice, and then they'll make the playoffs, and then they'll make a run. It'll be fine. It'll be great. I'm not worried at all.
You can hear it in
I'm
his
not
voice.
worried at all, Deacon. Stop looking at me like that.
All right. Well,
Not worried.
I was looking at him, Chad. You can believe me. All right. Wadid, you're next. Who do you have going out of the play-ins?
I would say I'm the boring one as well, but yeah, I trust in DK, most of them. I still think Nongshim is gonna win over Brion, because even though they kind of figured out what's going on the map, I still think the top gap is huge. You know, when it comes to the Phillies draft, it's gonna be like about the champion pool, and I think DK can win over Nongshim. On the top there, and on the bottom side we got DK, BNK. I already said DK is gonna win over Nongshim, so it's normally DK is gonna just simply win against BNK, and BNK versus Brion. Man, BNK, even though the fundamentals are not looking great, I still really like their bot lanes. Diablo and Kalin can be so hard on the bot lane, so I think they can make it through. Even against Nongshim.
I see a very large part missing. Crony, you're holding the pointer, right?
And I
don't need your pointer.
Oh my God!
I have my own pointer.
Whoa!
This is the pointer of a believer here. More importantly, a bro-lever. Because if you're able to make it through the grinder of the Rise group and survive the very last week, the very last day, the very last match, the very last game, the very last team fight, that means you're made for anything except BNK Fearx, because you've lost to them 15 times in a row. So the bros will lose to BNK Fearx after they dispatch Nongshim, and then they will make the run against D plus Kia and survive to the playoffs for the first time since General Lumpty.
I guess they're coming actually.
I mean, I think the one part of that makes sense to me is Bro beating DK. That I can see.
Well, let's dive into those games, and we'll start with the coin toss results. So the reason why Nongshim is playing Bro is because Nongshim was the 5th out of the Legend group. Bro was the 3rd out of Rise, the lowest out of the Rise group, and then 1st and 2nd play each other out of the Rise group. However, that did not dictate side selection. Side selection was done by a coin toss. The Bros won the coin toss against Nongshim. We'll have side selection for today's match, and in the opposite series, where we will start breaking down, it will be D plus Kia getting that side selection.
Yeah, and I want to quickly go as we head towards these matches for what is important to me. And we're going to keep it very simple. Keep a strong mid-jungle. I think for both these two teams, that's where the game is going to be decided. Even though Diablo and aiming, I think, are actually some of the core parts of this team, I think that all the setup is done in mid-jungle. I think both Lucid and Showmaker or Vikla and Raptor need to start there.
Yeah, I have the similar opinion about that. Especially on Lucid, I think when he's on comfort zone, he's unstoppable. Especially when I saw his Ninja performance, it was phenomenal. So I feel like if they have the comfort counter matchup on the mid jungle, I think it's really one-sided for DK.
You know, when these two teams play, all I can think of is that it is the greatest cinema in the LCK.
So mischievous. I love it.
Other than T1 Gen G, obviously great cinema, but these two teams, when they play, always fireworks, backdoors, attempted game ends, they fail. This is where the D plus storyline came from. Win game 1 dominant, lose game 2 heartbreaker, lose game 3, that happens. So can't wait for that one tomorrow. But this series, it is Nongshim and Bro. I think it's about the bot laners. Both these guys haven't been able to show their best lately. They have struggled. Now's their time to shine.
Oh yeah, we all know that Nongshim's bot lane is struggling. Then let's just do the lane swap and and just leave the bot lane together. Just don't let you down there alone. Just leave the bot lane together, and I think they have a good chance against Brion.
And that's a support saying that, right? Like staying with your laner. I'm saying keep it simple. I think that for even Nongshim, just treat yourself like a Rise team, okay? Just pretend we're a Rise team. Slam that Annie Wukong Rakan comp. Don't try to do anything crazy. Just keep it as easy as possible. Play for team fights, and you can always win in this group.
Yeah, Annie Wukong with that ridiculous win rate when it is selected together in the draft. Here are the predictions. we actually haven't seen this graphic yet, so let's see how it goes.
It's, oh!
Tony and Prince.
Whoa.
Pro Weavers, baby. Oh, Max 2. Yes. There's dozens of us. Almost dozens. 4s of us.
But that's crazy though. Like actually Prince Rio.
So Prince I get, you I get, Atlas I get, but I'm still kind of flabbergasted, Deacon. You got friends, you got support.
We're not the only ones. Y'all, it's going to be a heck of a series. The first ever play-in starts right now. Nongshim versus Bro.
Starting with a whisper, I know I'll find it hard to lose. Counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been there before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Makes me stronger.
농심 파이팅! 우리온 화이팅! 우리온 파이팅! 겐 파워, 엄마 파워, 농심 승승승!
Hello and welcome to the LCK Play-Ins. We are here for the first matchup of the Play-Ins. We got Nongshim Red Force up against OK Savings Bank. Brian, I am Valdez, with me is Wolf, and we're going to be breaking down the first best of 5 of very, very many in a row, Wolf.
It's the very first Legend versus Rise matchup we've had since the beginning of round 3. Nongshim still on an incredibly long 13-series losing streak, but coming up against Bro, you're either saying the loss streak is really pulling and tugging Nongshim down, taking away their momentum. They lost only in the Legend group, and so you think Bro's momentum, the Bro-mentum, if you will overcome. If you're on the Nongshim side, then you think the gap is just too big between these two groups right now, so even a 13-loss streak is not going to matter at all, as
Goku.
It's happening!
He's getting married in December, a match made in heaven. Gorgeous couple alert! The handsome ADC has found his duo for life. Congratulations to Goku, as he is casting over on the Korean side right now.
Every woman in the audience saddened by this news.
Yeah, very sad. But
congrats to him.
Congrats in December. So generally a good esports time to get married. You know, not all that much happening. There he is on the right for you guys who don't know.
Yep. Very handsome. No longer single. No longer available.
No longer available. We had the music playing
Yeah, we
here
got
at
like
Lal
church
Park
music,
too.
accordion,
Yeah.
and organ rather. I mean, music.
Well,
Yeah. So they lost. So the irony is they lost every single time in Legend Group, but they also have only lost to Bro one time in 2023 and have won against them every other time since then.
it's an 11-match winning streak against Bro, and
Zegon's like, I didn't see these stats.
you gotta consider them. You know, it's been a while since Bro have been able to touch this team. Can they get their first win in 96 days, though, is the other side, right? Because Nongshim, they can be good against one team, but the fact that they've been essentially mentally boomed for a while over in the
Also-
Legend Group just makes it difficult for them.
Notice they never matched off in the playoffs before, because Bro has only really been there with the man on the right of your screen, Umpty. It's the first best of 5 in 3 years, 2022 spring. And it's not even playoffs, it's just play-ins, but it is a BO5. And we'll see what the champion pools are going to look like, because that's my biggest concern for Morgan. And will we see, Closer in this case, kind of pushed to the brink as well, because he likes to play a little bit more melee champions. He's been really good at Talia, best individual year, et cetera, but we'll see what he looks like when we get deeper in this series. It may just be 3 games, as they played against each other in Calix's LCK debut. Calix is playing well, but I'll shut him down.
It is Closer's best individual year.
True.
According to Wolf. So, is it good enough to take down Calix? Calix, one of the rookies that was voted on for Rookie of the Year, one of 3.
Yeah.
So, going to be interesting to see where he does fall there. We do have the predictions back up here. One important correction. Wadid actually was a 3-1 voter alongside of G-Sun.
And myself.
There.
And Ox.
And yourself.
And Helios and Cloud Templar and Coco.
That's a lot of 3-1s.
It seems like
It's a lot of 3-1 Andes.
It feels like the safest bet. We are a little bit of 3-1 Andes, because I think the volatility of how Nongshim plays and how aggressively Bro can take over some early games means that there's a chance that Bro steals a game away here. Fans also pretty heavily in favor of Nongshim here today. We had that play-in bracket that was showed earlier with all 3 of our analysts on the space, kind of explaining why they think the bracket will turn out a certain way. I think Dgon's is not unrealistic if Bro can win tonight. And I think they could definitely beat D+. And could actually find themselves in the playoffs. I think that it has to happen here, though. This is the toughest matchup. Nongshim, in my mind, is the toughest team in this entire play-ins. And I know that sounds crazy considering they're on that 13-loss streak, but Legend is just, in my mind, and in the eye test, a completely different beast.
It was 3 times to Gen G. It was 3 times to T1. It was 3 times to Hamalife Esports. And it was, of course, 3 times to KT as well. And now they have to face off against Bro, who was the 8th place team, right? So for Nongshim, it's difficult, but they should be the favorites coming into this one, and I think the predictions do absolutely show off that fact. But for Bro, you know, maybe you can see yourselves as the big underdog, see this as a big opportunity to take down a team that's weak right now, and that should be their angle, trying to come in here, and especially if they take that first game, because then you give them a taste to defeat, and then they'll be like, oh, it's just like Legend Group again.
Yeah, I do think if you start the momentum early, that is your best chance as Bro. This means so much to both of these orgs. I think for Bro, a team that had steady improvements at the beginning of round 3, dipped a little bit, but has been pretty strong overall as big contenders in the Rise group. For Nongshim, you spent big on some heavy contenders like Kingen, like Lehens for this year. You do not want to drop out in play-ins after going winless in the Legend group you narrowly made it into. To me, this is a key player matchup where the stats look better, but it's Legend and Rise next to each other. And I tell you what, even though these stats favor Morgan massively, I would say to me, this is the biggest weak point for Bro coming into this best of 5. Kingen's champion pool is much bigger. Yeah. He is the best individual player on Nongshim right now at the end of the Legend group, was playing the best League of Legends out of the 5. So this is where Morgan is going to have to show a deeper champion pool as he plays his first best of 5 of the year.
Absolutely agree. That's the first thing I thought about when I made my 3-0 prediction for Nongshim. I was like, well, I do think that there is going to be quite the gap in the top lane. And, you know, for all the bro-leavers and the guys who believe in Lord Morgan, I would love for him to prove me wrong. I just need to see it here in a best of 5 against King. And the one guy I feel like on the side of Nongshim that, yeah, there were some iffy moments, but he was relatively consistent. He had the highest damage per gold out of any top laner in the Legend group. So that has to stand for something. And I feel like, especially when it comes to high-pressure matches like playoffs, like postseason, we can say, because it's not technically playoffs yet. We're here in play-ins. Kingen is the guy that will get it done.
Yeah, I agree. Kingen is a different beast than Clear, than Rich, you know?
Rich?
Like, right now, Kingen is sometimes winning lane and getting advantages against the likes of players like Keen and Zeus.
Yeah.
So it's just a very, very different look. We've never we've never split the LCK like this before. Sure, you can look at stats between top laners against the bottom 5 teams and the top 5 teams, even in our old format, but to have it be exclusive like this, especially in the stats group like that, again, the reason we harp on this so much is it can be misleading if you're one of those people who kind of took a little break and you turn into play-ins now, you're like, ooh, it's best of 5s, that's what I was waiting for. As the bottom lane of these two, I think, is the most even of all players, as both of these players have been struggling a lot, although Hype did have a fantastic end to his qualification here against DRX on the Jhin, flashing on Teddy to send his team to this very best of 5. Gio and Hype, very much two players that we were very high on coming out of Challengers, who've just not lived up to those expectations.
Yeah, they need to bring it out here for the best of 5s, that's for sure. I wonder which kind of Paulo we're going to get today as well, because Paulo, alongside of Hype, did look pretty good in that series. And sometimes he looks awesome, sometimes falls a bit flat. So, it says bro leave in something.
Probably Giga Chads or something like that.
He knows the memes.
Yeah.
Bro has side selection, as we talked about before. And they're going to select the blue side.
Yeah, it's coin toss, so, you know, we've talked about this a little bit, but Bro were elated after the win they got over DRX, winning the coin toss to actually have the advantage and have blue side here for game 1 of a best of 5 is massive. Let's see where the picks go, because we're also on patch 25.17 with some big nerfs to 2 of our biggest top laners in the Gwen and Rumble. So that may change where priority goes a little bit here, and maybe we'll still see those picks later on in the series. I still think the Rumble in particular is very, very strong. The Gwen took a pretty big hit to base armor, so it will impact her laning quite a lot, as well as her ultimate. As Yone is taken away from closer already here.
Yeah, it does mean that Chunara and Pantheon, one of them will get through. We, as the space did mention, have had a lot of teams letting Pantheon through, just in trades for other picks, or sometimes picking Wukong instead of it. But now Wukong is banned.
I think you can still first pick Yunara, even with the changes to some of the bugs she had, like on Runins. She's still very strong in my mind, and there's no Wukong anymore. So if you leave it up, I think there's a pretty good chance that Bro do snap lock it, but it would be in trade for the Pantheon. Now that choice becomes a little bit more obvious, but you get the 1-2 on red side that Nongshim are pre-planning here. Might be an Annie rotation of some kind. So let's see. Choice is yours, Hype. And they'll just go for Morgan's Rumble.
All right, so Rumble got nerfed, but he's still first pick in game 1. We have a lot of strong stuff. Pantheon, Orianna, Jarvan still available. Maybe that's what Krako's going to be going for, especially with the Orianna lock-in.
Yeah, surprised to see the Pantheon instead of the Orianna, or sorry, instead of the Jarvan with the Orianna, just because it's a better ball carrier and has been very versatile, especially in our last few games we saw at the end of the week. We just saw like an insane performance from Cuz. We saw how powerful this is with Orianna. But will be a change up here as the Ornn is being considered for Kingen into the Rumble, kind of the counter pick for this Rumble. The Rumble, that's such a power pick for both of these top laners. I think especially Kingen has had some really insane performances on the pick, so that's part of why I think Bro just take it away here already in game 1. I like the draft so far for Bro a little bit more, though. It's got consistent engage and setup. Feels a lot more flexible from here than what Nongshim have, because they have some scaling in this Ornn, which is kind of a slight nullifier of the Rumble, but teamfight power just isn't there yet. There's no Nocturne with this Orianna, there's no Jarvan, so that engage isn't as consistent. Sivir banned.
Yeah.
They weren't planning on playing it.
I really want to see what Jiu's going to play. You know, how much scaling are we going to get out of this pick? How much value does he get from the ornaments? You're going to get value regardless, but generally look at like the hyperscalers, the hyper carries for the ornaments for maximum value.
He's Bro and Brewing, by the way. That says believe in OTP lol. Just put it out there. He's Broing and Brewing. He's a knower.
Nice.
So see what this final ban will be here for the side of Nongshim. I think Xayah actually kind of works here for Bro if they wanted to run that with this composition that has such good engage. You can follow up pretty easily. It's also good into Pantheon. Ban the Braum away instead, because Lucian is also pretty scary in this draft. Corki is one of those catch-all picks that's incredibly strong with so many different things.
Yeah, Corki, very good win rate, 12-4 at the moment, so not surprised to see it prioed highly already. When
I think about Jiu and these types of drafts that kind of come together in such a strange way, it makes you wonder, like, is this the Neela Orianna angle? It doesn't really work very well with Ornn. Is it the Jiu Smolder in game 1? I don't think so. I think it's going to be something a little bit more standard here. Maybe even a Zeri, as they'll just get the Nico, which is so free in terms of lane control. One of the highest value picks you could get. It's kind of surprising, in fact, that like Leona was banned instead, you know?
Yeah, it definitely is. I do wonder what the plan is now to deal with the Nico. And we don't even really know what's going to go alongside of the Nico.
Is it just Rel, Misfortune with Jarvan, Cataclysm? No.
Maybe Varus?
Looking like a Varus angle for sure with the Nautilus lock-in. On-hit Varus into the Ornn feels pretty good. You have a lot of setup already.
It's just a great pick. It's fantastic damage, burst damage follow-up.
Yeah, it's one of Hype's classic favorites. All CL 80 carries have played a ton of on-hit Varus. It was way more popular there than lethality for a long time. It'll be Kai'Sa instead. This is a kind of weird angle for Kai'Sa. I think it follows up on the engages pretty well, but also just feels like it's so early to see this in draft. In a draft like this, it feels like it's a pick away, just saying, Jiu, he's not going to get this for the rest of the series. And the Misfortune will be locked in here just with the Nico instead. I'm going to be honest and say I think Bro got the way better draft here. They got the Rumble with Jarvan set up. They have Annie. They also have Kai'Sa for follow-up, and the Nautilus makes sense, whereas the ornament value here feels incredibly low for Nongshim Red Force. They're playing an 80 carry that doesn't traditionally scale as a scaling front-to-back 80 carry. Like, it's Misfortune. She's a combo-oriented pick, so she can combo with the Ornn ultimate a little bit, with the Orianna a little bit, but it feels like the comp is a little bit trickier to play out here for Nongshim, despite it being like a Nico Misfortune draft. It just feels like at this level, going to have a bit of a struggle with this one. So it's also putting all your eggs kind of in the Jiu basket, which is never safe. Karis!
Hey, Karis. How's it going? Blow it up.
A former Bro himself. Actually doing very well for himself in the LPL.
Yeah, absolutely. We also got Vital, Dindin, and Luan all coming down here to support and cheer on, I would assume,
Nongshim,
the side of Nongshim.
100%.
Maybe they're undercover bros, you never know.
I mean, they are bros, but I think they're probably bro antis today.
Yeah, almost definitely. Well, very nice comp on the side of Bro from the blue side. Very curious about Jiu's Misfortune. Can be great follow-up, but we'll have to see those team fights as we're getting ready. Let's hop on the rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Alrighty, let's go. Game number 1, our first play-ins match and our first best of 5 here at the LCK.
First,
and I guess we had them at Road to MSI.
Yeah, big fearless BO5 angle to be explored here, because Road to MSI obviously had a lot of teams in it as well, but not quite as many as we're going to have here with play-ins and playoffs. Like, Bro is getting involved in BO5, so we haven't seen that since, you know, LCK Cup or Kespa Cup, really, actually, for Bro, where they were champions. So
True.
they proved it back then.
True.
This lane is going to be pretty favorable for the Misfortune and Nico. Obviously, even without the Misfortune lock-in, you feel pretty good about Nico into any melee support, but with the MF on top of it, that pick works a lot for the lane. Prio is really important right now in League of Legends because it allows you to dictate the lane swap that comes in later. And we've said it so many times with Rise Group, and as Bro is our third place team for Rise Group, drafts don't always matter. But I like what they put together here. I think it's got a lot more synergy and a lot more simple execution.
It is very simple as long as I feel like Krako's having a good game. Sometimes the Jarvan can somewhat dictate it, but Krako's been playing really well recently. I feel like that's part of the reason why they were able to get over DRX and make it here in a play-ins in the first place. Pretty quick turnaround for them, you know, going from the Sunday match straight into Wednesday. You got to learn a new patch. You got to go ahead and be ready. You weren't even 100% that you were going to be playing here.
Yeah.
But we'll see what their preparation looks like.
You go straight from the elation of making it here to realizing what that means. So you got to be here, you got to show up here, you got to play this really incredibly tough BO5. Calyx 0-6 on the Orianna. Again, just a product of his win rate in the Legend group. I think not actually a indicator of how good he is at this champion. He's performed really well on this pick, even in losses. As his bottom lane is going even worse than I kind of imagined. His Hype lost half of his health bar at level 1 and had to pop his potion early. And he's really just trying to auto when he can, get as many last hits as he can. He's getting a lot of value out of that Doran's Blade right now. And I say that as a joke, he's not really. Just to make it clear.
No, thank you for that, Wolf. We weren't 100% sure. I do feel like as long as he doesn't get dove, even if he falls behind a little bit, like the Kai'Sa still has value later on in the game, just following up on the engages and stuff like that. But yeah, this lane is going to be a bit of a disaster for them, somewhat unavoidable.
We'll see if they do the classic buy Cull and hope for the best, return, use their top side prio. Yeah, like that may just be what they have to do. Paulo has unsealed, so he can try to hold the wave and TP the Rumble down. He is going to try to hold it.
Okay, there's the TP, mistook. And the second the TP came in, Nongshim were already just getting out of there, but this is pretty common, you know, if you try to go for a dive, you just have the top laner TP down because he wanted to swap anyway.
Yeah, and this is why Unsealed Spellbook is so common as well. One of the many reasons, but the most common reason. Morgan gonna avoid that. Paulo actually staying here. This could be a little tricky play. Hex Flash.
Yeah, maybe look for... Did he mess that up? Yeah, he messed that up.
It's kind of tricky. Is what I'll say.
Yeah, it's very
it's a
difficult.
fat wall.
Very difficult, yes, of course. But yeah, if you were there, and you know, they're pretty squishy. Maybe force some summoners out, but not meant to be.
But like,
he's still here, by the way.
Yeah, he missed it. So like, could he try it again? No, he's just going to go top lane and join Hype. Not even going to commit teleport this stage. There's the Cull buy I was talking about. This is what you do when you pick Kai'Sa in, I feel like, I swear, 80% of the games I cast at least. Or you just lose lane to almost anything by a Cull and go, no, it's fine. I will press R and kill somebody later. Don't worry about this early lane. It's totally fine. Remember when MF was actually extremely meta? I feel like we saw this matchup all the time, and Kai'Sa was always buying Cull and struggling and lane swapping.
Yeah. I do feel like they'll need Hype's damage as the game does come along. You know, a decently tanky front line with the Ornn and the Pantheon. Not the tankiest thing we've ever seen, but, you know, outside of the Kai'Sa, you've really just got the Jarvan for 80 damage with Annie and Rumble. So, gotta have something on top of that.
Good read on the swap backs here. I'm going to be sending the Nico mid, actually, for now. The Sports will join up there. But it is going to be 80 carries meeting on the bottom side, so good read there from Gio. Feeling they can get an advantage out of this. Kingen did not use his teleport yet, so he's pushed the wave into the top side. Morgan loses farm, and they're going to end up back in the same matchup they were already winning. And Gideon takes that as a sign to try to start up this dragon. The mid prio they're going to secure here as well, and I just don't see a realistic contest here for Bro. And Closer is going to have to catch this wave, so he can't go over here and use his level 6 spike, whereas Kingen, because he has TP, can be nearby here. And if they commit to a fight, he just shuts it down and then TPs back to the top lane. Bro are kind of walking into a trap here, potentially.
Unless Krako gets in and steals it, he's got the timing, but he's not going to get the Drake. And that is what he was looking for, as the big ult's going to come in from the Orianna. And already we have first blood going the way of Gideon as kind of a half-hearted attempt to get that dragon. And now we have the TP we're talking about, as Kingen doesn't lose much at all.
Gets the cannon, plus 69.
Boy. Huge.
Huge.
Awesome, in fact.
Yes.
Very good.
A positive.
Lovely.
Yes.
Beautiful. Yeah, no, it's just
rad.
Huge. Groovy. It's a very nice play here from Nongshim. It gets them a massive lead early.
It was just really, everything was well read. Like, they knew the swap was going to come back down for Hype and Palu. They sent Gio there first. They got back control. Kingen walked down the mid lane. Because they have Nico, they can clear the wave in mid faster than Palu can. They already had Prios. Lehens is looking for even more here. Not going to find it, doesn't look like. But, like, they had so many ways to make sure Bro couldn't do that, and Krako's steal attempt is totally fine, because if he just gets it and gets away, then they just hijack the dragon, and all of those things don't matter, and like maybe some farm is denied. Palu and Closer nearby. It's a good smite here though from Gideon. Krako has to flash because he used his flag and drag to get into the pit, so he loses his summoner on the attempt, but I think that was the best they could have tried for. If they had committed to a fight, it would have been a massacre.
Yeah, it's very true. It's just unfortunate that our level 3 Nautilus just kind of went in there and died. Gave first blood to the Pantheon, which is already an issue. It's not like the Rumble is popping off in a big way at this moment. Just going to equalize the wave as I speak. So getting pushed in by the Ornn. On top of that fact, Nongshim are going to be getting 3 grubs. So they have 2 objectives. Infernal Drake first, 3 grubs, first kill, first blood here.
But
and a scaling comp outside of the MF.
There's one thing Bro has infinitely more of right now. Flowers.
Tempo vibes?
We got, well, also, no, they don't have, I don't think they have that right now.
Okay.
Degon might be like going, oh, there's a tempo vibe back there. I can like hear his voice and everything, but we have a new flower counter. See it in the top left? That's new.
Whoa.
Yeah, I
Wait.
noticed that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so they have infinitely more flowers than Nongshim have. So there's that.
I think they have 1 more flower than Nongshim has.
Yeah, but if you multiply the amount of flowers that Nongshim have by infinity, or even like 1 million billion, approximately 1 million billion, they would have 0 flowers. Yeah.
0 flowers, yes.
So therefore,
yes.
Hype?
Very true. Yeah, Hype's really kind of struggling just to survive. He is going to barrier just to get to the wave. And, well, he'll at least be able to do that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, hiding on bush in the bottom lane, doesn't look like Calyx is going to fall to this. Or is he? Nope.
No. Too wise. Yeah, Bro's kind of like, damn, these legend teams macro, man.
Whoa, they use, like, actual mechanics and macro? That's not what we do in Rise Group.
We had quite a few Bro Predators, actually. More than I expected, yeah.
4 out of 14.
And I'm not saying it's over. They have a good draft. It's just there's a pretty big hole in every single lane.
Yeah.
And they
got a couple of Nongshim Predators here on the cast, so...
If you want to count that 1 petal as an objective, they have a 1 objective. But although if you don't, which we don't, they don't have any.
All right, we got Pantheon coming up. There's the knock-up. The Pantheon goes in. Gideon making it happen. And Morgan's just going to go down. Used his flash to try to get away from the Ornn ult. Yet he still got hit by the Ornn ult.
Yeah,
and so he's just dead.
Not ideal. Not ideal. We'll watch it again, as this is a really nice Pantheon gank. Morgan flashes here, but is unable to go to the left, which is the direction he needed to go to avoid that. And then he went boom. That's a 2nd kill for the Pantheon. Significantly ahead now. Whew, this is... starting to feel like Nongshim's like, this is what it felt like for me for the last 13 series.
Yeah. It's almost like they're due, you know? They're due after all this time. It's like we lost so many times in a row that now we're going to take out all of this anger, sadness, and get revenge against a team that doesn't necessarily deserve it, but they kind of met Nongshim at the wrong time. Perhaps. We'll see how it goes. You know, Nongshim, we didn't get to see a lot of them winning. Like, they won some games here and there, but...
Yeah.
You know, can they maintain a lead? Can they continue to macro well? I am curious, as the Timbers did happen, and then Closer died, so...
Good gank from Lehens. The follow-up is there.
Yeah.
Commits his flash for it, but 100% worth. And, like, you say... You know, will they be able to hold on to this lead? With the lead they have now in this game and how well they've been able to snowball it, I'm pretty confident we're going to see another Kroko attempted steal, it looks like here. Flashback available, and I think he should think twice.
Yeah.
He does. I mean, like, the problems that we saw with Nongshim in the Legend group when they had leads occasionally over big teams was that they weren't able to, they were always small leads, nothing like this. Was the inability to turn off objectives or to take an Otacon correctly or try to go for a Baron turn. In this game, I think they could do kind of whatever they want when it comes to late game objectives, and they have such a good comp from ahead with this Orianna. Gets the Tibbers out, and then Lehens is like, well, there's no Tibbers. I think I can just go in on this flashes for the root and the extra damage.
Yeah. No overreaction from Calyx, just a very simple nice after the play. And it was a nice play.
I also think,
side of Lehens.
Realistically, if you're a pro player in this situation on Nongshim, after getting completely dismantled in the Legend group over and over and over again, and what you've learned, what you've gained, like the theory of the Legend group when it was designed, right, is that, you know, if you're in the Legend group, you're going to struggle if you're on the bottom side of things, but you should be able to learn and grow so fast. I think, so we're going to have a bit of a skirmish here. Hold my thought.
Yeah, the hook is down, and so just a bit of free damage on a Kroko. I say a bit, it was 66% of his health. Palu's out, and the disengage cone comes in. Not that Nongshim could really close the gap, but it just kind of shows that, you know, bro, half-hearted engage, and then they realize that they've gone a little bit too far, even though it wasn't that far at all.
Yeah, that should be this turret going over. So they already have feats of strength, but I'm proud to get first brick as well. It's going to force a teleport out of Closer. Just opens up the map so much more. I mean, there's 4 members of Bro on top side to defend a turret, and Kingan's just chilling. And Lehens has had such a good game here. He loves his AP junglers. Probably like starting to feel like he should have built Zazax in this game with how much damage he's doing in these trades. But I was going to say, if you're Nongshim, I think your attitude coming into this series is, I want to show these Rise teams what a Legend team looks like, even though I went on that 13 loss streak. I'm the better team. Like, we should be outclassing these players. We should be outclassing these teams. And so far, and I think this is why Calyx didn't have a huge reaction there, that is holding true. Yeah. Your attitude has to be, we smash these guys 3-0. They're not even close to our level, and that's what it looks like here in game 1.
All right, well, no flash this time. They're going to flash in Will Gideon, I believe. No, he just jumps in as the sun comes down, and Gideon is going to fall. They can't do enough to Morgan, and now the equalizer still available. Kroko and his counter gank get so much work done, as finally they will take him down. So that's a couple of shutdowns going the way of Bro now.
Yeah, that was a really clutch turn there. Morgan narrowly survives. It's a big equalizer there for the finish, and you get 2 kills back. Gonna put a big dent in that gold lead. So watch the play again. It's a little bit disjointed here. And like they get the knock-up onto Morgan, but Kroko's here and he has Cataclysm and they're under turret, so Gideon takes so much damage, gets taken out there. Morgan survives, and that's enough to get the equalizer down, and Kingan just will not escape. Kingan, you can see turning back like, maybe I get onto Morgan. Nope, Morgan too respectful. Not gonna be able to kill that Rumble. Ends up being 2 kills over, split between the top and jungle of Bro. So big injection of gold that they needed so desperately on this this Rumble especially.
Yeah. Sometimes as the jungle player, you just got to wait for your opportunity, as Lehens might be in a little bit of trouble. Nice rocket belt to get away from that. I think if he gets hit by that, he might just die, as his flash is like 5 seconds away.
Kingan doesn't have ult after that last play either, and so this is a really tough fight to quantify here for Nongshim. Like, he could TP in, but he won't have his ultimate. I think this is a great call from Bro. Sure, they don't have their equalizer, but they have the positional advantage here, and they have Annie. King is just going to decide to take a turret here instead, so they get something in exchange, but just not going to be able to take that team fight, bro, with a snap call on this one. And when behind, trading, you know, a turret, especially one like this, it doesn't matter as much to get a little bit more power in the mid lane, for example, maybe be able to use it to set up for this next dragon. It's definitely advantageous. It's not going to be a massive trade up, but it's the best I think you could look for as Kingan's on the flank.
I feel like they're losing too much. Like 2 turrets here, the mid turret goes down. They're losing their raptors even. Like Kroko gets it, he's out of position. I think Nongshim's response to that was very good.
Yeah, no, like bro want Nongshim to try to force that fight in a really disadvantageous position, and they get the fight win and the Herald. Nongshim get way more out of this. Don't make it. Don't like misread me on this, fans. But I think this was kind of the only call bro could make given the game state, and let's see what they get with this Herald, because it's the only W they've gotten really in this game outside of a failed dive bottom side with a good counter gank from Kroko. This is right when the dragon is spawning. This would be soul point for Nongshim, so they're trying to use this to crash into mid and get some prio on this dragon. But Kingan's on a flank again. Will be spotted by Morgan. Crash does go through. If they could maybe collapse onto Kingan here, I mean, I'm trying to see ways for bro to win this fight, because yeah, they have tons of prio right now, and they have all the engage in the world with this Annie, with this Jarvan. Everything's up, the equalizer's back online. They could still win a fight straight up, but this Kingan flank is a big issue.
Yeah, they don't really get solid vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got in, they had prio on the river, and then they were like, huh, we don't have any wards. Now they're trying to go on a Kingan here, nice buffer, but that is an Ornn. Even the anti-tibbers and the equalizer goes in, and now the massive follow-up from the Nico is there. The turn in the fight is gigantic for Nongshim. Hype is out of the fight as well, Closer is down, and Kingan lived through every single ult that they blew on him.
Yeah, maybe better luck in game 2, buddy. I think that if when I mentioned before, like maybe collapse onto Kingan, I meant when he was on the flank, not when he was in Ornn.
Not like this.
With tons of MR and with all of his teammates right with him. As the equalizer here is used so early, it's on the multiple players, but it's super easy to just step forward and get away from it. And the follow-up from the Annie is decent, but just not enough power in this setup here, and you used so much of all of your cooldowns and tools and buttons on an Ornn, and then Nongshim are like, cool, thanks for the free turn. And I think their best bet was using their prio. If they had been able to, without vision, it's tough, but if they were able to identify where Kingan was earlier and get him and pinch him, I think they would have had a better chance there, but they just didn't have that information. They tried to catch him because he was the only available target to engage on. Just wasn't a good target to engage on. In reality, he was the only one they had, though, I guess they decided.
I feel like, yeah, it kind of jumped the gun, you know. It's difficult to go all in onto an Ornn, especially when your comp is so burst-oriented, but they saw the opportunity, and it did not pay off for them. And Nongshim, relatively smoothly here, as now they're trying to close the gap on a Kroko, pretty deep in his own jungle. Kroko, the one guy that was kind of fed for his team, and fed, I say him pretty lightly at this point. Jiu just gonna flash away from the stun that comes in. He's like, well, I have this flash, I might as well use it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the entire map is falling apart. Calyx playing a fantastic game of Orianna, just taking the bottom inner.
He's sitting on 8 Dark Seal stacks. He's like nowhere near finishing his Rod of Ages, but it just doesn't matter because he has a completed Horizon focus, and they are going to be able to get these side turrets and as well as the inner here in mid. And if the timing of killing Kroko was a little bit later, I think they just take Otacon for free. Instead, I think they will use Otacon to posture a team fight because they have Orianna, Ornn, Misfortune, and Nico. If Nongshim can't set up a turn on this one, I think those issues that we saw in the Legend group perhaps persisting, but they're on the bottom side of the map where Otacon is, and they're setting a trap right now. Palu is caught.
Yeah, very nice buffer, but still gonna get Shockwave. Meanwhile, Lahen's in a bit of trouble, so he's gonna go down, and Kingan's jumping in against 3 people, gets the kill. Ornn, the assassin, is back here on the Rift. When you're this fed, you can essentially just do that if the Kaisa is that close.
I mean, if you're bro in this case and you have no vision of your own jungle, they could be running Otacon down. Someone has to go in and check, but it was Palu who found himself isolated on the side there and caught. Jarvan wasn't up. Kroko was down from the previous exchange, and they just get picked apart here. As even though Lahen's is caught, he gets an ult off, and that's enough for Kingan to help set up that kill. And Nongshim, even though it wasn't a turn off of Otacon, set up that vision trap in jungle, get the kills. grab Otacon itself, and it is going to be another objective in their pockets. As Bro's still sitting on that one pedal. No longer infinitely more pedals. As Hype avoids the root at least. And actually, Lahen's ultimate, it was kind of off screen. I thought it was one that did a little bit more. No, it's just Ornn doing massive, massive damage.
Yeah. Kaisa, no flash, no barrier, just nowhere to go. Ends up being a 1-for-1 that is just even better for Nongshim. We jumped from like a 3K gold lead to a 6K gold lead, now to an 8K gold lead with Otacon. I guess this really is a taste of Legend Group that Bro is getting here in Game 1. Talked about how important it is for Bro to kind of tap into the losses that Nongshim has been experiencing recently, but it's the exact opposite happening in Game 1.
It's looking pretty Brover right now.
Yeah.
But look, you've got, it's a whole best of 5.
It's just Game 1, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta, I'm sure Duke's gonna have a lot of words for them, but just keep it together. Karis is watching.
Do it for Karis.
Do it for Karis. As yeah, I don't think Closer is the best target, but he's stepping pretty far up. And they are not going to commit any further. Just no Baron yet, so Nongshim are just taking turrets off the map surgically here, piece by piece. Like old rotten teeth. I don't know. I mean, they're they're like, I said surgically, and I was like,
yes.
I was like, I don't know what kind of surgery this would be, but I don't know. It's Bro's got stuff that needs to be removed. That's what Nongshim said. They're like, this is mandatory, sorry. And your insurance will cover it.
I guess, you know, like the outer turrets are kind of like teeth, you know?
Yeah.
Just take them out one by one.
It's okay, because they're baby teeth, because you got the inners.
Yeah, here we go. Nice little engage for Lahen's. Just going to hit the front line, as Palu is not much of a front line. Just kind of disappears. And it's a turret. The rest of the team really just abandoned ship. Not that we can blame them, really. They're just going to run away. 10,000 gold almost now.
Yeah. To be clear, there is nothing Bro can do that's a great choice, unless Nongshim make a mistake. So, like, if anyone's calling Paulo out for that, yes, sure, he could have played safer, but if he plays safer, then maybe Nongshim just kill the turret faster, you know? Like, you kind of have to hang around here and hope there's a big mistake made. A lot of engage is used here, but you don't have punish because you're 8,000 gold behind. If it's an even game state and everything gets used like that, like the Nico and the Ornn ult get used, maybe you find a turn there, maybe you actually find an angle, but on this scenario is... You know, Krako's been fishing with his flag a lot in this first game. Maybe this time is the charm.
Do it. You gotta do it now. It's not gonna feel good, but you know, they've had some teeth pulled, so you gotta just send it. As in he goes, he's not gonna get the smite. Poor Krako, as at least he will get out for now. As, ooh, the max range knockup comes into that piece of the wall. As they're trying desperately to take out Jiu. They might just be able to, but they're not quite able to. Triple kill comes in for Jiu, and this game is very much over. 24 minutes in already.
Yep, no Baron required. Got 5 players and a Grand Starfall to celebrate.
Oh boy.
I mean, he's really celebrating. And for Nongshim, this is not a series win, but it's certainly a lot of momentum gained that they have not seen in a while. Or very, I'd say probably the most one-sided game win we've seen from them. I think we could say that factually since the split of groups. And Nongshim win this in extremely dominant fashion. Bro Predator's kind of in shambles right now as the gap between Legend and Rise seems pretty big in Game 1.
Yeah, and not even just Legend and Rise, but also, bro, it's like the 8th place team that barely got over DRX, you remember, to make it in here. So it kind of does make sense. Lahen's the best, picks Singe. He might just do it after this. I'm like, your chances go way up, I would say.
Yeah.
After that game.
He's maybe that guy's saying it's not the Legend group, it's the Lahend group. As Hype did not play the game. He was not allowed to play the game. He laned into a Misfortune Nico, and then laned into a Misfortune in mid lane, and then was engaged on by everyone, and he couldn't play the game. And you can see the damage numbers are not that high for Nongshim because they didn't really need to do a whole lot of damage to win the fights.
Both teams had a lot of ability to be proactive, but one team got a big early lead, and then they used that ability to be proactive very, very well. And unfortunately, Bro did not back down, which led to their demise here in game number 1. It is an absolute blowout, and Bro are going to have to figure out what went wrong in order to turn this series around. Otherwise, we might just have a little Legend group victory tonight. But still early, it's just game number 1, 24-minute game, and we'll see what happens after the break.
야 나온다. 먹어볼게 내가 먹어볼게. 야 이거 승마선 보려고. 아 이거 승마선 이거. 야 뭐 쳐. 아 오케이. 이기니까 먹어. 저 먹어. 자 킬게. 야 잡아. 바로 볼래? 잡아봐. 볼게. 에인 풀. 나 이거 봐줄래? 야 럼블. 나안 죽긴 해. 야 미드 가자. 끝났다. 미드. 아 미드 가자. 끝났어. 이거지. 뭐야? 끝내자.
welcome back to the space. Man, that coach camp must be from earlier in the season, right? Because I'm so excited for game one. The game.
Oh no.
The bros didn't play anything, right? They, because if we take a look at the draft, the draft was, that's not what would happen, right, guys? Right?
Yeah. I mean,
Alright, we're gonna ignore Dagon.
Yeah, it just feels so sad for Brion if you're a Brion fan here, because I already mentioned that Aurora is such a high priority after Rumble and Gwen got nerfed, but they banned the blue side. So what they get on the blue side is, I feel, literally nothing, because you pick Rumble first, but they get to pick Ornn to counter it anyways, and they get best mid laner in the world, which is Orianna after Azir and Talia. And I think having Orianna and Pantheon Ornn on the top side together as a red side is actually huge. And after that, you get to pick a priority picks on the bot lane. You actually get to pick Nico on the 4th and finish up with the Misfortune. Is such a illegal draft from Brion here.
Yeah, I think the problem for the bro draft is that if you can skip the laning phase, the draft actually looks like, I think it's a very cohesive draft that has really clear identity. It's a dive comp. MF shouldn't be able to play the game. But then, okay, so MF maybe doesn't play it, but like, you can't go on Orianna, because actually really nicely done by Calix, going for the very tanky Orianna build, where you're just not a target, and then you can't really go in on anyone else. But the bigger issue, obviously, is that even with the counter pick, they were losing mid, they were losing bot lane so hard, and they were even losing top.
So that means they shouldn't do anything in the early game. They should let the objective to just be gone, right?
Yeah, that'll work, right?
Yeah, but
just give everything up.
But what happens in the highlight one? What happens in the highlight one is that they're gonna just commit to steal this Drake and walk in when they have Nico and Misfortune in the team comp. So this is such an illegal moment as well. They tried to steal the Drake. Of course, it's not gonna work out because they have the Pantheon, and then they just walk into the Orianna Bowl as well, and the game is over after this moment.
Yeah, and there were obviously a couple more moments, but for us, it really did feel like going in, the big question was, is Nongshim so mental boomed that the level in play that they faced is not going to offset what they've been going through, right? So, because we know that Bro is a lot weaker. That just makes sense. That the lowest seed in the Rise group, they barely made it here. It was a very tense affair. Nongshim has been getting beat down, but Nongshim has been getting beat down by 3 of the best teams in the world. And a roller coaster. And I think in this first game, we very clearly got an answer. Nongshim is in fact not mental boomed. They are like, oh my god, we get to play the game?
By the way, that was first Nico game from Lehans ever. It was actually his first Nico game in his career.
Yeah, Lehans has been pulling out multiple different champions. Only player to play Shen, only player to play Elise in the second half of the season. He has been playing multiple different champs. Does it here. Let's take a look at highlight number 2. You saw the early lead that Nongshim had, and then it was just not so good here at the Drake hit again.
Yeah, I kind of want to highlight what's happening here, because I think, again, Bro kind of fell for the trap of any play is a good play. This is an Ornn. Okay, really nicely done by King, and stalls a little bit for time. I want you to look at how much is thrown into this Ornn. That's an ultimate, was another ultimate. Even if Ornn dies, this engage from these two ends the game, right? Like, Geo just being completely unmatched there. Lehans going in, even if King dies, this is wonderful. Your MF is completely untouched. Your Orianna is in such a safe position that she feels like it's okay to just ult a single Kai'Sa, who, by the way, doesn't get to play the game. And obviously, as insult to injury, they're so far behind that King also survives. But the much bigger issue is that the team fighting of Nongshim, despite everything that they've gone through, is still on a different level. And if you throw everything into an Ornn, you're not going to win the fight. There's just no way. You need to be a lot crisper. And I think that a lot of the habits that have been built over the course of these 3 rounds for Bro are not serving them well, and it's going to need a really big pivot to pull back after this game 1.
Well, I'm going to say that Nongshim didn't do anything special. Like, I think they just played normal and just keep it simple. What you mentioned
so easy.
The pre-show.
Just front to back.
Yeah, right? So it feels like just Brion is not having their game. You know, like they had the game plan before. They have like acknowledged that their strength is all about the team fight. So they actually like managed to like pull that out after like some insane early games. So like I feel like they just need to stabilize a bit on early game.
Well, me too. I hope that their early game shenanigans are done for game number 1, and they'll be able to figure it out for game number 2. I did predict a 3-1, so I will not be sad gone until after we lose 2 games, and then it'll be a lot of despair. But for now, it's 1-0 Nongshim. We'll see what happens here in game number 2.
Thank you guys. As yes, we will have to see what happens in game number 2. I feel like game number 1 is okay. That was crazy, but we're going to select the red side. They did this alongside a DRX in their final best of 3 of the regular season, and it was able to get them a win. We'll see what the drafting looks like, as our spacers were not so happy with the way it turned out.
The puzzling thing is, if you thought this was the better read, why'd you pick blue side in game 1? Maybe with you know, a thinning out of the champions with Fearless, with 10 additional bans, you think you'll be able to get a stronger R1, R2 here. If you're hoping for a Morgan top lane counter pick, think again. We're not living in that meta. You might get a counter pick, but it's not going to be like the R5 counter pick that we used to see from some of our teams. I am curious to see what their plan is going to be. Wukong was banned by them in game 1. They will ban the Yunara even when it is up here in game 2.
Any Rise enjoyers?
You mean like RYZE?
Yeah, not the other Rise.
Yeah, I'm an enjoyer of it. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty high tier list. I think it's pretty good on red side that you give them an OP and then get Rise. Wow. But they already gave the Pantheon game 1.
Shen. Okay.
Okay.
So now that Rise's counter is banned, we can pick it.
Yeah. Cassiopeia was banned, so just kind of felt like that was obviously where Nongshim Red first were going.
Mm-hmm.
There were a few other picks they could have gone for, like Xin Zhao first pick, but the Rise is very safe. Let's see if Gwen gets a look here, because Rise-Gwen has been a really strong pairing.
Aurora as well.
Aurora is looking like it's going to be the first lock here, which will deter a nerfed Gwen, I think, quite heavily, as long as they hold the flex here. And maybe that Xin Zhao still just comes through right here, because we kind of tier list a little bit the LCK, especially on red side, R1, R2. Trundle, also currently I would say higher than Xin Zhao on the tier list. It is completely blind though, which I think is less safe than Xin Zhao blind.
Yeah, I mean, it's good if you 100% think that they're going to go for Xin Zhao. But they're not. They're going to play Wukong, which was available. And Corki,
oh, God.
Which... very high win rate, 75% in the previous patch.
Corki is so strong in lane, so strong in team fights, so safe, and yet such good follow-up to something like a Wukong engage. The answer here is not simple, let's say, as to what's going to be picked in the bottom lane into it. In fact, they will avoid that entirely and just go for this Ambessa pick. So now you know
also
the
don't,
Aurora
yeah, you
is
don't
going
hold
mid.
on to your flex as well by doing this. But you do get Morgan, one of the picks that he's comfortable with. So it could be like a little bit of a champ pool issue, but we're in game 2, right? So want to get him extreme power, perhaps.
I think with the nerfs to Gwen, this matchup is really, really tough, so maybe they'll just avoid it entirely. Bro ban the Renekton, kind of agreeing with that sentiment that they're not going to ban the Gwen here. We've seen this matchup go both ways. We've seen the Ambessa as a common counter pick to the Gwen, but on this patch, feels like the Ambessa should be able to win out, even with the strong side late win con that you have with the Rise here. See if they want to do something entirely different. The Scion feels like an amazing pick, except that there's a Trundle in terms of the matchup and the scaling that you have in your draft, so I don't think they'll be looking for that one. They could try to do something like put Kingen on his classic Aatrox. I'll have to wait and see what the bottom matchup is. We'll get a little bit more information in just a moment about that.
I think banning just Renekton is a good idea. Banning Rakan when there's Wukong, another good idea. So at least Bro have figured that part out.
Maybe just a Bard ban here feels safe. So they're planning on picking it themselves, which they could be. They'll ban Hype's Jin. So Jin follow-up with Ambessa Trundle feels pretty good. Doesn't make sense.
And Bard goes well with the Jin, so you can just ban the other part of that duo.
They don't have, like, I feel like Kaisa is great here too, and you kind of end up being like, is Lucian the only option? And I think the answer is yes, you know, in terms of AD carries that follow up on Ambessa, you know, Trundle, peak potential. You want something with burst damage. And Lucian into Corki, so the support matchup is going to matter a lot. Palu will have the counter pick there. Something pretty punishing, I think, is what you're looking for as Kingen. Just going to lock the Alistar and concede the 2v2 power a little bit. And that Aatrox, pretty punishing. It's what I mentioned earlier. He does have World's MVP on this champion from that DRX run 3 years ago. And it will be the Bard that you could have done something different. Or sorry, Braum. I always say these two champions backwards for whatever reason. Valdez gave me a look.
That doesn't look like Bard at all.
Lucian Braum.
It's like the opposite of Bard, actually.
So the Braum, in this case, we knew it was very likely going to be that, but they could have done something funky if they wanted to, based on what they saw. I think Lehens is like, I'm happy to play Alistar into this. It is going to be hard, but you have the Corki, and you can shred those resistances. We talk about this all the time. Corki's wins so many lane matchups. This is one that's going to be kind of skill-based. I don't think it's a default win for Lucian Braum by any means, but the Alistar, with some of the nerfs that have come through, is not going to be as strong as some of the other picks they could have gone for. That's quite violent. Broman's taken out Nuggery.
Yeah. So, League of Rise.
No,
X.
League of Legends.
League of Legends.
That's what it says, yeah.
And the Legend Group team, Nongshim, rejoices as they are the only team in plans that was in Legend Group. So, looking pretty good for them, especially after that game number 1. First pick Rise here for Calix, set up with the Cassiopeia ban. Can he carry the game? Let's find out as we hop onto the rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초.
Game number 2 of the first best of 5 in play-ins. If you missed it, you're like, hey, how is it already game number 2? I just got here a little bit late. Well, the first game was 24 minutes long.
Yeah.
It wasn't very long at all.
By the way, it is, if you guys want to know, the fastest play-ins game in LCK history.
Thanks, Wolf. Also the longest.
Yeah, that's also accurate.
The most kills and the least kills ever.
But also, keep in mind, it also had both the earliest and latest first blood in play-ins history.
That is true.
So it was actually quite a historical game.
I was here. You were here. Chat was here.
You know, it had other historical moments, like the first Rumble to ever be played in play-ins. As we'll stop now. That's a dead ward. So that's a big win. Scan it, sweep it, tap it.
That's what they say. You thought it was bop it? Nope, you're wrong.
Yeah, Daft Punk's original lyrics were not released until just now. Just take the logic down here.
Sweep, scan it, sweep it. What? Okay, flash on in, and now the Gatling gun already getting in. Lehens, they're going to trade for the heal and the barrier for his flash.
Keeping barrier is actually pretty helpful if you can continue to pressure. You have to hold on to this tempo non-stop, as Gio is going to try to do here, because that's the extra shield you're going to have in any sort of extended trade. You get level 2 first off of this, and I think it's actually worth. Doesn't look like it when you look at Flash being down, because that's always considered to be the best summoner spell, but I think in this 2v2 scenario, trade up for Nongshim.
And he's got Hex Flash.
Yeah,
so he's chilling.
Also that.
He's like, okay, I unlocked my Hex Flash. These are some unfortunate stats. Gideon has played a lot of Wukong, but again, they haven't done a lot of winning, and this was against the likes of Genji, T1, Humalife Esports. Just for you guys who are a little bit unfamiliar with the format, we're going to say this a bunch here on day 1. Although
for some of these other ones over here,
for these are just real stats.
Yeah.
Against teams that Bro was mostly closely matched with.
Morgan has had some really rough Ambessa games, but a lot of those losses, I was like, he was not the reason why they lost that game. But yeah, it was a stat that kind of got extended. He finally just got, very recently, in that last series, his very first Ambessa win.
Yeah.
Palu was scary.
I think it was scary for him as well. I don't think he really meant to do that.
Ooh, King!
He's just owning this lane right now. And
I thought he was going to flash for that Q3.
It was pretty close, It was pretty close.
We're not quite there, but like very, very close. And then we'll
Yeah.
miss these. Okay, caster curses are real.
Yes. Very aware. Calyx pretty low. He's going to have to flash away from the pillar. Krako's coming in now, but Gideon is here. Can't really fight because Calyx also doesn't have any mana, so.
That's a value flash get right there. That's the kind of flash we're feeling really happy about. Let's see if Gio's barrier advantage is going to mean anything here. No, the answer is not really. And it helped.
Healthy.
Yeah, it helped, but it was not like a big win. As all potions have been consumed now. Len's like, I don't need potions.
Yeah, they've got cookies.
I mean, yeah, but also is like Alistair's heal.
Yes.
But yeah, he has cookie as well. I have cookies here too.
You have a lot of cookies.
Yeah, I have about 6
I don't know
cookies
why
left
you
in
brought
my
so many
inventory.
cookies today.
I have a container that fits all the cookies I had left.
There were so many snacks brought today. We had buns. There was also chocolate brought by Chronicler.
Yeah.
You brought cookies.
And Calyx brought Rise to the bottom lane without Realm Warp. He just walked over.
Yeah, it looks like Paulo might be paying for this one, as in they go. Very easy dive. First blood given over to Calyx. That is that first pick Rise, getting some huge value early on here for his wallet.
Just a roam. Doesn't need any Realm Warp. Doesn't need any of that technology. No ultimate required. As Kingen is level 6.
Yeah. And that allows him to just stay for the Demolish proc and pick up that first plate. Now he can back, he has TP, so he's totally fine. Meanwhile, Krako trying to steal the Raptors here. Calyx nearby. He's gonna pull these out, but not really gonna... Okay, well, he's gonna stick around, actually. He's got some help from Palu, but at the same time, Gideon can just pull it into the brush and deal with that. Now a pillar goes down on a Calyx, but phase rush. Very good against slows. So he just sprints around the pillar.
Yep, we'll be totally fine. Well, it was a good target to go for there, but his positioning was so safe that it was hard to actually get anything done there. Flashless, but not phase rushless. A lot of shushes. So he told them as he walked away, don't pillar me again.
Yeah.
Quiet down, Krako. As I'm really excited to watch this matchup. Like, this has just been super fun so far, as Kingen is really putting on a world champion performance on his Aatrox again.
He just keeps Morgan guessing. Like, the way he's moving his champion just... Aatrox has the sweet spots, right? So it's very precise where you have to hit your abilities, but you never really know where Kingen's going to be positioning if he's just all over the place. Very nice combo here on a Hype, but they're playing in a Braum. It's very nice because it kind of caught him mid-dash, but it ended up being not very much at all.
And Hype's had his barrier back first, so still had that, which was quite helpful for him in that exchange. As Gio will be getting his back up in a moment, but I don't think they'll be engaging on him. As Calyx, once again, potential target here. Morgan looking for the fruit gank?
Fruit gank!
He's like, if I come over here and get more of this fruit, I'll be at an advantageous position in our extended trade. But no, Kingen's just like, whatever. And then they go back. I love how much we're watching this. Like, I'm so trained by LCK observing that when we get a sudden pan over, I'm like, oh! And then they're just like trying to race for fruit. It's like a Kirby's Gourmet race from Super Nintendo battle or something. Well, continuing to trade. Boots advantage.
And we just keep watching.
Yeah. I mean, this is the best channel right now. In this theoretical TV. Remember TV channels?
Yeah. Who watches TV anymore?
The closest thing to a
Cable.
TV is like the YouTube logo that kind of still sort of resembles a TV with like a play button on it.
Yeah. That is TV nowadays.
Yeah.
That and Twitch, I guess. For us gaming folk.
Twitch?
Twitch? Rich? Rich is, he's not here in Play-Ins.
We'll see him
unfortunately.
next year.
Yeah.
We are going to have a big setup here for the Grubs. Is Gio and Lehens are kind of a little bit caught out. Croco, a nice angle.
Yeah, Croco does have a nice angle, but Gio gets the safety now. The subjugate's certainly going to help, but the Rise comes over, and Calix is making their life so hard closer here as well. Trying to take out Gideon will do that, but only that, as Palu is going to fall, and hype is too low. Has to flash the wall, and it's another big early win here for Nongshim.
A relatively good setup there for Bro, but we're going to watch this again. Get him!
Woo! Morgan, not exactly taking the best trades. The ult's not going to do all too much.
I mean, some of these misses for Kingen, if they hit, like he might be like 0-2 in this game. Is very difficult to hit some of those, obviously, when Morgan's also trying to outplay him, but he is not only losing trades, but nearly losing his life at several of these opportunities. So I like this angle here for Croco. The problem is that if Gideon just says, I don't care about Grubs, like, he's come a long way, man. Gideon Grubs, dropping Grubs to actually go over and Cyclone for his team? That's not a 0-9 Wukong, is it? Surely not. He's a knower. He turns, he helps save the team engager with hands rotating over. Culling had already been used. And they end up winning the exchange. And do not get more of the Grubs because they were pretty low and they back away. They're only picking up 1, but 3 kills on the board now.
And we're back.
We're back watching this.
We're back at the best channel. Oh, Morgan keeps running into those. Gotta be careful.
It's like Dad wants to check the score on the bottom 2v2.
Yeah.
Like, can I just turn on for 1 second?
Can I check the Yankees game?
Dad, I'm watching Kingen. Just let me check real quick. Let me see, is Hype doing all right? Oof. Hype's had a tough season.
How are the Giants doing? Let me check quick.
Yeah.
Gotta change to Fox.
Yeah, Dad's not happy. Dad's a Bro fan. Not liking, not liking what he's seeing in the bottom lane. But he is still a Kingen enjoyer, of course.
Of course. All dads are. It's just the way it goes. They were watching in 2022, so hard not to be a fan.
I mean, Kingen's literal dad is here and was here on camera earlier, watching and enjoying.
Was and also is.
Yes.
Yeah. Some of the sweet spots not connecting, but still the damage coming through, and Kingen just goes in with the World Ender and is looking for it, and Morgan in a ton of trouble is going to just dash away, but he is super low. Has his flash still available. That's another sweet spot hit.
Look at the maturity of Kingen in this moment, too. Like, he could have flashed for that, but waits for his teammates to come up just in case someone like Croco is lurking. He is. And they may still get the interrupt. No. But this is still a huge win. And if he TP's back, he may just find himself fish food. Or monkey food.
Fish food? Is there a fizz in this game? I don't know.
No, I mean, just, you know, like, fish food. It's a saying. It used to be anyways.
Yeah. Back in your day.
Back when TV was a thing. They actually do keep everyone here, though, so the teleport does work out. Just a huge commitment of resources.
Gideon's like, I don't want any more grubs. I got 1.
Yeah.
That's all I need.
So
I'm not gonna waste my time.
Late 12-minute grub fight. And Nongshim said, no, we only fight grubs early. Not interested anymore. And some plate gold going over here. It's a 1,000 gold lead for Gio in the bottom lane matchup on that channel. Dad no longer is interested in watching.
Yeah.
And
I don't blame Dad.
it's Ambessa that got 2 grubs for a potential side lane. You know, it's not a 1v1 Kingen.
Maybe he sniffs this one out, as he is not going to dash on in. Does dash away now with the flash, but with Pillar up, might be enough, but the heal comes in. Lehens is here right on time, gets the stun. Is going to have Kingen fall, but the rest of the squad is coming on up, and it will end up being a 2-for-1 here for Nongshim, just on the hasty help there to the top lane.
And this is right when Calyx has come up here, has his teleport, and like the wave in the mid lane is being caught. Now it's a huge wave on the bottom side. The hype shoved in is going to be caught, but they're going to get even more here top side with Arise shoving that wave into this turret. He's going to pick up plate gold. And this is more valuable. They're even trying to deny this red buff now, as there's simply nothing Closer can do. There's no jungler here, so no smite. Doesn't even need to use smite to secure it. And now Closer's being zoned off of farm as well. So sure, you lost a wave bottom side, but you won everywhere else. And this is just, again, Legend macro at work.
Nongshim spent their time just getting beat down by the best in the LCK. And now they're here in play-ins, and they're the best. Or at least that's what it looks like so far. It's a pretty sizable lead already here in game number 2. And the tempo vibes are heavily in their favor. Like, you look at all the lanes, they're just dominating. And now, hiding on Bush, trying to make a play here into the Aurora. Tons of damage already coming down. Closer, not going to drop that ult just yet. Not even going to flash, but he does get away with just a bit of health. And now a
cross map.
Gank?
Cross map.
Yeah, cross map. Oof. Everyone loves a cross map, and they get it down on the bottom side. And they take down Morgan just to add insult to injury.
Well, Hens has just been in the right place, the right time this whole game, but also game 1 too, had a really great start on his career debut. Nico, hard to believe, by the way, that stat. Not saying it's wrong, I'm just like, really? Seriously? Peter's first Bard game, I'm like, yeah, that kind of checks, but Morgan here, pushed away, Corki shows up.
He could have left.
Yeah, he could have, but he wanted to greed for the wave. He's already significantly behind, doesn't have a TP. Like, if he walks away here and they get the whole turret, like, if he loses so much, but I think it's a tough call to make, but I think it was the call to make. And Bro are going to get a dragon here, so that's good.
They got a dragon. They did it. Good job, Bro.
Good job, Bro. You know, Bro's greatest time with Umpty, that stat when they went to playoffs, was when they were like the greatest dragon stacking team. They drafted evergreen compositions every time. They're just they're like, we're scaling, we get dragon, we sit on dragon time that is bought.
It was easy to be a bit more one-dimensional when there was no Fearless.
Yeah.
Now there's Fearless. Lehens is Alistair. And how long will this last is the question against 4 people. As Pillar comes down, Lehens still surviving, but eventually does go down in trade of the Rift Herald, it looks like.
And
if they can get this, as Bro is moving over.
Yeah, they are going to go for the contest. Paulu does have ultimate here and flash, but for what?
He didn't hit the eye. There he is going to get it. And now goes back for the eye, has to go for the Cyclone, and Gideon almost definitely dead. Is going to flash over the wall, though. And the follow-up does come in from Bro.
Calyx has Realm Warp, but he's going to get collapsed on before he can try to save Gideon, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And it looks like he is going to die for this turret as well. But look at Kingen in the bottom lane. Oh, the dodge! And he gets out, and Kingen's going to get that turret I was, in the beginning of mentioning as the sidestep comes through. So he gets a turret, he Realm Warps out. Successful heist. Herald, eye secured, inner turret, bottom lane secured, outer top lane secured, get out macroed. Bros, 4,000 gold, the deficit now, and hype. He's got flash, and he may need to use it.
He definitely has to here. Let's see if Lehens can go for the play. He is going to get the combo in. Hype just turning and burning just a bit here into Lehens with the TP coming up from Closer, who is 3-0, so that's going to be a 4th one for our Aurora player for the side of Bro. And now looking for a pillar, but I think just a little bit too far away. They are onto the turret, and they're going to dive it as now we have TP coming in. And the Rise is, in fact, going to be shut down. Rocco pretty tanky, but eventually I think he just goes down after the dive. Ends up being a trade and another kill here for Kingen.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a trade up for Bro, but it's something. And, I mean, they strike back. And it's a teleport got from Kingen. This is, again, when you're behind like this, I want to quantify this as like, well, it's not enough, but it's something. Anything is, it's like the thing we talked about last game where it's like, oh yeah, you gave up like 3 turrets, but you got the objective. It's something. Yeah. This isn't quite that bad, but it's all they can get, and at least they're able to get that, because all it takes in this game It's a 4,000 gold lead, but all it takes is just one messed up team fight for Nongshim, and this Fed Aurora, the Lucian that's kind of on the cusp of being very relevant in this game, could turn things quite heavily. Like if they can get a fight without Kingen, because he doesn't have TP, that could be a thing, although he seems to only want to do one thing, no, two things I'll say. Kill turrets and kill Morgan in this game.
Yeah.
He has no other interest in any other part of the map.
Kingen definitely one of those guys that you can imagine felt really bad about their run in Legend Group. A literal world champion is Kingen.
A literal world champion skin he's wearing right now.
Yeah, and then he goes to Legend Group and gets absolutely bopped over and over and over again.
Well, his team did. I feel like he actually had some pretty good games.
He did,
to
he
be
did.
fair.
Top damage per gold, right? Out of anyone in Legend Group. That was very impressive. Maybe didn't get a lot of gold in those games across the map, but still did a lot of damage. Either way, it's a good stat. Here's Calix, they're gonna respect that. And yeah, I just feel like he might be the guy most out for revenge, you know?
Yeah.
Most out to prove something. Maybe more than revenge is a better way to put that.
This Trundle is exasperated about the game state. I don't know why the voice line sounds so loud in this game. You just watch that turret, I was like, "Ah!" It's okay, Croco, you still got another one. It's a BO5, it's your first one since Kespa Cup. Still got another one. And he wasn't there on Kespa Cup, he wasn't even on the roster. It was Hambach. It's his first best of 5, so maybe that's why he's so exasperated.
Croco came in for round 2. And we weren't sure about the choice, but he's done very well. And I think the choice ended up being correct.
We also kind of were mixed on like the Edgar situation, and Duke ended up really, I think, impacting the drafts in a positive way towards the latter half of the season, but not really setting us up for too much success in this series just yet. But again, all it takes is one missed team fight.
Yeah.
Says Wolf because it's his job to say that.
Yes.
I mean, it's like technically possible. Like if you have, you know, Broptimism here, you could see the angles, you could see the lines.
As long as they don't drop the ball, I feel like there is still a chance.
Yeah. That's precisely what I'm talking about, Valdez. Pay your taxes.
Precisely, yeah. There is a button now. You can pay your taxes with that button. Make sure you're doing that.
I'm sure everyone is trying desperately to get those in right now. All right,
Doesn't feel like the tax dollars are being put to work.
I mean, look at this setup here. Even Calix can get to the Otacon without TPing, and he's just going to clear the mid wave. It's going to be Morgan who TPs first. The turn is so simple here with a Wukong with Flash. They do just give it up, though.
Yeah. They got spotted by Redemption. They're just like, we don't necessarily have to stay on this objective. Nice culling here from Hype.
It's kind of favorable for Bro, though. I don't know if the lead the lead might be too much, but this is kind of an angle.
I mean, Gideon's here, and there's no real way to deny him as this Rise is going deep, and Calix in a bit of trouble, but is going to flash away. Nice interrupt on the engage from Lahens, but those wallets looking pretty good. And Closer, the one-fed guy, he is going to pick up his 5th kill in the fight, takes out Gideon. And now they want to start this Otacon once again. No smite available for Nongshim, but...
It's completely leashed. I mean, not completely, but about like 85%.
Yeah, and they're pretty low.
I think there's going to be have to be happy with getting the kill on the jungler and going for a reset themselves. 20 seconds on Gideon, but he doesn't have flash or ult. Maybe they could come back and try it again. But the fact that Nongshim dropped this, I think they should have been able to hold on to this and look for a turn on the objective itself, even if they lose the 50-50. But Nongshim kind of back away, then go for a more haphazard engage here where they don't have the same setup, and they just get completely shut down by this Aurora. And sure, it's only one kill that goes over, but if they tried to continue the fight there, if Kingen tried to push for a deeper engage, I think they may have gotten wiped, and that would have been the one fight we kind of keep memeing about and alluding to. That's not really the fight I mean, like that was a kill and an Otacon deny, but it puts a dent in the gold lead, you know? We're well, like 600.
Closer missed this one, and he is going to have to flash.
Still deathless.
That would be a very nice kill to take away from him, although it doesn't look like he's got a bounty at this point in time, as the team is behind.
Morgan denying some farm, as Nongshim are the ones who are committing further. I mean, Morgan can TP in, his ult's up in 10 seconds.
All right, the Muramana complete here for Jiwoo. It's a great time for them to fight. Kingen is going to go for a back, though. And so it looks like maybe he's going to go bot. No need to hard force the Otacon. I mean, if you get a good setup like they had on the first take, and they weren't quite able to stick the landing, but if you've got a good setup, you can try for it, sure, but not going to take the risk this time around and just go for a reset. We haven't even had the second Drake taken, so we don't even know what the soul is. Both these teams are like,
Otacon or bust.
Not about that. It's probably going to be a good soul as well, based on what we're seeing here.
I thought you were going to say it's probably going to be bust. So many Otacon fights have been.
Yeah.
Morgan still struggling on the channel we've been watching.
Yeah. Morgan's... I mean, he blind picked Ambessa and made it very clear that, you know, the Aurora was going mid. I just feel like there were some stumbles in the draft for Bro that didn't exactly leave me with a lot of confidence, especially after game 1.
This time, they have, once again, jungle control while taking Otacon, or threatening an Otacon take. Just like the trap they set in game 1, instead of turning on the Otacon itself, trying to set a vision trap, but Pro are able to leapfrog their way through and take away some of that vision. Control vision now set up in the tri-brush, and we reset again. And the wave clear this Ryze has, though, kind of puts a timer on this for Bro, because eventually they will have to deal with that. They're losing all 3 lanes. And I don't mean in the laning phase sense, to just don't have any macro control over the map right now and have to spend some of the resources just to clear vision. They have to make an engage happen. They're the ones with the Trundle, though, and a Pillar will get a ton of health off Gideon. So there's that. Small baby steps.
Yeah. Just got to try to play around Closer as much as possible and get him in a position to do damage without fully committing, and I think Bro actually do have a decent chance. Stuff like this, you know, bit of poke comes down, Lehen's in a weird spot. It's going to drop the redemption, but now the ult comes down as, Lehen's, he barely got back in there. That was so close. But he is going to survive off of that play.
Yeah, Lehen's just like, I don't even have an analogy for that one, man. He just like opened the car door and said no and got back in the car. That was pretty wild play there. And they will get away with it once again, threatening this Otacon start as they have top side control, mid wave push through. There's not a whole lot of vision here for the side of Bro. This is an awkward teleport angle for Kingen, but he is on this Fed Aatrox. I think he's just going to be fine.
Yeah, he's able to just frontline pretty well for now. But that's Sterix. Lehens makes his way back, but no unbreakable will right now. They're looking for the pick on the Krako. He's in a lot of trouble. Does get the subjugation now, but he's still going to die. And the turn is immaculate here from the side of Noamshim. Gio is going to be safe. Closer does go golden, and he's going to be safe for the wall himself. But the rest of the team, not so much. Morgan barely gets away, but Calix is going to take him down. And I think that is the final nail in the coffin for that fight. Double kill comes through. Even though Closer did so much in terms of damage, it wasn't enough. And they say, hey, Baron's here. Might as well take that.
Yeah, we don't need Palu. That one doesn't give you pushing power across the map. Not going to turn the minions big. We want the Baron buff. Instead, Calix is going to push through. And this play here from Lehens allows the escape.
What does he say?
Nice. 루시안 여기서.
I think he just said, good job.
Yeah, good job, good job, good job.
Didn't seem surprised at all.
Like, Krako is not really an ideal target in most circumstances, but they have enough damage here. These players are so ahead. With this Corki, you can just kill him. And then the fight gets pretty interesting. Like, no one should question Morgan's Ambessa after this. That was pretty clean, like, all things considered. But yeah, it still gets killed. They end up losing the extended fight. It's a really nice and relatively safe engage there by Nongshim, and that was the decisive call. Finally, after so many Otacon baits, after so many, you know, vision traps that didn't lead to the full fight, they're able to get back-to-back objectives. The Baron is theirs, 2,000 gold with it, and now they're looking to break open the base as they're just going to set up a 1-3-1 and head straight for the heart of the Bros.
Yeah.
Which is ironically not Degon's house, actually. It's right over there, the next.
Yeah, and that heart is pretty broken after what we've seen so far from the Bros, unfortunately. It just feels like Nongshim are on a different level. And I mean, that was one of the storylines we were going to get today. You talked about it at the beginning, you know, were we going to get kind of like sad defeated Nongshim? Were we going to get Legend Group Nongshim? That's just heads above. Was Bro going to play really well because they barely made it into play-ins and they have a lot to play for and not a lot of pressure, you know, there's not huge expectations. There were a lot of different narratives and storylines coming into this, but it just feels like the kind of unfortunate one for the series, which is the Nongshim beatdown, is the one that's coming through so far.
Yeah. Redemption here, just to help sustain their push. Such a strong item right now. Everybody's buying it. As they're going to look for a pick on the Calyx.
Oh boy. Well, they're not going to land that one. The phase rush is helping quite a lot, and now they don't have an interrupt, and he will get away. And that was the one collapse.
Yeah, that you commit everything there. They're like, cool, there's the inhibitor. And also, by the way, Rise is still pushing mid.
Yeah.
He's going to get a second one.
He just walks back. King at level 17, tanking everything up, gets a massive amount of health on that one auto. And with the Baron, with the Otacon, they're just taking everything. 2 inhibitors go down. Even the wave in bottom lane is timed here.
Yeah,
not sure if that was done on purpose, but it's going to feel pretty good.
I don't think it really was, but it was set up slightly earlier, and the timing works out incredibly well here. And that's just going to be triple inhibs. Everyone for Bro is up. Doesn't necessarily mean they can defend, because there's another wave coming through here in mid, and that super wave in top is coming over. But with some lower health bars, and with the remainder of this Baron buff giving them the empowered recall, they'll just take their opportunity to go back and say, maybe we'll get a second dragon 30 minutes into the game.
It's so weird that only one dragon has been
It's just so much of the action has been on the top side of the map.
Yeah.
And then the Otacon spawned, and that was kind of the end of it. Nobody really wants to give up map control for a solo Chemtech dragon.
Yeah.
And now that there's 6 super minions spawning at a time to go towards Bro's base, you don't give up the map to do dragon.
Yeah.
You don't even need to do dragon. You
Send
don't
the
even want
game.
the dragon. You
Yeah.
just walk with the super minions and say good luck.
It's either that or just wait for the next Baron and just end the game then. As the inhibitors will be down for about a minute, maybe a little bit less, depending on how long it takes to take the Baron. As Death Cap completed for Calyx. 10,000 gold the lead. And yeah, it's going to go ahead and push down the mid lane. Damage dealt most by Closer. It just doesn't really matter, not in this game.
Yeah. One individual player's performance and damage is not going to win team fights for you when you're this far behind. As Kingan's looking for an in.
Yeah, he's just trying to bait this one. Paulo taking an immense amount of damage. Kingan getting into that backline. A little bit half-hearted of an engage here from Nongshim, but it just doesn't matter as in goes Lahens. Gonna open this one up. The double root comes down, one of them going into Zonya's. As Closer roots himself, goes into the base. This game is over by a very big long shot here. 12,000 gold the difference, 31 minutes is the game timer, and that'll be Nongshim up 2-0.
2-0 lead. The first time they've won 2 games in a row in a very long time. The first time they've won 2 games in a series in a very long time. And all they need to do now is do it once more, and they can move on to the upper bracket here in the play-in stage. Nongshim so far making this look easy. Game 2, a little bit closer than game 1. But at the end of the day, just snowballing lane leads. Like it's the same story both times. And the side laning and the macro is just way better, and Nongshim are making the right calls to give up objectives. I think they could have been a little bit crisper on their Otacon, calls there, but they just didn't want to risk it. They weren't going to give anything up here, and with the lead they had, they didn't have to. Closer still out damages Calyx by 5k. Morgan pretty much dead even with Kingan in the overall damage, but the impactful damage way higher on both counts for the side of Nongshim's solo laners.
Absolutely was, as the story so far is the Legend group was really, really strong, and Nongshim are looking incredibly dominant here in this best of 5. 2-0 easy just like that. Both games under 31 minutes. And we'll see what game 3 looks like, and if Bros have a chance for the potential reverse sweep, or if Nongshim are just going to kill the dreams of Bro and send them down to the lower bracket. We'll find out after the break.
연배다. 야 이거 바텀거 이번에 한번 해볼 생각하자 어때? 오케이. 나 안 탈게 그럼. 라인 같이 간다. 나 볼게 이거. 야 여기 라인 갔다 일로. 안해부터. 야 루시안 보여줄 수 있어? 안 뺐다. 나 살았어. 그럼부터 끝내봐. 안 타워 치자 얘들아. 타워 쳐 얘들아. 형들 노공이야.
까비. 봐줄래?
끝내.
빌량 조작해야 돼. 그런데
됐어 누가.
Homer's honestly not bad with the spell shield, it's kind of hard. In for a throw line. Oh, there you go. From the line, they're looking for a double knockup. Comes down as well, but Tempest fake to buy some space here. I don't know whether it's going to be good enough, though they lose the knockdown, but the light does go down, and Community, he's free hitting. Doran gets in there, and the AoE is revolting out of T1. The team was setting him up, and he just knocked him down. Well, that edge that goes really, really far, possibly never ending. That has now been completed as Owner wanting to steal this one away. He does get stunned up though, and then gets put into the blender. Down goes Community first.
야 펜타가 됐죠 이거.
The other con is secured by Ruler somehow by this Rel, and now skating over the wall. Jet Set Radio.
야 펜타.
가보자 펜타. More Ruler, and he will be able to just zap down Fake, and there's the pentakill! For Ruler Zeri, as it doesn't work the first time, why not just set it up again? He's still gonna grind for it. Might as well limit test again. Oh! The flash on in and Calyx outplays Zeus in the 1v1 down 2 levels. Two very flashy champions making a flashy 1v1. And I think Zeus wasn't really ready for a skill check like that. He got completely outplayed by Calyx on the side.
사기팀인데?
Galio is keen. Possibly going to get flanked here as Faker does come on over, but he has Carrier in tow. We do have the heroic entrance coming down. The equalizer does basically nothing, unfortunately. And Trophy's able to tank this one up. T1 using so many resources, and they have to realm warp themselves out. But Duro just catches them in the magnet. Handshake is decent, but it just brings Ruler closer. So the T1 will melt. Another Penta will be denied. Come on through there for Nongshim, but down to 2,000. There it is. The other can't really good. My God, that was okay. Still trying to go for it here as Hands will get taken down, holding them in the Cataclysm. Another knockoff. What the hell? That Jarvan is insane.
The fire burns right through. Your weakness is my fuel, and this time your demise is my first prize. And I've not forgotten all the pain. The wounds still cut deep, and I've followed every move you made. Now I am right here. I'm waiting. Come find me. I'm everywhere, though you're blind to see. I'm boundless in the darkness. I must revenge. Fighting track and watch me rise. Create destruction, all the madness. You want it all.
everyone. Welcome back to the space. It's been 2 games, which is normally when you lose a series if you go 0-2, but it's not because it's a best of 5, so there's still some hope, some bropium for the bros. Degon here, alongside Chronicler, and if you needed a little bit more to cheer about, if you're a Nongshim fan, joining us is longtime Nongshim top laner, Din Din. Welcome, brother. Thank you for joining us on the space.
Hello. Hello, man. Hello, guys. Yeah.
Oh, he's chilling. He's chilling.
Din Din is going to break it down with us here on the space.
All reliable himself. I'm so happy we get you at the space.
Thank you.
All right, let's start with the draft because bros selected red side here. So when we take a look at the draft we did, what jumps out at you?
So for me, whenever I see Trundle and Braum in the same team, I don't feel great at all. Because like you don't have proper engage. Whenever you wanted to have like great setup, like you can't never like set down the targets that you wanted. So it feels really hard. And also I'm curious about this top lane matchup as well because it's the Aatrox and Ambessa. Because Kingen kind of smashed in lane. Does that supposed to happen like normally?
I think this matchup is kinda skill-jump matchup.
Oh, so
yeah. So yeah, but Kingen was really well. So I think just playing just Kingen is better. I think. Yeah.
It's not the draft.
Skill diffy there. I also want to highlight, as you highlight, not just the fact that Trundle blind is, I think, really rough, and we keep seeing it, and we need to stop seeing it, but also that then the one support that truly does not care about Trundle as far as engage supports goes got picked. Like, it made it through the draft. Why is Alistar available when that's the only one where you can't... If it's a Leona, like, the matchup is actually really hard for her because she has to be very mindful of subjugate. Isn't the case. The bros drafts, unfortunately, have not been hitting the mark.
No, they have not, and neither have their team fight selections. As we take a look at highlight number 1 here, at the top side of the map on the Grubs, the bros think they have a catch here, but they get turned on again.
So at the beginning, it felt really great for Brion here because they got the collapse with the Trundle. But what happens here? Because it didn't ended up really well for them.
Yeah, I think this fight was big problem is Alisa 6.
Alisa level 6?
Yeah. So, and when they have Trundle and Braum, I think they can't do anything.
So yeah, Alisa level 6 can tank everything,
Yeah,
right?
that's why they lose, yeah.
So yeah, even though they had the great collapse on the targets, like as I mentioned, they have the Trundle and Braum, so the fight is not playable against like Wukong.
Yeah, so its hate is justified. It's also a continuation of the struggle they had in game number 1, where they are focusing just the target that's in front of them, but against the better teams, that doesn't really work, right? Like, especially not when there's Alistar that just shrugs off the damage.
You know, and the bros are normally known for broing and brewing, and there was one particular unit that was able to brew a lot here, and that was the second Drake, as we follow along the journey of this Chemtech Drake. It sat there, not for 10 minutes.
Well, look, yeah, we got kills. We got kills happening.
Yeah, just keep watching.
A lot of movement on the map.
It's going. This is at 8 times speed, everyone. The Drake is just there. The second Drake is just still there.
Well, I thought this is most valuable objective in the map, in this meta.
It is.
So what is happening?
Oh, Otacon movement.
Like, why they're not getting Drakes?
In my opinion, I think this Drake is most looks scary. Really? look his eyes.
Oh my god. Yes, it's actually true. It's so scary.
They
so
didn't try.
scared.
We had not considered this, actually.
Yeah, this is actually pro player perspective.
Yes.
You can never know.
We should have known that the scariness was actually the
I
reason
think,
why.
Just my opinion.
Now, of course, there were some actions happening, and it was on the top side of the map. They were dancing around Otacon, and eventually they tried to start a fight here, do the bros.
Oh yeah, the same thing happens. Like, your jungler need to face check here, but what happens with the Trundle when you're face checking? You are the primary target for the enemy team, so you're just gonna get murdered here. So yeah, this is such a free fight for
It also highlights again that with Trundle and Braum, if you're in a position where you're winning the game, I think the composition is actually really hard to play into, right? Because with the pillar and with the fact that Braum is such good disengage, trying to engage into that comp is really, really hard. But the problem is that, as we saw in game number 1 as well, you gotta assume that Nongshim, with the form that they're in, are just gonna be at every objective first. So like, you're trying to regain control with Trundle Braum, and that's not fun.
Yeah, it felt very difficult for the Bros to find anything here. Nongshim just kind of relaxed, and as you said in game number 1, not necessarily doing anything special. I would say that they showed a lot of patience here, not trying to start the Otacon out of position despite having a gold lead, but it feels like they're the superior team so far here with it.
Oh yeah, definitely. I feel like it's just I think basic skill gap. So it's just really, really weird to see Bro is not doing properly, because they showed up some great performance in the last games. So it's pretty weird for me.
Yeah, so before we head on over to game number 3, I have to ask you, Din Din, what is your prediction for this series? Can't wait to hear it.
I think today's Nongshim is so good, so I think 3-0.
Ah, 3-0.
Yeah, probably.
Can you give any advice for the Brion fan here? Because he's actually cheering for Brion while we are all Nongshim predictors, you know? Can you say something?
I think, okay, bro. Okay, bro.
Let's go to game number 3. See you in a bit.
Thank you guys. As Kingan's mom out in force with Dad, who was here earlier as well. Thank you, by the way, to Din Din for joining us on the space. It's super cool that he got to share his thoughts.
Yeah, that was
Said,
awesome.
okay, bro.
I was kind of feeling what he was feeling about the dragon being scary. I never really looked that closely at the Chemtech dragon before.
Yeah.
Also, I guess dragons can live so long if they're not attacked, of course, because they conserve energy really well. We were watching that at �8 speed, and he was very, like, almost completely still, moving only subtly, slightly, occasionally. I think that's like what alligators and crocodiles do, you know, to save energy as well. So
just don't move. Bro are back to blue side, by the way, so the red side experiment this time does not pay off, and they say, well, one last chance. Let's just go back to blue.
yeah, this is not a high-spirited looking team right now, as both games have been one-sided. Let's see what the final game plan is here. I mean, it doesn't have to be the final one, but any loss means you are out. Kingan grinning as he sees the Gwen ban comes through. Aurora is no longer available, so that one, stocks are up. Is it a Morgan York game?
Yes.
Valdez?
That is what he liked to do when we had the fearless best of 3s. That is, we had a lot of Yorick, we had a lot of Renekton. You can't ban both, and it just feels like one of those will get picked up here. Vi also taken off the cards.
Interesting Vi ban there. Thought maybe they'd be looking for it themselves. Try to set up closers Ari or something like that.
Yeah, Nautilus also gone. Maybe we see some kind of hyper carry in this game.
Certainly could be a Zeri angle. Yunara is taken away on red side, so we won't be seeing her in these first 3 games, that's for sure. As once again, closers Yone and Azir are also taken away. Talia could be first pick, you know, if you want to go for a little bit of objective control with that. I think it's been one of closers' best picks. Although he struggled on it in the past, it's been a pretty solid year for him on the good old Talia. Good old Talia. Yeah, good old Talia. Remember when it was
good old Talia?
That was crazy. Just
Talia
now.
Yeah. She's been around for a while in the meta for a good reason. Very flexible. Not as flexible anymore.
There's that Xinjiao with the new splash art that we did not see up until this point.
Seems to be the way to go.
It's the safest, highest tier list pick. That's what we do.
I think as Nongshim at this point, you might just be like, well,
there's no Trundle.
We don't have to do anything crazy. You know, just pick tier list, just pick what's good. We don't have to pull out any weird picks. We're better than this team.
What Calyx is going to be running here, because when you see Xinjiao Sion, if it's any supportive mid laner, then it means the AD carry has to carry. And that has not been something Gio has done very recently, even when given opportunity to do so. So I'm wondering now, like if the burden is on his shoulders, maybe Bro could get an edge. As with the Sion face up and no ability to stop him before the second phase, Morgan says, "I am the Lord." That's what he said really loudly, and so Kroko knew what to do, and he locked the Renekton in.
Didn't say what pick he wanted, just said, "I am the Lord." Sivir gonna come out here. Seems like a relatively, high tier list pick. It's not gonna get you your jungle though before the second phase with the Xin Zhao face up here on the side of Nongshim, so Kroko might struggle in this one.
The Ahri consideration here, I don't think it's a great Ahri angle. The Akali into Taliyah has been kind of a recent favorite, although Taliyah generally likes both of these matchups. And will be the Ahri ultimately. That's not terrible with Xin Zhao, but it's not the most iconic Ahri pairing. Like Viego is much more well-known. The Vi that's banned obviously much more well-known. It still can work well. But that's not consistent damage unless you get really accelerated. So again, Jiu is going to be the one who has to pick up the slack in terms of damage later on. Don't drop that notebook. Otherwise, how are you going to know what Jiu's going to play later?
Sejuani.
Wow. And with the Renekton, it makes sense. That's it's a classic. We haven't seen it in a while. I don't think they'll be banning Nidalee, though, this time around.
Yeah, I mean, as we get deeper and deeper into Fearless here, I'm definitely going to be seeing some weird picks. I took a look at Challengers where they started before us in their play-ins, and they've already had, Kiana jungle. They had Smolder mid. They had Mel 80 carry. So lots of weird stuff. Those are mostly in Game 4 and Game 5, those picks that I mentioned. We'll see if we even make it there.
Lulu ban, kind of alluding to a potential Zeri or something like that, where the Lulu can empower you in lane. Can be very annoying to deal with as the Sivir, where you want to have control. And becomes a secondary form of engage. The Xin Zhao becomes better engaged with that knockup. Even the Ahri can get value out of it. So a lot of flexibility with that. And Lehend is really good at it. As Rakan is taken away instead of a jungle pick. Showcasing they have no intention of playing that themselves. So again, it's possible it's Taliyah jungle, right? But that's not really the AP junglers that got buffed last patch, where we weren't even seeing them anyways. I don't think this is going to be a funny business moment here for Bro. It might just be Kroko playing Lee Sin. I mean, he could play the Nidalee. We had Degon's Fact of the Week earlier. I suppose he technically could do it. As it's going to be Ezreal, looks like, for Jiu here.
Or maybe like a Lilia?
Yeah, I mean, it's risky, though.
Thinking about a Caitlyn here for Jiu.
This is not what I would suggest. It's not, like, it's obviously, you're going to have support counter pick. We don't know what that's going to be, but wait a minute. The Korean casters got really hyped for a second, so I thought, like, maybe there's something we're missing here. But I think it's just going to be an engaged support. The thing is that when we get to the mid game, before Caitlyn is on her IE, like, and before she gets to out of the trough, right, and starts to really hit, like, you're going to be trying to clear waves faster than Sivir. It'll be much better than a lot of other AD carries at dealing with that, because the wave clear for Caitlyn is also really good. But like, you're facing mid-game Renekton, the objective control that Taliyah gives, and we don't even know what that final pick is going to be here for jungle just yet, but I feel like the mid-game here for
Olaf
or Nongshim is really weak, and Olaf just kind of run through your front line.
Yeah. Doesn't really care about Ahri's charm, but Ahri can run away from him. The Caitlyn might struggle a bit with the ability of Zhao and Sion not to peel against Olaf, but it's definitely a big tempo pick. You kind of have to get ahead.
I mean, you can just all in with Elise or Lux here. They're going to go for the more common these days, Elise, and obviously it's one of Lehend's best picks. It's target banned against him a lot. And when we saw the Caitlyn pick, kind of knew this was probably where we were going. It would have been exciting to see Lux, but that's more carry flavor in this bottom lane. I think the lane matchups here can go very well for the side of Nongshim Red Forest. The top lane, that one shouldn't, but mid is going to be more mixed, and if Calyx is able to use really strong Electrocute right now to its fullest effect, even though it's tough to play around the rocks on the ground, like Ahri is going to be totally fine there. And then the bottom lane, the Rel is the issue more than like Sivir into Caitlyn, because there's Elise, and so you're just going to be constantly harassed, and Cocoon lands, and then you get trapped, and then, so you kind of just have to play around that, so you lose there. So once again, it's a great draft for Bro. It has a really strong mid game. I feel like there's an angle in the mid game where they're incredibly strong, and Nongshim are at one of their weakest points. I just don't know if the game is going to be playable when we get to that point, because in all 3 games so far, the game has really ended before we really hit that mid game hard, before we can even really talk about some of those late game team fights. And with some of these lane setups here, like the Lord in the top lane, you're going to have to hold on to that tight. You're going to have to hold on to that Renekton in the top lane. Maybe he can get you enough of an advantage.
Yeah. Definitely heard a lot of maybes, but we'll see if they've got it here for game number 3 as we're ready. Let's hop into the rifts. All right, let's go. Level 1. Invading the jungle already.
Palu? Okay.
Just saying hello.
Just identifying that they did just immediately file one by one back into the river. And how much information Bro was able to see in that quick moment, but I think we're very aware of what was happening. You can see as a result, Morgan goes deep in the jungle, drops a ward. And Nongshim are looking like they want to start some potential vertical jungling here. They have tons of vision. And because they have bottom side prio, it can be very annoying to deal with. And we'll see Kingen. Like with Scion shenanigans at level 1, 2, there's a lot that we could discuss that could have happened, but won't be happening here. And Gideon will start this Raptor camp on vision. So Krako is aware of it and will be able to react accordingly. Very important ward there.
Yeah. We'll see what this looks like. Trying to get in and steal some Raptors. Let's see if he did. Nope. Level 2 going to be hit here by Gideon. He's going to get to work on the red buff as Lahen's going on in, actually. He's got the Ignite now. Avoids the engage from Palu. He's still level 1 at least, so he takes a bunch of damage, but there's only so much that Palu can do. Krako going to come over here, and it kind of comes down to a smite fight at this point, as it is getting pretty low, and it will go the way of Krako, but in goes Gideon. Palu is over here, and you're up against an Olaf. And now over the wall he comes to flash away, but Gideon in a lot of trouble. First blood goes over to Krako, and now Lahen's baited into it, and he's going to go down as well. Even burns his flash as Jiwoo also baited into it. Has to flash over the wall himself. Straight onto a trap goes hype, but the damage isn't there. It's 3 kills for Bro.
Bit of a disaster for Nongshim here in this 3rd game. Everything going wrong after really trying to hold on to red buff there into the Olaf. I mean, I don't think this was necessarily going to work, and they didn't get backup until very late. So Gideon goes in here. Look at where his teammates are. Lahen's is so far away, and he thinks he can get back over in time. Palu gets over the wall here. You get the kill. This is a tragedy, the flash after Repel. Yeah, so he flashes, still dies, and then Jiwoo flashes. He gets 2 flashes in return, but I think they are right and worth in all chat because Bro end up getting such a massive lead for their bottom lane and for their jungle out of this. They're still playing into Elise in the bottom lane with Arel, so that's not going to translate into you suddenly win this lane very quickly, but it is way more than they would have ever hoped for in this 2v2 otherwise. Lens has played 12 games of Elise.
He definitely has had a lot of fun on this pick. Even 5 wins. And Nongshim, again, they don't have a lot of wins. They didn't have any series wins in rounds 3 to 5, but also Charm's going to land here from Climax. He's definitely doing some good work in the mid lane, so that's going well for the side of Nongshim. Bot lane still has the prio.
Ari can snowball so well with Electrocute, it's crazy. As Lens is looking for part 2.
All right, the last time we saw Olaf was 886 days ago. Peanut against Owner in a loss.
Yeah, and playoffs as well. Big game there. Peanut risked it for. Working well for Krako so far, as Lens is seen on this ward, and they're still not going to be able to win this battle into ranged Elise. flashes down for everyone. And we do have both mid laners TPing, so that advantage has been reset. As Renekton is winning a lot. And it is the Lord.
It's the Lord, and it's also Doran and Keen. And Shu, even on that list. Alongside it clear.
Yeah, I think the total was 12 and 5 across the board, so 5-game winning streak, but also a very high win rate. And, you know, you look at the lead that Bro have now in this bottom lane, the coal that's purchased, how free it's going to be once you get out of this 2v2 for Hype to farm. And that mid game I was talking about starts to feel really good right now. See what is bought by Gio on his first back. How much money he's sitting on. Going to be able to get that big buy that you often get with Caitlyn when you get a massive lead in the lane. Just buys Greaves, which is significant. More stats than Cole, I can tell you that much. He's going to lose a lot of farm actually top side on this timing, while Kingen will TP bottom and get most of that wave. Looks like it's a counter wave top side, so
yeah,
few minions will go over, but this is not the Caitlyn dominance that you want to normally be seeing when you go Caitlyn Elise.
Yeah, just feels bad, you know, that early play to set them so far behind in terms of where they could have been. Like, it feels mostly even, but could have just been a big lead. Lahen's trying to hold the wave here for Calyx, and he will be able to.
His pants are just too thick. Can't break through.
Yeah.
And we're going to try again. Caught on fruit. Nearly caught on fruit.
Ooh, yeah. Meanwhile, we got a trade from the top laners. We saw a lot of this action in the last game. A much more interesting 1v1, I would say, in terms of the champions that were selected in the last game.
For sure. The Renekton should be able to generate pretty significant advantages here, but it's not like you have kill pressure unless the Scion makes a mistake. And you have to respect the Scion's level 6 and the Bomby Cinder. That will eventually wear you down in those longer exchanges, where sometimes the jungler can show up and you think you are starting to put that pressure on the Scion. It takes you so long to kill him. So you see a small lead here for Morgan, but it is significant. And he has Prio, which he will continue to hold. Big wave crashing. The Dragon hasn't seen the look, as we're really putting the focus more on these grubs topside that will spawn in about 30 seconds here. And the Prio that Calyx has been holding here as well makes it a pretty fair fight. That we'll potentially see. Krako will be seen on this control ward, but is wrapping around big time.
Yeah. Gonna be spotted. Definitely a lot of posturing up towards the top of the map, but Gideon just on the bottom side. We'll see if he does go for that Drake here.
Palu has a massive experience lead, but if they start the grubs right away, he won't have level 6, but otherwise, still is such a favorable situation for Bro, because Closer also has Weaver's Wall. You know, unless he gets caught or is denied entry. And the Prio he does not have. But, like, I think you just start these grubs up and you say, I have bottom side control as well. They can't cross-map for Dragon. We go whatever we want here. And I think Nongshim kind of know this. They're just trying to get as big of a lead in mid as possible. And they're just simply going to give this up, as Krako's playing very respectfully.
Yeah, getting 3 grubs is kind of like, I don't know. Feels like so many of our junglers are just like, eh.
But he had, I mean, I agree with the sentiment about it, but he still had smite because he was able to secure the second grub without it. So like,
he's like, no, I'd rather try to take the Krugs.
Yeah, like worst case scenario, you just press R and run away. And
like, no, I want to get to my resetted jungle. I don't even want that 3rd grub.
Yeah, I guess not.
How far the grubs have fallen, Wolf?
I remember when we had 6 grubs.
6 grubs, and it felt like our teams were fighting over it every single time.
Have the grubs fallen, or have our teams wizened? I think the grubs fell.
It's a bit of both, but like the grubs falling is a much larger portion.
Yeah.
Of that.
Sadly.
Yeah. I mean, it's 3-0 for Bro, but we basically just had that one flub in the jungle from Nongshim, and that's been it. That's kind of been what has happened in this game. Just kind of been hanging out. Little bro and brew.
Little bro and brew, just a little bit.
I don't mind it for bro, you know, just sitting back, trying to reset your mental and say, okay, well, the beginning of the series wasn't great, but we have a long journey ahead of us.
We haven't seen a shot of the man who was, in fact, bro and brewing earlier. He may have accelerated his rate of brewing. The current state of the series. And you take a look at state of the map right now. I mean, there's a pick opportunity here for Lehens. He's able to find it. His flash is back up. All bottom duos flashes are back up. And it's Nongshim actually get to start this first dragon. They only have that lead in the mid lane, but have enough pride here bottom side to say this is our objective. Paulo hits 6, though. They're looking for an angle.
Yeah, he definitely wants the Zari, as there it is. The follow-up CC comes through, and Bro are going to shut down Calyx before he gets to use anything.
Yeah, no flash, no ult out of Calyx. Just ends up getting caught there. Down he goes, and Bro just say, that's my dragon.
Trying to hope for someone to face check here, I guess, but they will be very cautious about how they do that. Bit of damage will go through on Apollo, though, and he's just going to get headshot down. A lot of extra gold going to go over to Gio as well against 409, as now TP going away. As Closer says, well, I'm going to try to shut this one down. The knockup gets flashed. And Bro spent a lot of time trying to take down Lehens.
Yeah, you could see the idea in the second attempt, how it could work if everyone's able to be there at the same time, but was just Paulo getting a little ahead of himself there without the proper tools to get on top of him and without any vision there into an Elise. Reminded him of probably how the early 2v2s were looking. But Paulo is the one that sets this up onto Calyx here. He goes forward and it's just chain CC'd to death, cannot do anything. Just punished instantly for that first part of the Spirit Rush, and then here, Paulo just kind of gives them a freebie. They almost get Lehens. They force his flash here, the Weaver's Wall to come through. But like you said, a lot of time spent, a lot of resources spent. And the Elise already has Repel anyway, so it's relatively safe even without flash. So that just, it's a small win, but definitely feels like Nongshim are smiling at the end of what was a otherwise pretty bad situation.
Yeah. Definitely nice leads here in top and jungle for the side of Bro. The Renekton naturally getting ahead of the Scion, which makes sense, but also this Olaf, who really needs to get ahead in order to be very worthwhile, to be honest, because oftentimes if you're behind on Olaf, you're kind of just spending more of your time running away, more than anything else. Speaking of Olaf, here he is, and he's going to be running straight on in. Nowhere for Lehens to go, nowhere to repel to. Nice charm does come down, but even the Ragnarok not used in the trade. And, yeah, got to be careful about that Olaf, who is beginning to accelerate.
Yeah, I mean, the Olaf is so scary in this mid-game.
Uh-oh.
He is also the target.
Okay, nice spell shield on the charm, and he's going way deep for that kill. And there you go, Kingen comes in from mid as well, or from bot. He came from somewhere. Meanwhile, Gio's just alone. He is going to cleanse and flash away.
All right, well, that's valuable in terms of grabbing the summoners, but a trade up for Nongshim. The gold lead is starting to diminish quite rapidly here, as Kingen is in the mid lane looking for a play on the hype. I don't know what happened at Diablo.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
I think Lehens, oh, okay, he's got barrier. I think he's okay. Without barrier, maybe Lehens tries to extend for it, but...
Nongshim are almost playing with their food in this game, and, you know, some parts of that went better than others. As Closer here has vision, so looks for the shove, but misses it, has to flash, and Krako goes in a little bit too deep here and takes a ton of damage. He is starting to become a big threat. If he has R up for that charm, I think this looks very different. Instead, he holds it until the very last second here, and Hypes tries to spell shield for him. Ends up dying, ults at the last possible second, but it is too late to save him. And then we had the, you know, attempted kill on the top side where Gio lost both of his summers. A good call again from Paulo, who's been, again, so up and down on this Rel pick, but he's more recently been up, and he's 100% KP in this game. Sure, we can criticize his overextension after the previous team fight, but he won the fight for Nongshim by picking Calyx.
Yeah.
And was nearly able to get a pick on Gio, so he is definitely not hesitating, you can say that much.
Absolutely. I think Calyx is going to show a lot more respect next time, that's for sure. You have to respect the ability for Rel to engage. That's what she was picked for.
We've had so few Rel games, like she's been pretty low prio, and I think sometimes teams forget how quickly she can and how hard she can engage even in the early game.
You know, Rel is 2-7 on the previous patch, so not having a lot of success. I feel like she got picked a lot in like game 3s and got put in a lot of rough matchups. And
yeah, bottom lane matchups in particular, it was like pick Rel to lose lane, so many of them. And this game was same situation, but out of lane, when they were able to stabilize.
Yeah, still going Redemption first. Redemption first Rel just feels wrong, but what else are you gonna do in this meta?
Yeah, with no Aftershock either. It's a very different Rel than what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, you build Redemption or you're not a support.
It's okay, eventually he'll get his Celestial opposition. And then he's like a real support. He's just got it!
Krakow standing still in front of the brush. Going to pay for that a little bit, but it looks like Lehens might be the final one to pay as he goes up into the rappel and will be okay. Kingen does come on over. As they sacrifice a bot wave, they really want to try to get this Rip Trail, but it is going to be smited down by Gideon. In he goes. The Olaf incredibly low already. His life stealing up quite a bit, gets the headshot. Or rather the ace in the hole blocked as now Palu wants the angle. Will he find it? He doesn't have his flash as the knockup does come in, and the follow-up is there. Kingen very tanky. He's not going to land a knockup, but does go into Zombie Sia mode. Now they're looking to turn this one around. Closer avoids the trap. The stun comes through on a Kingen, and he will be denied.
Man,
but still, not bad.
He was making me nervous for him there as Hype's going to spell shield early. I don't think this is going to be an extended trade, but he's playing, at least in some of these fights, like he's Leona or something. He's like, hold on, I'll peel for you. Like, at least he got away there that time. And actually was almost able to help Zombie Sion get the kill. But this is starting to look like we're making it to 4, Valdez, as these fights just continue to be so well played out for Bro. And this is kind of the mid-game I was talking about. We're kind of approaching now where Nongshim's composition is at arguably its weakest point here. Like, Kingen ults into a Delia wall. Calyx on the other side. They could have collapsed onto Calyx, but they wanted to instead play for the Smite, which doesn't go their way. But look at how split this fight is. Even though Morgan loses almost all of his health bar, he's able to keep the support and the top laner out of the fight. The Ahri was isolated on her own on the flank, and this was not a coordinated setup for Nongshim at all. And when you have the ability to simply set up 1 CC into 2 CC into 3 CC and turn this into a pick comp in these early skirmishes, that's exactly what Bro's going to do. His closer nearly loses his life in the follow-up there, but is able to get out.
Yeah, Bro enjoying a very nice lead at this point, 3,000 gold and 2 Drakes with Infernal Soul on the Rift, plus the Feats of Strength. And you've got Olaf, so everything's just looking very good for their side. They scale up very well with the Sivir at least. So, you know, not even suffering from like a draft issue or anything like that. Kingen just straight up tanking damage to get the wave. He's like, that's fine.
Just Sion things, yeah. Get electrocuted.
Electrocute did do a smidgen of damage. Charm avoided. Oohs and ahs from the crowd.
If only he could have continued the fight, maybe we get some Blackfire Torch value. Is Lehens, where are you going?
To the Death Chamber. Also, he was going to ward and didn't respect.
Yeah, that was the answer I was looking for. But to Death Chamber, I'll also accept. Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, trying to get away. He does.
It does lose Weaver's Wall for that, so feels like a small W for Gideon there on the bottom side. But they just have so much control now. This is what Bro now get to showcase, is what their play from ahead looks like. As they're now the ones with a 3,000 gold lead that we've kind of seen consistently across these 3 games. Gideon gets shoved. He's going in.
Yep, going on in. And he's got a Sion from the bottom side here. Going to get that spell shield away as Kingen's like, uh-oh, I'm in a bit of trouble. He is tanky, flashes straight onto it as he is going to get knocked back in.
And
he's going down.
Just like that, this game is starting to look like we might be fast approaching
a series?
Yeah, a series that might come on our hands. I was going to say what we like to call in the business insurmountable lead, Valdez. We may
uncomebackable.
Yeah, uncomebackable is another colloquial term, as Calyx is getting collapsed on now. Gets the charm. That'll buy him some time. He's got a turret here.
There is
or what's left of it.
And Olaf in the brush, plus Palu, who just TP'd in. Nice charm to try to buy some time, but Calyx, he's only got flash and he's not going to use it. There's no reason to. He knows he's dead. Trying to greed around the turret, he does get punished.
I mean, some of these moments for Nongshim I can totally accept. Wants to try to defend the turret there, thinks maybe his teammates can rotate over, but they're not in a position to do so. As Gideon...
He's going to find some friends, and he does not have his ult. He is going to get blown up.
They were just over there, and they still are, and you don't have a support. You have a 0-3 at least. We got Rocket Belt at least. And it looks like Valdez, you know, Bro's early game worked out in the Nongshim's mid game where I said they were kind of, you know, this is like, it can be a little bit of a weakness. I don't know if it's really about the comp for what's happening. Like Nongshim were, after they started to fall behind, they were looking forward to game 4. Like, I think they know that they're in a really bad situation. They look for some of those picks like the King and ult in the mid lane. Like, maybe we catch Closer. He doesn't have Weaver's Wall. I don't know why they thought that would be a weakness, and I don't think that's really what they were thinking about. But he's like pretty far up in the lane. Maybe we can get him with that ult from Kingen. And then Kingen dies, and they're just disrespecting Bro a lot here in this game. And now, I mean, it's a 6,000 gold. It was 3,200. They've doubled that. The graph, as you can see, is showcasing that in a different form. And now I don't know if you come back with this Ahri comp from this far down.
I don't even know if they realize what's going on here. The flash and the Spirit Rush is going to get them away. Gideon is quite literally hiding and hoping not to find anyone. Lehens is going to go spider form, just try to get away from this one as he tries to get over the wall, and that he will. Certainly kind of... I don't know what they're doing, but they're certainly not backing down from the fight.
They're certainly annoying Bro a little bit here.
Yeah, they definitely are. Nice flank here from the side of Palu. Nice flash to the disengaged cone, and this Olaf is gigantic, but the damage is coming in. Redemption saves his life. Giu, just a little bit too low, doesn't quite have the damage, gets one kill, but only the one. And that is going to be the end of that team fight as Lehens desperately trying to join it from the left side. Do they kill Kingen is the only question. The answer looks like very much yes. And Bro running away with this game.
They get the punishment again. I mean, Nongshim we were joking about they're trying to annoy them. It doesn't look like we can really figure out what they're trying to do, but they're looking for picks. They're trying to catch, you know, one rogue member alone, getting cocooned, and then maybe you follow up, but it looks like President Palu is up for re-election, Valdez, in this game. His rail performance has been phenomenal. Gets the full wraparound here, uses that control vision, and they collapse through, and Lehens is on the wrong side of the rift. The follow-up here is instant. And all it takes is one form of CC, then you just link them all together. Closer down here on the bottom side gets the full collapse through. And then Hype is doing so much work. He's accelerated on this Sivir. And Nongshim's comp, it's so reliant on front to backing, and Bro just keep catching them off guard, completely split. Or they're trying to force fights themselves with this comp that really needs the front to back. And the at least part of the front to back isn't really, like, that's not a part of the thing. It wins you lane, but like,
yeah.
At least hiding on red buff brush is not really the angle for coming back in this one. I don't know if there is an angle. LDR is picked up for Giu. But it's so
I think Giu needs like 2 more items.
Yeah, well, he certainly needs at least a third.
Maybe. And then it's like, well, probably not, but there's a tiny chance that they're getting back in this game.
If he has a BF sword right now, maybe he can kind of like, his eyes got out of the trough. He's peeking a little bit to see what's on the other side. But it's trench warfare right now for the guy. He's down at the bottom of the V. And the IE that Hype is holding right now is way more valuable. And like, they also have so many ways to kill the sign. Like the Leandries will tear through. Cleaver has been done for a while for Morgan. And I just, I do see a world where Bro just continue to group on objectives and crush team fights, and they have Soul Point right now. Morgan...
They want to try something here, maybe with a Scion engage.
Spotted, though.
Yeah. A little bit too suspicious. They're nowhere else. Nobody's top, nobody's mid. A lot of pings now. TP coming in from Closer.
The cool thing for this comp for Bro is it works so well from a head like this into this comp with Nongshim that's, you know, its identity is kind of broken now. That TP I actually like from Closer. He's like, if they're going to look for a pick, we actually win this every time if we're all here.
All right, well, they're looking for that pick. Gideon's going to go in. He's got his ult this time. Everybody just jumps in the middle of it and absolutely erases him. And Calix trying to get it started here. Bit of damage in a Croco as he almost goes down. Spirit Rush over the wall, and there's the engage from the rest of the team. Calix able to get away, but the rest of his team is not, as Bro are absolutely slaughtering them this time.
All you gotta do is group, and you win every fight. And if Paulo's hitting these engages consistently, 17 out of 19 KP right now on this rel, then you're going to end up finding success. And
what is happening over here?
I mean, maybe some 3-1 predators like myself. I don't know. I don't know.
Chronicler seems very, yeah. No, it's probably a Degon dance.
All right, get that pip out of here. Nobody understands.
All right.
It's not time for karaoke, Degon. It's time to do Baron.
The steal? No. It's Calix and Lehens without smite.
All right, Calix, like maybe if we get some staggered recalls here.
I mean, he's going on in. That's a very nice amount of damage. It looked cool.
I mean,
you know why? I like the angle.
If like 4 people recall and one person is like a little bit like getting greedy on the timing and he gets in there and gets the charm, you know, there's an angle potentially. But this is the kind of play I was talking about where closer TP's in and they're like, oh yeah, you guys want to fight, so you want to look for a pick? Well, we're just going to group up and it's really easy. Front to back, Sivir power. It's really Palu power. And
yeah, I mean,
it's both, you know?
Spirit Rush engaging onto a fed rel that has Celestial opposition.
He was Celestially opposed to being killed there, and you know, it's kind of the thing of Palu holding them in place and Hype and Closer punching them. And that's kind of what we were watching is
how are they getting
maybe a bounty on the cards?
How is this happening? I mean, I guess
Legend macro, baby.
They're just trying to 4-1. And there you go. Just going to go straight on into the base. We got a Talia wall coming down 2G, and there's just no hope for him as he is very sad. Closer going to take a bunch of turret shots, but it just doesn't matter. The wallets are really just that heavy. They can do whatever they want, and whatever they want to do is to take down these 2 inhibitors and maybe just the game right here.
It's what you can do to deal with side lane pressure or some backdooring. You don't have to go back to defend that. You just go straight to the heart. Look for the kills.
Yeah, Calix. Not sure if he was trying to do extra damage or clear the wave. Regardless, it doesn't really matter. He's going to go in. They actually do get the kill and then immediately die. We are going to have a game number 4 as Bro are not done yet. And they will take down game 3.
Bro, not going down without a fight. A lot of errors in this game for Nongshim. Give Bro the opportunity to take a lead they had and snowball it further. Now, you only get Rel once, Palu, but if you're going to only get it once, you got to play it like that, and he was so punishing. That catch onto Calix's Ahri in particular was really, yeah, no. Just avoid a 0-3, this is just avoid a 1-3. But like, I think when you play this well around punishing some of the holes in this composition for Nongshim and some of the ways they were trying to overforce, the game just becomes kind of unplayable for Nongshim once they lose control over the map, and the Elise struggles to set up flanks or deal with vision control. The Scion looks like it's made out of paper, and the game just does not work because you are kind of playing a 1 carry composition, and that's the Troughed Caitlyn. You know, Calix is not super fed in this game, so he's not going to offer as much.
They got behind early and they got behind fast. The Bros took that snowball and they rolled with it. And they're feeling pretty cool about their chances now as OK Man is coming on in here and hoping for a reverse sweep. We'll see if they can actually manage that. As 1 game's a good start. I don't know how far it's going to go, but we'll find out after the break.
야, 봐올게, 이거 봐올게. 아, 나 봐줘. 나 봐줘.
나 다운 높여.
봐줘.
바텀 라인, 미드 라인 쓰자, 미드 라인 쓰면 되겠다. 뭐야, 올라.
상남자. 테토. 테토.
둘다 프리했어.
아니, 뭐다. 끝내자.
에리스 고치 있어? 끝내면 되겠다.
나이스. 고링.
You can try to run, but me, I run this place. That girl with a gun, coming through. Surprise! Boom! Let's play. I know I'll be okay if I hold you. I'm not letting go. I'm open up this feeling inside me.
going up, up, up. It's our moment. You know, together we're growing. Gonna be broden. Oh, up, up, up with our Giga chance. They're gonna make it to playoffs. Gonna be broden. Whoa, game 3 was a banger, and it's bringing us to a game 4 in our first best of 5 of the LCK Play-Ins. The bros are back, and it didn't all have to do with just an Olaf pick, right? Right, guys?
Never doubted them for a second. My 3-0 dies with thunderous applause because we have a best of 5 on our hands, which I can't believe. So we're leaning into it.
That was insane. Poke pick from, I don't know, it's just like we didn't expect Olaf to come in, but that changed the whole sequence. And Brion finally got the win against Nongshim here.
Not just any Nongshim, Legend Team Nong.
Oh,
that
yeah.
Everyone keeps reminding us the Legend group was better. They make no mistakes. They're just a superior team, unless you run into an Olaf at 2 minutes and test to see how good the Legend power-up was.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. We saw the Olaf pick. We were kind of questioning. One of the things with Olaf that's really funny is that there's one thing he wants to do above everything else in the video game, and that is fight people to the death. So the moment you lose this rep of, when he shows up, just leave.
Yeah, the first, you can't really win the smite fight against Olaf.
Yes, with his E and his Q, you can't do it.
I think it's impossible. And after that, you should just leave. But why you are going in against Olaf? It's just perfect situation for Olaf in the early game. This is what he wanted, but it was Nongshim who set it up for this situation, and this was just horrible. You lose the flash on Elise as well. You're gonna lose another flash on Caitlyn again. So what's the point?
And it's kind of both. So going in there, right, because Zinzo started on a bot side red invade. Him dying there is bad, but it's not the end of the world. The real issue is that Lahens, as well as Jiu, joined that fight. And that is what actually lost the game. Because Olaf getting a kill there is obviously big. It really furthers the game plan. It really plays into the Olaf win condition. But that by itself isn't enough. But because you're at least Caitlyn, I understand the idea to want to try and go for early fights. But it's got to be cleaner.
Yeah, and again, the lead did not balloon here. It started to hold together for a little while, and as a bro fan, you're getting nervous. This is some anti-bro synergy here with the wall, but it all works out.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's fine. You kind of countered with your Talia wall, so the Sion ultimate cannot hit. And I really like the position here because they actually push Ari out of the fight, and also they just grouped as a team. They can't really do anything if you are Nongshim here. You're not just grouped, and you don't really set it up for the walk up. So if you are Nongshim here, you should expect them to come in, because you know what? They have Olaf, they have Talia, and they have Sivir and Rel who really wants to join the fight. So they didn't expect Bro to come in, but guess what happens here?
Yeah, and I don't want to put the full blame on a specific pick. I think this was really gameplay related. Like, even the Lahens Elise, that pick needs to win. And you can't really ever relent. So the moment that bot lane situation happens is obviously really rough. But we're also on the precipice here of, I think if we go to game 5, I think Bro actually are in such a good position. Because again, we need to reiterate, the position that Nongshim was in game 1 and 2, it felt like they were completely unbothered by the beating that they received in Legend Group. And I still, my guess is that they pull it back, but if they don't, oh my. What a start to Play-Ins.
I mean, I think it keeps continue in the highlight 3 as well, because the issue with the Nongshim is that they never stop bleeding. I think at some point, if you're behind in game, you should stop bleeding and think about what's the option for the late game. But since they're actually behind in early game, Nongshim is just straight up running down, I would say, because they never come back after they make some mistakes in the early game. So this is what happens next. They just start the Atakan. The positioning is not there. Lahens is in the enemy jungle while the team is dead. So it's everything with this pick is not working out for Nongshim. Remember what have done in the game 1 and game 2? They had the proper setup with the composition as well. So I wonder if they are really trying out some new options, or are they actually trying their best with their picks?
And I want to again reiterate, the biggest difference is that the moment that Paulo and Croco can just keep going in, Bro looks completely different, right? When those two are actually able to play that game, I think that you can see what a difference it makes. And it makes sense given the history of Kroko as a player. It was always over-aggression that was his issue, not under-aggression. If they can kind of find that middle ground in a game 4, could all of a sudden be going to Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, and to be fair, Palu did have a couple of engages when no one was following and ended up dying, which is something that happens with Palu. However, the Bros get themselves a much-needed win. Nongshim now have to respond after a loss. That's something that they haven't been able to do so well. So let's see how they do that in game number 4.
Thank you so much, Rumi. I believe it is Rumi. I just watched that a couple of days ago for that wonderful performance. And we're getting ready for game number 4. We actually do have a series on our hands. And this one kind of came out of nowhere, as we have all been talking about. Nongshim, I'm sure they went back and they're like, wow, we should have not made that huge mistake and then doubled down and then tripled down. Let's not do that in game 4. And I hope it helps them. Otherwise, they might be coming to a little bit of bromentum.
Yeah, I mean, you have blue side now. We're getting deep into the series. I think the game could have looked completely different if they just played the 2v2 and let the red buff go, but, they didn't. So there were a lot of other issues, obviously, but they continued to snowball themselves down the hill. Like, they were in the snowball rolling down the hill, and their head kept bumping into things, and it was bad. Let's go into a game 4 draft, where maybe they could change that. The draft itself had holes, but it wasn't the worst. And you and I have been talking about this in every break. We're like,
Morik.
See Yorick coming.
Yeah.
Not maybe for the rest of the series.
How far do they want to go on the Morgan bans? Because you don't have to stop at Yorick. The question is, what else does he have in his arsenal that you really feel scared of? So they're just going to ban the Poppy here instead.
Yeah, it's like, I think Yorick is enough, is probably what they've decided.
Yeah.
As the closer, Akali will also be banned. Maybe they're looking for a potential Yone first pick here, because that's otherwise been their go-to. Well, so many picks gone now, including the Talia. It can be a little bit tricky. Maybe they're just looking for a first pick Yone, and maybe they'll pair it with something like Sejuani. As the Azir continues to be banned, Yunara continues to be banned. I think Yunara has to be banned for the rest of the series because of the Wukong. She wasn't nerfed really on this patch, except that some of her bugs that were causing her to do too much damage were taken out. But she's still incredibly powerful. That Yone I mentioned is where they go. Just draft adaptation here from Nongshim. And now, do you find a way to get a Sejuani angle to take it away? Because the pool is thinned out enough to where it's kind of a stronger jungle pick right now that you could pair with other things.
Go like Jack Sejuani. I mean, it feels like there should be other stuff that's higher tier.
Yeah.
But
like Maokai is still an option here, and they're going to do that. So that's a great answer into the Yone, and they'll grab Ziggs, which is technically a flex pick, but I think likely going to the bottom lane in this situation. As with no Orianna, we're still looking at a potential Nocturne pick. Can be very good into Maokai, as you could just spell shield his Nature's Grasp and walk through it, and then give your team a path.
You can do that. You could try to close the gap on a Ziggs. If you still have your spell shield, you can't satchel away, and it can make his life pretty difficult, especially from ahead. And it just feels like a pretty high tier for what's left as well.
Yeah.
So I like the pick here for Gideon.
A lot of side lane power that something like a Lee Sin, which is also a viable option here, that wouldn't give you. And the Sejuani wouldn't give you. As Jace. I haven't seen this pick in a while.
What's that, champ? Last time I saw this was Arcane.
Well, last time we saw Jace, we were talking about how Morgan was avoiding playing it, and it was a big problem for Bro in round 1. That was the highest tier top lane pick. It was banned in every game. And when left open, Morgan couldn't play it, but he's been playing into it. So Tristana mid, Ziggs bottom lane is likely the lane setup here. That's what I would expect, but we will see.
Yeah. Keeping it flexible, technically, as both these champs can go mid and bottom, but...
Could see a lot of passionate Bro fans really
some reaction
pressure. Yeah.
Oh, I was just talking about the Mel bottom lane from CL. Challenger League player played it. It was Slayer from Hummel, or was it Hummel?
Slayer, yeah, Hanwha, I believe now. I can check that. As he was a Kwangdong player originally, if I'm not mistaken. I commentated him back in Kespa Cup.
I have it right here. Let me just double check.
Yeah, DN Freaks. I say Kwangdong, but...
So it was. It was alongside of Quantum.
So, I mean, they need magic damage. At least that's the game plan here with Bro's ban. Also works really well with Jace poke. So, Bard also taken away. There's so many different types of lanes that Jiu can play here. And I think one of the safest ones is to go for something really deep in scaling, like Azeri. If you go for Smolder, though, like which is a Jibu favorite, you lose lane really hard to either of these champions in the bottom lane, so that's not really a strong option. As Jax will be the follow-up here, which I think is a great option into the Jace and with the Maokai that you have set up so easily.
Yeah. Seemed a little stressed about
Are
that.
we just playing
Victor Bomb?
bottom lane?
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that. And when I say that, I actually do know, and I don't like it. I just don't think it's a good idea.
I don't
a lot
like
of
that they really
damage.
need AP.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if Gio can play this, but, you know, you can match range with range and just say, we're going to play AP as well.
All right. The Victor Blitzcrank bottom lane.
Yeah, that. I don't know about that, but, you know.
Take Lehenz's cooking gloves away. This composition, to call it a composition, I feel like would be an insult to compositions of League of Legends, but it is interesting for sure. As here's the Rakan pick, and I think that might mean that like we're actually going to see the Tristana go into the bottom lane and the Ziggs mid. As you know, it's a risky pick, but it's so easy to like in the 2v2 into Blitzcrank, but it's so easy to follow up on Maokai's engage and set up the Jax for success here. And you can actually get pulled, but even if you do, you can get out their grand entrance. I say that, it ends up being the Ziggs in the bottom lane. Kind of a funky matchup we have here. We're bringing back the awesome dudes in this one as we're kind of locked up on scaling 80 carries. And, you know, even with all the engage gone, they're like, I'm not playing Zeri here. Not doing that. Like, Ruler is like, that's the freest Zeri angle I've ever seen. They're like, nah.
Maybe in playoffs.
Awesome dudes.
Maybe in playoffs. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's happening at Challenger League. It's happening here in the mostly Rise play-ins outside of Nongshim.
For those of you guys who don't know, Jiu is the Korean name for Ash in Pokemon, like the Korean version of Pokemon. So
yeah.
That's why that Pikachu was there, said, do it for me, Jiu. A wide Pikachu. All right, this is going to be a fun game. This is what Fearless was supposed to be for Valdez, right? Yes. Victor bot lane.
That's why play-ins is so much fun, and you guys should watch more of it this week. Game 4 starts now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Alrighty, game number 4. Didn't expect to have this after games 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But we've seen crazier things happen. This has happened where a team just is very flat at first, and then all of a sudden they finally begin to play the game, and it becomes very even, and they get a couple of wins, and all of a sudden, and you know, the first couple of games don't matter anymore.
It's interesting that we have, you know, Awesome Dude versus Awesome Dude, like 2 AP bottom laners with teleport in this game, because it makes the matchup feel a little bit more even and fairer, as you know, the way these AP champs are designed to interact with each other is very viable in another lane as well, right? But what's interesting about it is that, like, and I mean the mid lane, what's interesting about it is they both have supports now that interact with each other in very different ways. Like, you could use the Blitzcrank hook into the knockup to set up the gravity well to actually get a stun and kill someone, because that's kind of a weird new combo that people have never really thought about. Well, not really never thought about, but like we haven't really seen in pro play. And then you have this mid matchup here, which is a very common AD matchup between the Yone and Tristana. And if you turn the clock back to last year, like we saw this all the time, actually.
Yeah.
As Lehen's at level 1, he's gonna skill the punch.
Okay. I mean, it's level 1. He's gonna potion up. He's just trying to put on some pressure, just trying to be annoying.
The Ziggs in bottom lane is quite common. Like, this is a very normal AP champion to see in the bottom lane. We've seen a few games of Victor here in the LCK. We might get the stat of it. I think it was Ophelia who played it for Gen G that one time. Will probably be the person who comes in and shows up on that stat, if I'm remembering correctly. Because he subbed in for Gen G and was like, I'm playing Victor bottom.
Ooh, nice sidestep from Jiu.
That was really clean. Might have been he played Syndra, actually. I know there was a time where we had Syndra in the bottom lane sometimes.
Yeah.
I think it was Victor, though, that he played. We'll see if the stat team...
Or Cassiopeia. It's another one we had from time to time.
Ophelia, I got it!
Ophelia!
Yeah, I remember that game. It was super weird. It did not work at all. He got completely crushed.
Just Teddy. Yeah.
Yeah, I just have that game etched into my brain.
That was the day Wolf lost all hope about awesome dudes.
Yeah, I really like it, but
outside of 6.
The thing about some of these picks, like if you go for Syndra bottom, which was niche, we saw that in like LCS for a while. When you get out of the bottom 2v2, you can have lane pressure against the enemy AD carry, or awesome dude, but normally AD carry with your scatter and your combo. You can clear waves pretty well. But Victor, same kind of idea. You're not going to be looking to kill a Ziggs in the 1v1 in the mid lane probably, but you can just constantly clear waves and can function as a wave clear and I'm joining team fight in the mid lane after you get out of lane, so you don't hurt the side lanes, but also you can side lane because you're Victor and you can push waves and you have a lot of different options. This is a tough matchup to play out. Morgan is going to get a nice trade back at least, but he's got a massive wave here he needs to catch.
Took a lot of damage from the minions. But he's got Dawn Shield, he's got cookies. I think he's actually fine. Goes in for a nice trade there on top of the last one.
Yeah, after the Shock Blast and Acceleration Gate were used and it just completely went wide, he seized that opportunity. And will stabilize for what looked like a very, very tough situation. This is not fun for the Yone early. Unless he can get in there and get a good trade, it's very difficult because you're just simply outranged. You can see the CS here is not favoring the Yone as the Tristana just kind of harasses him and annoys him. It gets easier once you get a few items, but otherwise you're just sitting on your Doran shield.
Yeah, taking a beating, but not much that he can do. Just kind of sitting there.
You have to be really calculated with how you want to use your Q3s. Like you can see Calix there was like, just gonna go back with that one.
Found a cool little angle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like went up, went backwards. Kingan's having a fun time just farming it out on the Jace. It's been a little while since we've seen the Jace, as we talked about before. It's funny that how we get deeper and deeper into Fearless, we just go back and back in different metas.
Yeah.
We're just like, oh yeah, this was meta back in the day. Like we can play this probably. It's not as strong now, but funnily enough, when the champion kits are the same and they only received like a small nerf and kind of fell out of the meta because of that, they're still pretty good. They're just not tier 1.
Yeah, it's not a bad. Like each individual part isn't bad, and sometimes we get into Fearless, but how they work together.
Yeah. How about this comp, Wolf?
It's like
Nongshim comp. How does this one work?
Well, it's like you built a clock with cogs from like 7 different other clocks. And so like
it's a lot of clocks.
As long as the cogs can fit together, it'll run. But it is certainly not working as intended because like Victor never really gets to play with Yone unless Yone is in the top lane, right? But now you have this comp where you have Yone engaged for a Victor, so the fact that your support is Blitzcrank and more binary because he's based on whether his hook hits or not, you kind of have a little bit of extra engaged tools. You still have poke in this draft because you have the Jace and you can clean up with the Victor. there's just not a lot of stability in it. Like, what's the Nocturne setting up for? You know, where's the Nocturne combo? You can get in the back line, you can kill that Ziggs, you can try to spell shield through the Maokai ult like we were talking about. But when they pick the Nocturne, I don't think they were really thinking this far ahead as to how the composition was going to look. Otherwise, they probably would have picked something else.
Yeah.
Like a Sejuani.
It does kind of feel like that. Yeah, the Sejuani, I think, would have made this a lot better. You have great setup for the pick. You've got setup for your your 1.5 melee champs, right? You've got a front line, an actual front line. I think you're on the money there with that one, Wolf, as well. He's going to go in as the first blood will go to the Jax, though, as in comes Lehens trying to help out, but now a TP from Paulo as well, and now Lehens is all by himself. And a bunch of damage goes to this Blitzcrank. They don't quite have enough to take him out. The pull goes down on a Kroko, but he is Maokai. It's now follow-up here potentially, but not going to stick around.
I don't know what to say about this one. Kingen has no TP, obviously, so he's taking a long time to get back. They're trying to hold this wave, but they're losing a lot of time and health as they do so. Like, look at what Gideon's doing. He's losing his jungle to Kroko while he's trying to help a Blitzcrank hold a wave so the Jays can get back. And then, like, if we I guess nobody died, so... no, Kingen did die. Yeah. My brain broke from that. Like, Kingen missed his shockwave, and the only thing, like, he missed his shockwave so badly that my brain was like, it's a bait. Like, watch his shockwave. It's a bait, sure.
Yeah, it's a bait.
And I'm like, okay, it's a bait. Like, sure, Gideon's coming. They have the TP for Lehens. Unfortunately, you're still a low-health Jace. They're going to get you. And then this Nature's Grasp keeps Lehens away and buys enough time for Paulo to TP in. And this fight extends so long with Lehens and Gideon trying to buy time, and eventually Kroko's just like, well, I'm going to take your jungle, and I forgot Kingen died in the first place.
Yeah.
And, yeah, he died trying to set that up, I guess. Big win for Bro, though.
Baited him. Well, this time Gideon says, I would like to take 3 grubs. He's going to get the 3 grubs. And maybe that helps them. You know, they've got a Jace, they've got a Yone, even a Victor, potentially.
It's so wild that this game, it's still obviously very close. We're only 9 minutes in, it's only 1 kill over to Bro. It's like 500, 600 gold in the difference. But this game could be decided by, like, a rogue Blitzcrank hook on a prio target. And, like, that's it, bro. See you in the lower bracket. You know, that could actually happen in such a high-stakes match because of the wonkiness of this draft.
Maybe that's why they picked up Blitzcrank. They're like, I don't know what this is. We just kind of threw a bunch of good champs together.
Lehens does...
Let's get Blitzcrank.
Lehens does have a tendency, doesn't need to go for a little bit of the single target, got him champs.
Yeah. Maybe he thought the Maokai was on his team.
Yeah, that was a combo he pioneered.
Yeah.
But Blitzcrank Maokai, or Maokai Blitzcrank.
Man, Sejuani would have been so...
Sejuani is like...
It would have been so good.
Like,
flash in from Paulo. Kingen's in a bit of trouble, but he's just going to flash away. Gideon's here. And now we got the supports, or rather one of the support going to come in as Lehens is, well, spotted. So nothing really amounts from that.
The thing is, I've loved all of the Bro drafts thus far, as Kroko might not be done here. I think he should be.
Yeah, I think he's done.
Yeah,
Yes, you're
Kroko's
done.
like,
You're
we're
done.
done when I
back.
say we're done.
Go back to the jungle. We're not done. Okay. In goes Lehens. That Shock Blast actually going to hit. There's the knock up into the hook. The small silence. And in goes the Nocturne. And the pick potential of this comp.
There you go.
There.
All right. All you had to do is hit a knock up into a Q, pull that target back, and the Nocturne gets on. You got to recon. And his summoners. Even though he almost actually pulled Gideon into his death, so Gideon had to flash. But I guess that's how it works. That's how the comp works. Lehens solved it for us. And so we'll watch it again. A big group up here for Nongshim, obviously. And as you and I kind of suggested, maybe they should have been done. And, you know, it looks like maybe a little bit of baiting here by the jungler on the Bro side. Sticking around, Kroko's like, I'm not done. And they hung around and didn't leave the turret, and then Lehens got him. So, the Blitzcrank, so far, 100% KP.
Yes.
We're cranking it up a notch, you could say, in this early game for Lehens.
You could say that.
So he blitzed him on that one.
You definitely could say that.
Yeah.
League of Legends Blitz.
I wouldn't say that. You could say that, though, as you'd say. I don't know about. Well, this was a good try, though.
Yeah.
We are going to now look for a potential pick on the Hype without Paranoia. He has Flash, ult for clearing the wave, and also his satchel, so I think probably no, probably not.
Yeah. Probably back off of that one.
Yeah, no, they agree.
Should take our advice this time. And they say, yeah, you're right. There's the hook. Morgan is still Jax, but not going to avoid the damage from the Victor.
If you think about it, I'm like, the crazy thing about this comp is outside of the Maokai, I'm like, he's still, every champion has mobility. Ziggs still got Satchel, still got Rocket Jump, still Recon, still Jax, but he's getting the hooks now. He's getting those tools. And they're starting to snowball this game a little bit. Not going to backfire here, this recall placement, surely.
No.
Oh! Totally fine.
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh, no.
Oh, nearly got him.
Yeah. Level 10 Calyx over level 9 Closer, who's about to be level 10. So not really the biggest deal here.
I am constantly told by the coach interviews that we have, as Hype is going to be Ziggs here for a minute, get a bunch of plate gold. And Kingen actually, because of Paulo is here, he needs to be very careful, but we'll clear the wave. We're constantly told and reassured, Valdez, that every team scrims deep Fearless drafting. Like, that's what I've been told. But every time since Fearless has been introduced here in Korea, I haven't seen any evidence of that. As here we go.
All right, they're pretty deep in the jungle. This Maokai might be in some trouble as 3-on-1. Not going to be good, but he does buy a lot of time. In comes Palu trying to secure the situation. The Ziggs bomb over the top, and it's actually Noshim running away. Kingen isolated on the top side. Meanwhile, Jiu's just, you know, casually pushing the top lane.
Yeah, side laning, top lane, bottom lane, Victor. As
he's got 3 grubs.
He does, and he is getting work done. He's getting a lot of gold. He's scaling. +1 plate.
The Victor?
Got 20 seconds left on that. He's going to get that plate. We're going to TP Yone.
Is he okay?
I don't... Yeah, I think so.
It's 1v3. He's going to go unbound, but he's stunned under the turret, and the damage onto a stunned target from a Ziggs is going to be incredible. Here comes Gideon, but it's just satchel down, as they didn't expect the Ziggs to satchel the turret, but now the hook comes in, and actually it's the Maokai who goes down, Krako, and a very strange kind of secure there on the turret.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to my earlier point, and it's not actually a point to try to trash LCK teams' prep for best of 5s, but you can see a very clear difference in how methodical practice compositions look, and then watching stuff like this, where it's totally freestyle. Everyone has a certain level of mastery of the champ they're playing. I'd say probably the least of the which would be the Victor, obviously played by Jiu in this game, because that's something that you've definitely played, obviously, but you don't practice that much. Everything else is like, everyone plays Yone, everyone plays Nocturne, etc. It's just this comp where you're like, hold on, we got a defend turret with a Yone and a Blitzcrank, and Nocturne's coming over, but he doesn't have ult because we used it in the last fight, and then the League of Legends just gets a little bit weird. Like, Korea is known and has always been known as a region that masters compositions, knows the top tier, and is really, really good with said mastery of small amounts of compositions and champions. When you mix it up like this, it gets to be a little Rise group in here, and that favors Bros. They're going to have a TP flank.
TP flank is good. The hook here onto Krako is not going to be great. He gets low, but that's not the best target. In goes Gideon. He's all alone in that backline. He's still doing quite a number, but I think eventually he just dies, though he will take out Hype with them, and takes a while to go down. As meanwhile, they were able to take down the Ziggs, and it's just a 1-for-1.
All right, bud.
A little 1-for-1.
Herald is up. Alex wants more than Herald.
Palu gonna be caught out, but celestially opposed, but not to the shock blast. Takes it to the face.
After so many misses, after so many baiting shock blasts, he didn't bait anyone there. He knew exactly where that was gonna land, knew exactly where that Recon was headed, was able to predict it and blast him off the rift.
All right,
now,
round 2, Electric Boogaloo. They didn't quite have any smite, obviously.
on Lehens.
Lehens wants it. Lehens absolutely wants it. Kian's going in. He's going to have to flash away. Didn't even have to go in. You could just let it go. But no, they won't. They're continuing to go on this fight as now Lehens is going to be isolated.
Gideon picks it up.
Does flash away. Yeah, Gideon just kind of swoops in. Gets it at the very last moment. He's very healthy here. As the max range. Hook is going to come in from Lehens.
Where's the damage?
Morgan so low, just walks it off.
I mean, both Gio and Calix is up on the top side pushing to try to get that turret at the same time so they can't actually kill the Jax. The Redemption Snipe is going to miss. Good read by Calix there. The turret is saved, so they didn't even get the turret. They could have gotten the free Jax instead, but Morgan's still going to maintain his perfect KDA in this game. And then the Victor that's a bot laner is going to TP mid, because it's the time where bot laner is supposed to be mid. He's been in the top lane for most of this game, as this fight is just incredibly scrappy. Obviously, the Nocturne using the ult into the backline onto the Ziggs is what he wants to do in almost every scenario. The problem is his team can't follow up, so he isolates himself. Yeah. So Jax over there, and it's a weird comp, and then charging the Q3 here just to set up Morgan with the ult. Morgan's perspective. Got him. But then...
Kingans.
Oh, sorry, Kingans, yes.
Yeah.
But
also
then,
a top laner.
but then, like, this fight gets super messy, and you can see Kingen and Gio are like, oh, we got so much damage here, they're low. We got to kill this Tristana, though, because if the Tristana lives, she cleans up the whole fight and gets resets. We're not done.
Yeah, another hook here, Palu. It's weird that Palu's the guy that keeps getting hooked. He's the one playing the Rakan.
Yeah, this is... I mean, I guess they just keep catching him in weird situations like this where there's no peel, there's no follow-up, and he's just trying to clear vision. And now it's just going to be a free Herald drop because it was secured the eye. They're going to grab Herald and use it to also now look to secure this Dragon as...
We're going mid.
Yep, going to grab another charge in that mid-outer. As I just don't think there's any stopping this Dragon.
He went for the outer route. Does this still hit?
Yep.
Oh, yep. Gonna pull it off. Just barely. Nice corner taking, but that was very good.
That was very clean.
Not his first time.
No, certainly not. The build for the Victor, by the way, going for Luden's Companion first is going to add a little bit of extra oomph and burst to this as he just gets caught on the retreat there.
Yeah, that could have been anyone.
Yeah, legit.
He's just trying to ward. He's just trying to like get something down, but it's good warding and good setup from Lehens.
Palu does have teleport now on this Rakan. Looks like he was looking for a back there. And I think he will complete it. He'll probably look for his tier 2 boots right now. And some tenacity that would be much welcomed, I think, with the state of what's been happening to him in this game. So, what is the state of the game here? 300 gold the lead for Bro. The Tristana is scary. Like, before I watch these fights, I think even if you kill hype in these fights, Tristana is becoming such a menace that in scrappy fights where it's just not clean and health bars go to half for everyone, that's exactly where Closer wants to be, man. He wants to get just one kill, one reset, and just rocket jump through the team fight and clean everything up. And if hype just gets a rotation of spells and an ult off, that might be enough to get everybody low. And then if you're Yone and the Nocturne ult is down, it's hard to lock down that Tristana, actually. She can play very safe, and as we get more and more levels online for Closer, it becomes a bigger and bigger threat. I kind of like the game state here for Bro, but again, it's really hard to quantify the game state right now. Kind of a wild one. We're tied on Drakes. Neither team got the double dragon. It's Chemtech Soul, so who knows how many dragons we even really care about for the rest of this game. I think Chemtech Soul favors Bro's composition quite heavily, but it's still decent for Nongshim.
I feel like in such a weird game like this, tempo vibes favor Nongshim, actually, because they have Blitzcrank. Purely, that's it. I'm like, everybody's kind of in a weird spot. All the fights are all over the place, and what? Is he shiny?
Because he's kind of like a shiny robot. Like look at his head, man. It's got like a shine mark on it right there on the champion portrait. You ever notice that?
He is very shiny.
Yeah.
Yes. Well polished, you know?
Because I think what you're describing doesn't sound like a tempo vibe to me. It sounds like a late game pick into WinCon.
Oh.
Atlas should be very upset. Because tempo vibes
when
is
you're
just
talking
like,
about tempo
cool.
vibes,
it's cool. Like Blitzcrank's cool, and it's
not
very
supposed to actually talk about stuff in the game, Wolf.
Yeah, but I thought that's what you meant.
Uh-oh. Just trying to clear some vision, and there you go. The tempo vibes coming on in, and Lehens is able to get yet another one, and everybody's joining in here. He can't avoid everything. As finally Calix is the cherry on top. Are we?
You know what?
Are we already crying? We're getting ready for Otacon.
I take it back. Maybe they do practice this calm. Are you seeing the lineups I'm seeing? Are you seeing that shock blast going over the wall? Are you seeing this? The Yone ult over the wall? Palu.
Okay.
You seeing that?
Flash? I saw it.
Flash.
Unfortunately, I did. Uh-oh. Hook gonna come in. It's again onto the Maokai, and Lahens is like, oh god, I'm running away.
It's a huge ult.
Everybody gonna get caught up by that. Actually, every single person. Closer. He wants the resets. He might just get it on the T.U, but the plant.
Oh, Valdez, I don't think he would have died, but it looks like it was about to be.
I don't think he would have died.
Valdez on hate watch.
I was ready to be angry, but then I saw the damage and I was like, oh.
That kind of fight right there is exactly what I was talking about, where I think it favors Bro, but maybe they don't hook the Maokai, and then everybody's like lined up perfectly to get hit by it, as we're just going to start Otacon now off the reset here. No vision for Nongshim. I think they're starting to realize this could be a possibility. Gio susses it out.
Yeah, ETP's in here, and Gideon's just getting health on the Raptors. This might just be a flip, actually. The damage is coming on in. Palu's getting pretty low. Lahens is over the wall. Getting in on the King and gonna zone him a little bit, but now the Paranoia's up, and they might just be able to burst this one. Calyx not able to do it. It goes over to the mouth guy. Krako with the good smite. And now the damage is coming in. Super low health bars here on the side of Nongshim. And the Tristana and Ziggs are getting massive value alongside of Morgan on this Jax. Just hopping onto everyone. It's a big team fight win for Bro.
I think Bro fans are probably holding their breath on that Otacon call, and probably holding their breath right there as well, as another almost Maokai hook does connect. But the risk pays off, Valdez. And the satchel from Hype that interrupts the setup there for Calyx is such a huge moment in that fight, that Tristana now completely online. And Bro, take a 2.3k gold lead, take the Otacon, go back to here, and almost rather not. But this is the Palu attempted engage, and then Lahens is like, I'm fishing for trees. Gets this, but then this perfectly allows Nature's Grasp to isolate them, and then this is the scary one. This is the scary moment where like the Tristana is like, I'm ready to play the game, and they're like, woo, I'm flashing out of here.
Yeah.
Like, he's so close to getting a kill here onto Gio. If he could set up that charge earlier and ult after, he probably does. And then the Yone unable to impact the play. Watch Calyx here. Well, something was happening alive.
Yeah.
Satchel messes him up, and he just cannot look for the ult the way he wants to, and the whole team is waiting for that moment for the follow-up, the big Yone ult that just never comes through. He's just ruined by the Satchel.
Yeah. The Satchel generally used to get away, to escape, but if the Paranoia is used and the Nocturne doesn't go in, I mean, you're not really at any threat unless Calyx gets the perfect angle, but guess who he had his eye on? It was Calyx.
And it's these moments for Hype in these really big objective team fights, like the one that he took on the Jhin to get him to this series, that could really respect. Like, he may make errors in 2v2, he may make errors in the mid lane when he's trying to farm, but in big team fights, he has come up large, and that's what he was famous for. Late game team fights. We're 25 minutes into this game. He's not playing Zeri, he's not playing Varus, he's on Ziggs, but he saved that last fight, got Bro and Otacon, and now they are 2,000 gold ahead and trying to turn this Ziggs advantage into a larger one. Tristana plus Ziggs, by the way, for killing turrets. It's a match made in heaven.
It's beautiful. We used to see it all the time. And look at this with the Maokai setup as well. And the boom boom damage over the top from Hype is disgusting. That's going to be 3 kills just like that. Bro are running the Rift now.
Starting to feel like we're going to 5. As Kingan's got some additional time here in the side lane, we'll be able to trade this for an inner at least, but they may just simply lose the Baron. No one to stop them here, no Paranoia. Gideon alone doesn't even have Smite. And that's just going to be another big Bro objective. Is Morgan even looking for a potential catch onto Kingan, who actually stops here before going into the Tri-Brush, which is wise. And that's a Baron. That's more gold. It's doubled. Now up to almost 5,000. IE picked up for the Tristana, and to me, Tristana at this point with IE, with this comp and the game state, that is checkmate. That is the end of the game. The engage here from Palu, phenomenal. They just have so much damage, and resets for Tristana means Closer is just going to have a highlight reel after this one. Feels good.
Yeah. Imagine playing Victor there and you're like trying to avoid the Nature's Grasp and then you just get ulted by Rakan and die immediately. Like, that's supposed to be the long-range poke that matches the Ziggs. Instead, it just dies and does nothing. You don't have a real front line.
Needed.
Okay. Yeah, no, he's fine. He's got the whole team there. Kingen is on a mission in this game.
I mean, Kingen, since the last series of Legend Group, has just been like, you know what? I'm just not going to be with those guys. I'm just going to keep pushing.
Free grubs?
And, like, he just got double inner by just not grouping as this team, which has, with this Victor, pretty good wave clear. Feels okay. It's complete glass cannon Victor build that he's gone for with the Companion into the Horizon focus, and now is just going straight into Death Cap. So he does a ton of damage and is about to be massive in team fights. If he can survive long enough to use that damage, because what kind of is happening in a lot of these team fights is two Rams crashing their heads together, and then the Maokai ultimate seems to be a little bit later and a little bit more impactful, and then Tristan is just like, I don't care, I kill whoever's near me. Your late game Victor scaling is not going to matter.
They have zero answer for Tristana.
Exactly, and
it's either they land a hook and hope it doesn't get buffered, or
Morgan on the flank.
I don't know. Here we go again. Morgan is on the flank. He's pretty far ahead, but guess who's very far ahead of his team? It's Ju. He's going to be isolated, taken out. So is Lens. And just like that, I mean, all you got to do is press one R button on Maokai and you're winning.
This is when the dread really sets in for Nongshim fans as well. Like, how is it possible
they're remembering
after 2 games of insane leads to toss it away, play Victor bot lane, and just get totally destroyed here? And what will be our 4th game going to Bro.
Who had the 3-2 Bro pred? Someone had that. Maybe it was on the Korean side.
I think it was a Korean pred.
It was like Cloud Templar. Somebody had it, I'm pretty sure. It's looking real nice right now, I'll tell you that. Maybe the comp looks better in Game 5, we'll have to wait and see. Well, this is one way to get the Tristana. Will it matter, though? I'm not sure. The wallets are pretty heavy here on the side of Bro, and in fact, they are just able to play front to back. Morgan, they have so many other carries, and they'll get the job done for sure. Calyx gonna go down, and so will the Nexus. As Morgan, all he's got to do is ignore the Victor. Instead, he's going to look for the kill onto the Victor. Takes it down. 8-1 and 8 on the Jax. And Bro stomped Nongshim in Game 4.
And Pony and Atlas, there were 2 3-2 Bro Predators. They are both feeling great about the Bromentum right now. Silver Scrapes says, put on Silver Scrapes. And perhaps the cautionary tale of Ophelia's Victor should have been heeded by Chiu and Nongshim, who opted into this Jaxione comp, Jacione comp, where they felt like they needed some scaling AP damage, but the Victor was a liability and a target. A champ that we theorized how could maybe follow up on a Blitzcrank hook, but it wasn't that great. Did 18,000 damage in the game, but there were just so many scrappy fights Bro were able to win. That Otacon fight really being the defining one. You could see on the gold graph where it really shoots up and spikes. That satchel messing Calyx's engage up, and from then on, Nongshim just didn't have any ends.
Yeah, I don't think the damage graph. This is like one of the damage graphs that really tells you not much at all about the way the game was going, but it still ends up being a victory for Bro. And show the strength of Rise. Not the champ, the group. Rise group coming in and forcing Silver Scrapes. Okay, man, Breon. Gonna make it possible, and we'll take a break. Enjoy the Silver Scrapes.
타면 잡아요. 타워 먼저 해봐. 타워 먼저 해봐. 타워 먼저.
봐도 돼.
타워 먼저. 잘 잡았고.
나 사진 막아놨어. 이제 한타만 보자 이거.
앞에 거 때려. 앞에 거.
빅토르 나왔고. 나 있어요.
빅토르 내가 할게. 나 봐줄래. 은혜.
높아요.
됐어.
얘들아 옷가 갈수 있다니까.
is unbelievable, but we are at game 5 between Nongshim and the Bros. I'm gonna be so real. I thought that game 4 was gonna be game 3 was gonna be a standalone. But now I actually think that Bro have the momentum in this series. The Bromentum is there.
Like seriously, what's happening in the draft? You know, we are witnessing the Victor bot lane against Ziggs, and this is not even a good matchup for Victor.
There are so many issues here. So it starts off with the Yone, which I actually get because you know that closer's going to be yelling for Yone.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
I get that. But there's a reason why blinding Yone you can't really do. Then the response from Bro is amazing because they take away the Maokai, which is one of the big combos. Yone Nocturne did not work, and we didn't really expect it to work, but it was kind of rough. Then the Tristana counter pick comes in, which Tristana Maokai is obviously insanely strong. And then Jax cooks the entire top side.
So yeah, their 1-2 is just clean counter against Yone, because when you normally pick Yone, you want Ziggs on the bot lane, you want Maokai in the jungle, but what if you take both? Then I think Nongshim was kind of optimistic, you know, like with first picking Yone, you didn't expect them to pick Maokai and Ziggs and ended up with the Yone, Nocturne, and Jace topside. That's just disaster.
And the previous game really did feel like, and that's with all due respect to Bro, like, let's be real. There were some very bad decisions made, both I think in draft, high-risk decisions, and then bad decisions made by Nongshim in the early game. This game was just, Bro was better, right? Like, they had a better draft, they played a lot more stable, they played to their win cons really, really well. And we have now gotten to the point where I'm seriously worried for Nongshim because, again, I think this is where, which I thought was kind of, they were beyond the point of being worried about tilting. Oh my! They are on the verge of being knocked down to the lower bracket in play-ins by Bro.
Yeah, maybe game 3 was a Broloft diff, but game 4 was a Tempro vibes diff. Yeah, I cooked that one up too. That was cool.
I mean, you've done some great work today, Deacon.
Okay.
Like, really exceptional. I don't know about that one.
This is why I love you guys. You keep me honest. You keep me honest. Just like the team fights, we're honest here because it felt like both squads were trying to figure out how to fight in these matches with the composition that they had and the composition they were up against.
Yeah, this is the reason why I said Victor is not even good against Ziggs here, because whenever you try to walk into the enemy team, you're gonna get poked by Ziggs, and enemy team has Maokai to disengage as well. So even though you hook them up with the Blitzcrank, you can't really make the play.
Yeah, I'm like, I find it hard as well to think of something that would have actually salvaged the bot lane situation here. I just do know that wasn't this, right? Like that Victor Blitz combination. One of the big things with Blitz is that I think if you are able to hook, you need to be able to threaten an actual kill. And Victor just doesn't really provide that. And it was even with Gio going for an aggressive build. Now, despite all that, the game was still a flip. Because if this fight goes the way of Nongshim, I think that they win the game instead, even with their draft. But Bro actually keep a level head.
And if it's a straight up 5v5 team fight, I think it's really just Brion killing the targets in the team fight. Because, yeah, I mean, you have nothing to deal with their Tristana or Jax jumping in. So basically, it's all about the Brion having a good momentum here.
Yeah, and the margins there were tight. It was a block by Palu on the Rakan. When the lights were off on Tristana, closer would have gotten pulled in. Who knows what would have happened, but a close play there. But here in the mid lane, not as close. It felt like Nongshim weren't ready for this fight, and Bro demolished them.
And it was just a very clean setup. Use the Maokai ultimate to set it up, then follow up with the Rakan. It's, again, and we said this in game number 3, that one was very lopsided, but it's that 1-2 of Palu and Kroko setting up, and then the rest of the team playing around it so well.
Again, I think they're just making it really simple. You know, you have Maokai to set it up, and you have the poke with the Ziggs, so everything is just so simple. I think they know what matters the most is actually the team fight. You know, the macro with the 1-3-1 side lane push is not gonna work because everyone makes mistakes, but especially when it comes to bottom of the legend and the top of the Rise group, I don't think they can be like perfect on the macro. I think the team fight comp is gonna help them so much.
Yeah, Crunny, goes back to your point. Keep it simple. Keep it simple.
And it's not even just like keep it simple, but have a composition that just at any point in the game can contest but doesn't have to. And I think that Nongshim did that pretty well early on, where they have winning lanes, they have a ton of power picks, they have great synergy. But then game 3 and 4 both, their drafts for me don't really hit the mark. Now, there have been a lot of players on this Nongshim team that have obviously a lot of experience, right? We're looking mostly at King and Lance here, that have been in these high-stakes situations. And it's fearless as well, so it's so hard to really judge what the situation is going to be here. But side selection is there for Nongshim.
Yeah, but the champion pool-wise, I think it's all about AD carry for now. Because I think Zeri and Aphelios is one of the valuable option. And they're going to look for the scaling option as well.
Yeah, Nongshim over to the blue side. Again, both bot laners going AP in the last game. Very, very unique stuff here. We're here. Game 5. It is the first round of play-ins, but it doesn't lower the stakes any less. Let's see how this all concludes.
Thank you very much, guys, on the space. We are in the first best of 5 of play-ins. It's basically an entire full month of best of 5s, and we're already at Silver Scrapes. Already happened first day. It's just the way it goes. It happened a lot at MSI, and it's happening a lot here. And we're really going to test now. Do Nongshim have the ability after that draft to turn it around in the game 5 of Fearless? And do Bro just continue with the momentum?
They have so many tools that they have not been able to utilize. One of the things that Nongshim is most famous for is collapsing global comps like Galio, Shen, playing the Galio Camille that we just haven't seen at all. They haven't leaned into that in this best of 5. And despite Nongshim, on paper, I think we all thought they would have the larger champion pools. They played a draft that they kind of trapped themselves into small, like, damage profile issues, engage issues, and even if you can play a bunch of champions, if you weaken what's left available for yourself, sometimes your draft can just collapse, like we saw in that last game. AD carry, I do agree, is the pool that we are most considering to be thinned out. You've got picks like Zeri, Jin, Xayah, and then you have less staple but common picks like Jinx, Smolder, Aphelios that are all available. But so many of the picks are gone. Varus, yeah, that's true. Has been completely ignored in this series.
I am curious about these bans. Do they remain the same here in Game 5? Because I think especially for the blue team, you might want to say, hey, we're going to leave one of these big bans open. So far, the bans are the same. Different order here on the blue side so far, but...
Yeah, I think we're just going Azir here as well for Bro.
The only kind of strange ban that we had was the Sylas, but then they first picked Maokai on red.
Yeah.
So that was like one thing that it seemed like Bro really wanted to make sure they had. Smolder going to be banned, which
and by Nongshim as well.
Akali is available instead. Compared to the Game 4 draft.
Now, obviously, Yunara is another AD carry that was available for this final game, but as we talked about this whole series, just not going to see her. Gone. Considering leaving something up to trade for 2, they'll take away Shen from Lehen, so what about Galio Shen, potential Galio Camille? That's now off the cards. I think that's a really wise ban, because that's what I'd be focusing on if I were Nongshim, as a draft like that, probably. Vi gets picked up here, as the jungle pool has also thinned substantially. That's the other role, really, that starts to run out of options, especially when so many engage supports are gone. You want some sort of jungler that can engage, and Vi is going to fit the bill on this one.
Yeah, and in terms of other junglers that are up and like relatively high tier for what's available, you got like Sejuani, Skarner, stuff that Vi should be good into.
Yeah. All right, Morgan just going for the safe Cassante lock here. It will be blind, of course, but one of the safest blind picks in top lane history. Do we grab a jungle now, or one of the remaining high prio mids? Because even Victor was sniped away into the bottom lane, so no longer available. They're just going to take the Jhin for themselves. And I think this is smart because with an insane frontline like the Cassante and how well Jhin works with Vi compositions, you just don't want them to get their hands on it. As we get to go deep into the echelons of pools here for the counter pick Gnar, which is great into Cassante. It's been a pick as old as Cassante's release date as a counter pick, but and will be the Galio to follow. So it's not going to be Galio Shen, it's not going to be Galio Camille, but it's going to be Galio to follow up on Vi just the same.
Yeah, has a clear identity. You know, I like this a lot better as Cassiopeia comes out. Closer kind of jumps after that. Cassiopeia in the mid lane. Generally only seen it into Rise this season.
Yeah, a pick that does a lot of consistent damage. At relatively low range, obviously the Cassante can help set up the front line for that, and you have the Jhin to follow up, but fairly risky into Vi. Even though you have the Miasma, and the ultimate can be helpful for self-peel. All depends on how those fights break out.
It's definitely a good disengage mid. I guess that's the idea now that we kind of know the composition identity here on the side of Nongshim.
If they're all going into low range with you, you're like, cool, that's kind of where I want to be. And, you know, one of the other champs that is going to do incredibly well in that low range brawl is Kalista, which they have now removed. Zed taken away from Krako. Not sure if he was really interested in picking that one up in this draft. I think they want something a little bit more CC focused. As the Varus that you called out earlier is gone now, the Kalista's gone. Pool thinning out here for Jiu. Doesn't have his Smolder because they banned it away themselves.
Jinx Lulu is up. Lulu not banned this game.
Yeah.
Could be very good for Nongshim.
Maybe they ban Leona and consider it. I mean, even though Leona's not really even good to that, but let's take the engage tools away. Is Tom Kench is going to be some additional safety for this Jhin that they just don't want to give. Jhin Thresh, not really a thing. Well, I suppose we shouldn't really talk about things that are things or not in Fearless in Game 5.
Yeah.
Everything is a thing. Victor 80 carry with no Shattered Crown, like when we saw it from Ophelia, who was a mid laner playing bottom lane in an emergency sub situation. It didn't work.
What's
for him
he
either.
playing? What's
He's
the
laughing.
smile? What's the smile? Okay, we don't know. It's just Leona.
Okay, so is it just Jinx Lulu then, with the pick setup they have and the great defensive tools they can use to protect her? I would say likely yes.
You don't have a lot of other options. You could play Zeri.
It's almost like Krako couldn't decide what he was going to play there. And
WTF,
two Zeris!
WTF!
That's not allowed!
Two Zeris!
WTF!
Tariq!
Tariq!
All right, are we getting a redo on that, or is it actually Tariq?
I think two Zeris make more sense.
All right, it must be a Tariq. And now we got Silas in the jungle. And this worked wonders in its most recent match. And, you know, they've got a Galio, they've got a Gnar.
Well, the Tariq angle is quite interesting in terms of setting up this Zeri for success. It makes a lot of sense, can be used similarly to a Lulu, but obviously isn't going to have the same sort of oomph in lane. We can be good into this Leona, and it's Lens, right? Like, he pulls this one out. I feel like we're going to have it's been 900 plus days on the last one to play. Well, it's Lens, you know?
Yeah.
It's either that or Barrel, right? We know it's one of the two. And then you have otherwise a draft that sets the Zeri up for success. You have an insane front line. I think this is the Nongshim draft, like of the 5 that I go, yeah, I like it start to finish.
All right, this guy's been all over Sign. Saying he's going to win this time. No 0-3s, no. Just get the win. No avoiding, just winning. And they might just do it. I mean, I feel like the comp on the side of Bro is also pretty good. I'm just happy that Nongshim actually have a real comp this time. Would have liked it to be a Lulu, personally, but, you know, let's see how this Tariq goes before we make any choices on that, as we are ready. Game 5, Silver Scrapes right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, Game 5. And just for you guys who might be joining late or you're not sure about the format, the stakes for this one, the winner goes up to the winner bracket, the loser goes down to loser bracket.
Yeah, this is not an elimination match.
Yeah, this is the first day of plans, and it's double elimination in plans. So for any team who wins, if they win a second time in the future of this week, they can move on to playoffs. If you lose here, you only got one more chance.
This is a very forgiving format with the extended year, which makes sense because we have a really long year as well.
LCK support first, 700 games for Lehens.
And what a game to have it on. So catch up with Teddy in total games played.
For a second, I was like, wait, that's not first. But that was amongst all of the players.
That's correct.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's a Tarek game.
Where's the Tarek graphic?
Yeah, it's
Where is it?
I'm sure they're making it. So you think it's Barrel or you think it's Lehens?
I think it's Barrel.
You're like, it's Life. I'm like, no.
No. No, I think it was last year, and I think it was Barrel.
You might be onto something.
That's my official prediction. You got the Aphelios?
Yeah, I'm not.
Ophelia one,
Yeah,
correct?
I'm not.
I really wanted to say Aphelios.
Yeah, Aphelios just ignored in this draft as well, but I'm not confident to say one way or the other on this one. I'm just going to have to wait.
Stunned.
Yeah.
Yes, Tarek does
How
do
dazzling.
that. Yes.
Of Tarek to do that. Zeri actually has a really powerful all-in at level 6. I feel like with Tarek, it's kind of insane as well into this comp. See if that does end up panning out as Fearless BO5s. Like, we haven't seen this matchup before, maybe ever in the LCK. Don't think we have seen the Jin Leona versus Tarek.
Yeah.
Zeri. So, unexplored territory, but we get Theory Craft, and it's all about hitting those stuns.
Yeah.
And that's half a health bar.
All right, nice little stun down from Palu as he's getting in there. Does a nice number to Jiwoo. And is going to make his life just a little bit harder. You know, if the stun lands, then obviously Hype can't do much, but he's still going to be Jin. He still has the advantage in terms of range and should be taking good trades in this lane.
This has a lot of burst damage in these non-extended trades as well, and did not have to cleanse in that last exchange, whereas Jiwoo did cleanse and still ended up losing out. So definitely a trade up for the side of Bro. Gideon going to grab this buff as, see, Kroko is heading down towards the bottom side of the map, is on a ward right now. Just the same, they are going to have to play very carefully if he does commit, and I think he is planning to do so. Tough though, if he gets stunned under turret, like, Lehens needs to choose his stun target carefully. Paulo probably want to go in first.
All right, let's see how this one is going to look. There's the stun onto the Zeri, who is moving. The Dazzle comes out, and now Paulu's in a bit of trouble, but it's still first blood over to the Silas. Here comes Gideon. He ran all the way from the top river, and he is here just on time to help secure this kill. Gideon going to pick it up and get right back to farming.
All right, well, luckily for Bro, they were able to kill the AD carry. So if Gio is one of those surviving members there at the end of that fight and is farming right now instead of Lehens, it is a complete fail. Still though, in terms of the gold exchange, trade up for Nongshim. Just one kill goes over the Vi, one kill goes over the Tarek. So not really where you wanted the money, but Gio's going to use this death to grab a cull. As that scared someone in the audience, or maybe the commentators there on the recall.
Hagen also got a call, by the way. Spending a lot of time against the tank.
So this is actually really well handled here by the side of Nongshim as he uses the turret here, then flashes to the other side, maintaining the turret aggro on this Leona, who's the stun target. And I think trying to kill Silas there with no turret aggro is just never going to be the play. So you have to avoid as much CC as possible, redirect there with the flash, and then keep that Leona down, and that's what they did. So execution also good for Bro, but so 1 for 2.
All right, we're just gonna send the Zeri bot actually. Looks like they wanted to go for a swap, but it was obviously called off. The back was canceled by Kingin. And Len's kind of just in no man's land. He's gonna put down some vision.
I kind of like this situation for Bro, because you're putting the Gnar, who's supposed to have the counter matchup, into the Cassante into a 1v2 as Nongshim, and then Zeri is going to really struggle to actually put that same amount of pressure onto this Cassante. You're going to see a potential dive, or gank rather, with the rotation up of Gideon and Lehens, and Hype and Paulo just seem like they are finding out of this way too late. Slow comes in.
Yeah, Meganar almost here. He's not 6, but certainly Palu in a bit of trouble. He doesn't have flash, so it's just an easy gank onto the Leona. as they're going to try to give this kill over to Gideon, probably. There you go. Gideon takes it down. Meanwhile, the dive down here, but they've got a Galio on their team, and Krako's in a lot of trouble. Taunt is there, and Gio picks up the kill.
And Gio able to utilize the turret again for the slide. And Hype.
Well, he got ulted.
He wanted to play it that way. No summoners on the gym. Gio is about to hit level 6. Well, I actually thought he was closer. He's not as close as I thought, but either way, is able to survive there. Picks up a big win himself in the bottom lane. So Nongshim winning on both sides of the map here. After what felt like a pretty good setup for Bro, the gank was really well timed here. And honestly, like with the wave already deleted here, Bro Apollo and Hype should not have stayed this long, I think, and end up just getting completely caught off guard. And with the enemy jungler here, you want to make a cross map, but Galio, you know, Galio can actually show up at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
Look at how Gio plays this again through the turret. Extendo beam first, and then with the knock-up from the Galio, just cleans him up. The kill goes over to Gio. And it's a bit early to certify, or it's actually the right time to certify, but it's only one kill. And it's a call that's not cashed in, so I'm not gonna...
It's like the training before the certification.
Yeah.
He's not passing any tests.
If he kills both there, it's 100% certified. As speaking of killing.
Yeah. All right, Mike at the all-out here. King taking a bunch of damage from pretty much everything. He's able to land a stun and hop away, so he's just fine. By the way, for those of you who are curious, the last person to play Taric was Life, actually.
Whoa. I was right both times, but I was
It was in the back of your brain somewhere. You're like, oh, you're going to tell me it's Life. Well, maybe you should have said it was Life. And that was on April 9th versus Home Life Esports, so it's only been 147 days.
Yeah, that's why we didn't get the graphic. It's just been too recent.
Yeah.
So common.
It's just every part of the year, champ.
Thanks for the stat on that one, mysterious prompter person.
We're the
Not sure who it is today.
True. It's Yundo.
It's Yundo.
So, were there any 3-2 Nongshim threads? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so either.
Because anyone who went for Nongshim was like, nah, they're a legend team. Like, they're going to win 3-2 or 3-1, or 3-1 or 3-0, right?
Yeah.
And then the Bro predictors were kind of all over the place, just depending on, you know, just thinking about what the form of Bro would actually be.
Yeah.
On the day.
What's wild to me is I kind of agreed with what Chronicler was saying earlier about how the momentum, or bromentum, so to speak, was so against Nongshim here. Nongshim coming from such a... When you imagine how Nongshim must be feeling coming into the series after an insane loss streak, looking for the first win over, by the way, third place in Rise Group in Bro. Not like the best Rise team, but the third best Rise team. And we talked about how confident they should feel coming into this, but like starting to lose momentum, starting to watch this series maybe potentially slip away. As we'll see if Kingen slips away before I finish this point. No, he's going to slip away from that engage.
Good timing for Lahens to walk by.
Gideon's cross map is going to be Krugs. But when you look at this draft for Nongshim in Game 5, you're like, where was this drafting all along? Like if Gio can set up a Zeri comp with Taric and they know how to play out the 2v2 like this, why were we hard forcing the Yone comp in the last game as Gio's going to turn ult?
Clearing the wave.
Yeah.
Zoning ult.
I mean, Gideon was nearby. Just probably could have cleared it with his Q, walked away. And I look at this and I think maybe Nongshim was trying to make the series interesting. Not in terms of like, oh, I don't actually want to close this one out fast, but maybe like not showcase everything they have like this Taric draft.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why some of the drafting, especially in Game 4, was weird, but even the Game 1 and 2 draft felt like it was very risky. They have Prio in Game 1, Game 2, a bit more situational, but Bro have kind of had more classic drafts this entire series, with the exception of this game, where it's actually relatively even in terms of like meta champions played and the compositions that collide here, but it's only a 1.8k gold lead. Okay, this game is half Rise. It's half Rise. But
half Rise.
Yeah, it's also half Legend. So, and the Legend team is ahead, and we know what happens there. Calix.
Yep. What about him?
No, he's just he's great. big contender.
Yeah, I like
here.
Calyx too.
Yeah, there's a lot of people saying he could be the one.
It's really great when you play Galio, who goes MR into mid-jungle AP. You're literally unkillable.
Yeah, and
Like,
it's
I
Rod
don't
of
care
Ages.
how long that lane gets. It doesn't matter.
Rod of Ages Cassiopeia, who just doesn't hurt anyone for a while.
Yeah, and low-level Silas from the jungle. It's like, yeah. Galio
Yeah,
just
base
does
rush,
whatever he
you
wants.
know, and punch, Justice Punch, and
Yeah. Hollowed Radiance now.
yeah, that's really what I meant when I said Calyx, and then didn't finish my thought.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
I think that the game state, though, very clearly favors Nongshim at this moment in time. 2,000 gold to lead. Azaria with Yuntels this early still has a call to cash in into. I mean, Cassante is trying to make something happen.
Yeah, the Redemption hit him, and Morgan went into tower range with that all out. That's going to be the slow. We got a Vi coming up here. Morgan's in a lot of trouble.
He did.
Yep, there's the ult to come out. And, yeah, he's even going to flash here. Gideon has his flash, just follow flashes, picks up the kill. Makes it look easy.
Well, it's going from bad to worse here for the bros in this one. Is Krako also now going to come up here and try to hold this turret? Gets the Vi ult. And we'll, I guess, clear the wave. Not before plate goes down. As, I mean, Jiu, he has ult. Like, this is really, really scary. If you get all in this situation, lose a lot of your health, get pushed out of lane, it says free reign on the map.
All right, trying to collapse here. We got Vi ult available, but there's no damage at the moment. Trying to stop this, but now even the Taric ult is going to come down, and they're invulnerable for just a little bit of time. No stun on Apollo. King gets in from behind. We got another TP coming in from the Galio, and down will go Palu first. As in it is Calyx. He's looking to take down Krako. The Jin positioning very safe, but the front line is just not there, and they just tank it all up. Morgan not going to be able to do anything, just has to run away.
I think if this is a little bit later in the game, Nongshim just get obliterated by Cassiopeia damage in that low-range moment, but unfortunately for them, it's still just a Rod of Ages and a tier in the inventory for Closer. He does as much as that little snake can in that fight, but not going to be able to be enough to win it out for them. As, yeah, this Redemption, the all-out into the turret. Morgan gets slowed. He almost Cassantes his way out. And watch this shield in a second here when Kingen gets him. Gets ulted, and he's like, this auto should do the trick. Oof. Oof. And Gideon has to flash for it, so he still got Cassante, but ultimately dies. And then this fight here is very funky because they had to use the Taric ultimate early as the flanking TP comes through as well. And then, you know, in this very, very tight choke point here, Closer's going to get a lot of work done as Dragon is being taken alive. We have a fight.
Meanwhile, Lens taking a bunch of damage. That's not the target you want to go for. Nice exhaust, though, as the Vi is in that backline. The smite down, and now we got Kingen about to hit Meganar. Krako trying to be real in this game. But as we can tell, he is not at this point in time. As the Wallop comes down, the Dazzle, just the everything thrown into him, and Kingen doesn't even have to gnar.
And that is that. 4 deaths on this Silas. Trying to be real. And if I'm going to be real with bro fans, might be time to start thinking about which lower bracket matchup you would prefer. And I'm telling you right now, it's not being historically and statistically speaking.
Yeah.
You've also beaten DK in a number of recent matches. This fight here, like, Gideon is on Dragon. I suppose maybe that's part of the assumptions here, but it's a Gnar who's going to be given enough time in this extended skirmish to get Mega, and actually almost is able to set up that Dazzle with the hop, gets Mega, and then Krako just can't get out anymore. They over-index into the play, and I think they're starting to realize, hey, their comp scale is way better than ours. We have to force something with our Silas jungle. We have to take these skirmishes early while we can, while they're still playable. And they have backfired. Now feats of strength over to Nongshim, as this lower third will describe to you guys. And we have obtained them. And, you know, it's Infernal Soul again. No double dragon on either side, but 5,000 gold at 15 minutes. It's greater than any soul, or rather, any single dragon that Pro has a buy of time buy is going to feel. And also, like, Time buy isn't really good for your comp in this situation.
No. Kane's just adding insult to injury. He's just letting all the minions die, denying Morgan. He's got Lehens around too. Saying, nah, I can just kill the turret later after the entire wave dies. Just feels like Nongshim, this looks very much like game one, where it's incredibly one-sided super early on, and they just kind of took a break somewhere in the middle of the series. They're like, okay, we'll take our foot off the gas pedal. And then Bro take that chance, and they bring it back to 5, but now we're just like, oh yeah, this is kind of what we expected. Like, Nongshim are just the better team.
I mean, this comp has a little bit of cooking in it. Well, not that much, as here's
All right, we're going in. There's just no hope for Hype. He has to run away. Paulo is just free food. As the wallets are gigantic, they're just going to use this to crash into mid. Don't even have to do anything pretty. All the other outer turrets are already dead.
Yeah, just going to be an ult here from Hype for wave clear. Can they punish him? Yeah, I don't need to be very cautious about trying to fight Bro, that is. Nongshim do decide to back away. I was scared that we were going to just see a big engage from Kroko again. Like, Kroko, I'm not sure in which scenario, like which ult is the best for him to steal, because obviously Nara is an amazing target for the ultimate, but if you go in to this composition, try to find the angles, like who do you engage on? Do you go in as Sylas and try to catch this area? That'll never work. Do you end up getting like the front line with it? So then what do you steal? Do you steal the Taric ult? Who do you empower with that? Maybe Cassiopeia? I don't even know how that works. I've never seen Sylas hijack a Taric ultimate. But like, it just doesn't feel like it's going to be high value. And then if you steal the Galio ult to match rotations, that would be great, except we're not in a neutral game state where you can match rotations. You know, you can't follow the tempo of Nongshim right now, even if you steal that Galio ult away. Sylas is 1-4, Valdez.
Yeah. It's just...
He's not hurting anyone.
He's just not real. He's just not in this game. He's the same level as this top laner, which is kind of just explaining the whole state of the game, actually, the fact that Morgan is on the same level as his jungle, who is 1-4. Every lane is winning extensively, except the mid lane, but Calyx is absolutely doing his job. It feels like the Cassio's going to take forever to do anything in these fights, especially against much more tanky targets.
Maybe if Bro can get a single dragon steal, I mean, even still, their wave clear isn't good enough to just stall this game out. Because Cassiopeia now has to be the main carry, even though she's 500 gold behind. That's the smallest deficit, and she has the highest chance to do real consistent damage, low-range damage into this comp later, maybe even somehow kill Jiu. Shut down his mobility. I mean, I'm saying a lot of ifs and conditionals, but if you're a Bro fan hoping for a miracle here, I think it probably has to start with a big stall and time buy.
Yep, in goes Jiu. It's like, yeah, might as well. Here comes the turn, though. Baited on in, but now we got the redemption, we got the kill, we got the Taric ultimate. He is invulnerable, and he just flashes away. Rest of the team comes in. And the Vi goes extremely deep. Gideon looking to keep Hype around. He doesn't have his flash, and the ult gets dodged as well, at least by Gideon. Going back in now is everybody, but he just flashes out. Does Closer.
Almost! They were so close to getting Jiu. They got his sums, but they didn't kill the Zeri. And the Zeri lives, and it's just so hard to lock this champion down when you get late into Fearless draft. Like, look at this. Jiu has no fear. It's like, all right, yeah, whatever. Redemption, by the way. Taric ult, by the way. Cleanse, by the way. Flashes over the wall here, which was a really nice engaging from Morgan there. But now he's just like, all right, there's nothing left in this. I could just walk forward and shoot them. And Closer nearly able to turn this one around. Look at how much damage does to King. And imagine he's got one extra item here. Imagine if this is 5 minutes later into the game and he can do a little bit more, but I just don't know if in 5 minutes the base isn't going to be in tatters.
Yeah. Will the game still be going in 5 minutes? Game one was about 24.5 minutes. That was the fastest game here of the series. And Nongshim, it's almost like they're trying to beat their record in this game. Most damage dealt is once again Closer. Kind of reminds me of his Aurora game, although a lot fewer kills in this one. And the jungle gap is wide, as we have mentioned many a time. Helps that Gideon's been a part of 10 of 13 kills and has 6 of them.
Yeah.
So
If only the Vi was fed, you'd be like, oh, well, hold on, this is kind of playable, but yeah, everyone's fed.
Yeah.
Even the Galio's kind of like looking like a threat in this game.
Yeah, some burst damage, you know.
Closer is about to finish his rod. There it is. So that's going to be quite helpful. Just needs more time. Trying to fight this Otacon with no vision, I think, would be a fool's errand, but they're already so far behind in experience. I want to find some angle here on the flank.
Yeah, just baiting them in, and now Kingen, he's got the wallop, he's got the dazzle.
Krako's got that Gnar. I mean, this was the theoretical I was talking about earlier. How does he use it? Who does he use it on? If he could use it on the whole team, that would be sick, Valdez, but I just don't think he's going to get even a single target, and they do agree with me that trying to contest this Otacon is just simply going to be a certain death. And instead, they'll opt to back away for a probable death with a defense and a scaling Cassiopeia. That's what they're going to try to bank their hopes on. The hopes of all bro fans everywhere tonight.
Just wasn't meant to be this time around. The bro tax came in, and then, you know, silver scrapes happened. Everybody was getting excited and forgot, I guess. And all of a sudden, Nongshim as well, they forgot how they played in games 1 and game 2, and they're like, oh yeah, we are just better than these guys. We can just beat them. And finally they remembered at the right time when it mattered most, as in they go once again. The Vi and the Taric, very nice. Synergy does come in, and Closer doesn't even get a chance to play the game. When you got wallets this large, you just don't really take damage. And in goes Kingen. He's looking for that extra kill. The boomerang not quite gonna do it. Krako trying to stun his ally. It's not quite gonna work.
Get that Jhin! Oh.
Oh, wrong team.
I mean, Closer he doesn't have budget for any more defensive items, man. He doesn't have a Zonias. He's just dead. Krako's got a Gnar here for some delay, excuse me, as he's gonna look for it.
All right, they're gonna look for it. They're gonna trying to clear out that wave. We got another wave coming in, but I think for Nongshim, you're up 12,000, but they still want to play it safe. they don't want to pull a DNF. As they say that, though, they just go right back in, and they get another kill.
All right, there's a bit of a Cassante flank here for Morgan. Kingen is probably dead.
All right, Kingen going in. He's not quite going to land it. Meanwhile, the front line will just be the sacrifice, it looks like, as Lahen's actually going to be able to flash out. And it looks like he gets away with the disengage.
If they chase too deep into this area, too, like, careful.
Yeah.
Suddenly, you kill like 1 or 2 members, and then the game just ends. They're buying time. As this engage on the Closer here is phenomenal, because he has Seraphs, he has Rod of Ages. He just can't afford to, he can't put an arm guard in this build. Like, he doesn't have the money. And he definitely doesn't want to build one. Like, he wants to go more damage. He may be forced to build one in this game, but he's the perfect target. As Krako here, because he still has the hijack available, is able to buy some time here and help clear out this wave. Goes to the engage first, pulls 2 back and flashes out. Ton of damage is done actually by his Q there as well at the end. And then with the wave coming through here, but these low health bars, they decide to back out. Now, unfortunately, the miss here from Morgan is super unfortunate onto Kingen, but ultimately they still end up getting that kill onto Calyx, but it could have been 2. Apollo also escapes narrowly, which is, or sorry, Lahenz, excuse me, escapes narrowly, which is very funny.
Yeah.
And we go again on the siege. Baron
is still 12,000.
Yeah, no, it's big.
It's still 12,000. They didn't end the game. They're not going to beat their record from game 1, but it's still 12K. We're actually making it even larger here. And no turrets have been taken by Bro. They didn't get any grubs. They got 2 kills.
All right, Baron's up. And we are running towards it. As Nongshim here, Krako trying to see if he can find a pocket of vision.
He's going to start it up. He's going to solo it. Steal it from right underneath their noses.
He got a flank angle. Like, he was able to sneak around them. If they start up the Baron and don't do their due diligence, and he is able to set up for a big flank ult, could actually change the course of this game. Again, 12,000 gold down. I mean, I'm saying a lot of hopeful things for Bro fans, but
it's a bit appropriate, but it's all we have now.
He's hanging out there with Pool Bay, man, and they're gonna maybe get it done. He's got the Scryers. He's got the Scryers. He sees where they're at.
All right, now they're gonna be like, huh? And he's just going to end up joining the rest of the team. Has an angle. They're going to try to turn onto the Galio and not even look for the Baron. Calix gets the taunt. They can't even take him down. They're not even going to get the Galio. And that's going to be the end of this game, guys. 15K the difference. And Nongshim will be moving up to the winner's bracket here at Play-Ins. Bro, they're on their last legs, starting from after this Nexus explodes. It just wasn't meant to be. 22-2 in the kills. Nongshim were just the better team tonight.
Nongshim were the better team tonight. They get it done in 5. A messy series, to be sure. But ultimately, it is they who prevail. The Zeri composition comes online. And then that final attempt there, the flanking Silas, it almost works out. He gets the hijack on the Gnar, but the team can't follow, but a huge taunt from Calix comes through. I've got to vote for POM, and I got to say it's a pretty tough one. I'm kind of leaning jungle or bottom lane. And yeah, there was a Victor game in there. That was weird. Lehen's had some ups and downs in this one. Calix,
yeah,
also...
Now Degon's dead.
All right, well, I think I'm... this one's tough. I don't know, Valdez. They're getting impatient with me, and
no pressure. I can't even lead you in the right direction.
I
think it's mid or jungle. Probably.
I think
maybe.
I think I'm gonna go mid.
Okay, he did it. He wrote it on the paper. He handed it over.
Yeah, I mean,
it is done.
We had the incredible game 1 for Calix, big standout there. So everyone had, like, it's really tough to vote, not because I don't feel like any one player did well, but it was a long game, 5-game series where in 2 games Nongshim just completely dropped the ball and made you forget what games 1 and 2 looked like.
Yeah.
I think everyone had a part to play in the success that we saw from Nongshim. I think a smaller group of people had a part to play in the lack of success in the other 2 games.
Yeah.
Without naming any names. This was a game that was, I feel, very winnable for Bro. But this cross map where they failed on both sides, and then they continue to force fights here because they're starting to be like, oh man, this Zeri is coming online. We don't have great engage tools. And like ultimately at the end of the game, it was Silas, Gnar, that was their only engage tool, really. And fights like this where you're behind already, but you're forcing, ends up being what puts them further and further behind, and a 2,000 gold lead becomes a 6,000 gold lead, becomes a 12,000 gold lead.
There was definitely a lot of that. There wasn't a lot of, like, holding on and waiting in the series. Not a lot of generic, as I like to call it, when you're behind and you kind of just do nothing and you just essentially wait to scale. This was a very close moment, but Jiu says, no, I was totally fine. It was calculated. Lehen's was right there. And they were also like 8K, 10K up at this point, so.
Yeah, I mean, he's got so many tools, even with the Galio ult there in the end. This was such a great engage from Nongshim, isolating closer first, knowing the hype isn't going to be able to match the damage.
This is the idea, by the way, you know, the Vi Taric. And then you've got like the team fight with the Zeri.
The Galio just gets on top and protects everyone and sets up taunts.
They finally figured it out and made a real comp.
Yeah. This moment here from Calix where he flashes, gets the triple taunt, and then Zeri just comes in and cleans up house. And all of the waiting, all of the flanking, all of the setup that they were trying to realize with Krako's Silas stolen Gnar ultimate just gets shut down in an instant. See, Nongshim not 100% happy with their performance today, but relieved that ultimately they win in Game 5.
That's exactly what it is. Like, Calix's reaction, I think, was the most honest, where he's like, oh, oh, we did it, okay. Huh, that was close. So, the damage numbers be what they are. And
who do you think
we do have a player of the match.
Yeah, who do you think's going to get it? Is it just going to be Jiu because of his Zeri
it might
in
be
the end?
Gideon. I don't know. I really, it's harder too because it's 5 games, not even 3.
Lehen's was really good early.
It's Lehen's, okay.
Like, Lehen's on Alistar and Nico was kind of insane. And I remember thinking after the Alistar game, that like 100% what happens in game 3, I vote for Lehens because I thought it was going to be a 3-0 after game 2, but I kind of forgot that throughout the Elise and Blitzcrank games that happened after that, and then I kind of forgot that he was definitely palm in games 1 and 2. Game 3 was obviously fine. Like he had a good game. He had played the Tarek. His ult timings were pretty good, but
Game 5.
sorry, game 5.
The last game
that
of the
broke my
series.
brain. Yeah, this whole series. That's Fearless is back. And
We're kind of feeling like Nongshim is like, oh, wow, that was kind of a wild ride, you know? And KT aren't even in play-ins. We don't even have the roller coaster, but we kind of experienced a mini one today. It was fun though. It feels good to be back in best of fives. I think that's like what I take the most away from this series because a lot of the games were just so one-sided that it was like, oh, okay, they just won. Not a whole lot of in-depth League of Legending, I would say. So who are we gonna have? We're gonna have Lehens and King, and it looks like.
The double interview?
You know, I remember when we used to do this.
They took my POG away, and then they bring in.
They brought it back for play-ins.
We could have had it the whole time.
Note, guys, that the palm points don't stack. We're not going to be like, oh, this player has this amount.
And obviously, it doesn't have anything to do with the regular season palm that Chovy has already secured.
Yeah. So, guys, we are ready. Let's hop over to the interview right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the post-match interview translation from Play-Ins Round 1, Match 1 with Lehens, the POM, and Kingen on the side of Nongshim Red Force. With that intense 3-2 victory, you will head off to round 2 of Play-Ins. How do you feel, Lehens? You know, it's a victory after such a long time, and I feel like we would have made our fans really happy. That actually feels amazing, and I want to make sure that we're prepared for the next match. And Kingen, you know, long time no see on the interview zone. We really wanted to invite another special guest for this interview, so how do you feel? You know, earlier, when I was doing my winner's ceremony, it just felt so awkward. It just felt like, wow, this is what it feels like to win. I'm sure that your fans are indeed very happy about your win today. And with the team so hungry for a win, what did you guys prioritize in preparing? You know, when it comes to a best of 5, especially when you go to game 5, you actually have to pull out some champions that you've never played before, and I think we just really mainly try to focus on those champions. But all it really comes down to is playing with confidence. And Kingen, against OK Savings and Brian, you actually played them after almost 3 months. So how was it meeting a Rise Group team? You know, it's been a long time since we met a Rise Group team, and you know, OK Savings and Brian, they've been doing really well lately. And I feel like we are coming from a low momentum and they were coming from a pretty high momentum. So I think that's what made this match so intense. But I'm just really relieved that we were able to take today's victory. And Lehens, in game 1, you picked your first Nico of your career and you completely took control of that bot lane early as Nico. So how come you haven't been picking her before? I mean, I think I just had to play her. And I definitely had chances to play her during the season, but I think there are just certain set things that you have to do. I think today I just felt like I can disrupt the enemy and give them a hard time, so I wanted to play Nico. You know, just like you said, we actually saw some unconventional picks from Nongshim's bot side today. From Kate Elise to Game 4 spot Victor to Game 5's Tarek that we haven't seen in a while. So without spilling all the beans, can you tell us the lore of your draft? You know, I actually don't remember much because we had played so long, but in Game 5 specifically, I think we had predicted that that we would run out of options. And I think we just wanted to go for that wombo combo comp that we would be good at. And yeah, Jiwoo actually played various champions. So what was your main approach? Let's do well. I think it's just we just had to do well. And because our fans have been suffering for 3 months, we just had to, we just had to have that kind of resolve that we have to win no matter what. And Kingen, throughout the series and all the new picks, what did you give yourself as a role? Instead of just setting myself and limiting myself to certain champions, I just really wanted to go into this match thinking I have to be able to pull off any pick. And games 1 and 2 were quick wins, but after dropping games 3 and 4, it went to a 5-game series. So what did you guys try to focus on in game 5? Just like I said earlier, I think we talked mostly about the draft. I think games 3 and 4. Instead of the draft, I feel like we just had a bad gameplay, and it's just really our shortcomings, and we definitely could have won, but it was just, we just considered it as like a little happening. And what about you, Kingen? I think I agree for games 3 and 4. I think we had pretty good draft, but it's just the gameplay. I think we just had to put the past in the past and just really look forward. And Lihans, with that 5-game series, you reached your 700th LCK game. So let's take a look at this history. Nautilus reminds us of you, and this is actually your most played pick. And it's been 7 years since you debuted. So how do you feel? Every time I hear these milestones, it just feels like I'm so old. I just feel like a boomer. But I really want to keep on doing well and play well until the very end. And what about Kingen? Would you like to congratulate him? I just found out about this. I didn't know that he was the #1 support. He's been playing for a really long time. As you already know, Kingen also played for a very long time. How wholesome. We look forward to even bigger milestones. And actually, Kingen's mom is here with her hand-drawn fan sign. Did you see it? Yeah, I did. I love seeing it. And my parents happen to be the victory angels for me. And actually, they weren't here during the 3 months that we couldn't win. But just, feeling that we actually can win, seeing that, I think that actually does prove that they're my winning angels. And they actually live in the countryside pretty far. So instead of having to stay here or go all the way back and then come back, I hope that they can have an easier time just watching me. Mom, thanks for coming to watch me after a while. I'm just really glad that I'm able to show you a moment of victory, and I love you. And in round 2, you will meet either D plus Kia or BNK Fear X. So, who do you think you'll meet? I believe DK will make it. I've been getting a lot of comments. I've been getting pretty beat up by via DMs from this certain player from DK. So I hope that I can beat him back. And what mindset will you play with in round 2? We went through some hardship, but we have always mentioned that, to the fans that we will always be the one smiling in the end. And I want to really keep my word and keep my promise. And thank you so much for your support. And what about you, Lians? It's been a while since our victory. It feels great. I want to make sure that we can give you something enjoyable to remember in the future by winning. And that's the end of the interview with Lihans and Kingen, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya. What a great interview it was by having both players there. You're seeing Lihans give the great comments as the POM enjoyer, and then just a great reminder of the human element, right? Seeing Kingan's parents there, mom crying. It has been a tough journey, not only for the players, but everyone involved with Nongshim Red Force getting their first victory here in 3 months with it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter like how it went. I think it's all about getting some wins in the bank, because I think they've been struggling so much, but finally they got the victory. So I think it can change a lot of things here.
Yeah, let's take a look at the palm votes and the comments, as it did go to Lehens, who flexed around a bit, but it was close. Kingan votes there, maybe for Calix as well, and getting Grubs again too.
I kind of love that this is such a spread, because this was a messy series. I think we considered voting for Gideon. I know I considered voting for Gideon, but I think that actually, I don't even think Lehens on the least was the issue. I want to make this clear. I think that it was actually the reason why I didn't vote for Gideon is because he went into level 2 Olaf and kind of threw that game out. But I also think that if you don't get Lehens on picks like Elise, you don't get him on the Tarek was a smash hit. Because I think Tarek is so good, both for the Zeri draft, but also Tarek ult on someone like Vi just makes her so obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, today Lehens was completely new guy, new week, new Nongshim, a new team. So I feel like everything he did in like round 3 to 5 was kind of whatever, you know. What it matters the most is actually right now they have to play good in play-ins. I think it was phenomenal that he actually brings in the Nico he played for first time in his career, and I think he did really well.
That was a weeb comment. You like that one?
You know I love my weeb comments, Tigon. You don't have to ask me twice.
Ayayas in the chat for what did, bringing that one out. Wolf going with a rookie of the Legend group here for Calix, picking up a vote from Wolf. Calix played solid, and we'll hear from him in just a little bit. Legend? No, it's Lehens. Thank you, Helios. That one's a good one. Let's see what else that we had here from Prince. Lehens finished teacher Helios's homework. Unstoppable.
Yeah. So apparently Helios's homework was that they need to be able to play standard stuff. And it's very funny that like the Tarek was a little bit offbeat, but everything else in the final draft, very basic. Nothing weird. So I thought it was nice, as a lot of Legend Lehens jokes being made here, which especially given the history of his name, I think is very funny.
Yeah, and here we go. Kingan getting the vote here from Cloud Templar. Nongshim's pot was shaking, and he clamped it down. Jim Gaines in action. Again, you could point to any of the players along the line there for Nongshim. They had a tough series, but a win does such wonders here for a squad that hasn't won in a long time. And now, for us here on the global broadcast, we have the pleasure of being joined by the mid laner for Nongshim. Calix joining us. 축하합니다, Calix Songsu. Thank you for joining us. Do you have any, you want to say hello to the broadcast? Hello to Global?
Hello, guys.
Yeah, it's Nongshim Calix. Yeah. 우리 분석 데스크에, 글로벌 분석 데스크에 와주셔서 너무 감사합니다. 진짜 3개월 동안 너무 힘들었잖아요. 드디어 이제 오랜만에 승리를 하게 되셨는데 이 승리가 팀에게 어떤 의미를 가지는지 한마디 해주실 수 있나요?
사실 이제 레전드 그룹에서도 승리를 챙길 수 있는 경기가 좀 많았던 것 같은데 그런 부분을 좀 놓쳐서 많이 아쉬웠고, 또 이번에 또 오랜만에 승리를 했으니까 또 다음 경기도 다시 이길 수 있을 거라는 믿음이 생기는 것 같아요.
So to be honest, I think we had some games that we could win in the Legend group, but unfortunately we couldn't. So it's quite unlucky that we couldn't actually get the win. But I think after this victory, I'm quite confident enough to get more wins in the play-ins, so I'm pretty happy with it.
Now, most people predicted a one-sided victory here for Nongshim, like this guy here, but many people did. But today's match wasn't one-sided. What were some of the big issues that you guys had in today's match?
사실 두 번째 경기까지는 제가 좀 원사이드하게 잘했던 것 같은데 좀 세 번째 게임에서부터 팀적으로 좀 잘 안 맞고 또 좀 스스로 신나 있던 것 같아서 사람들이, 그래서 좀 아쉬웠었고, 또 이제 그래서 5세트까지 갔는데 5세트는 또 집중해서 잘 이겼던 것 같습니다.
So yeah, I think we did kind of one-sided game since it's game 1 and game 2. I think we did well, but after game 3, I think we got too excited about the game, so it was kind of rough. But at the end, we tried to focus again, and I think we did well.
So transitioning from CL to LCK is, I think, generally the hardest out of any role because the LCK mid lane pool, particularly towards the top end, is so stacked. You're also stuck in the legend group with all those players. So how's that been for you?
아무래도 이제 CL에서 LCK로 왔을 때 가장 차이가 많이 나는 게 저는 미드 라인이라 생각해서 좀 설레기도 하고 두렵기도 했는데 사실 레전드 그룹의 이제 미드 라이너 분들이랑 했을 때 가장 좀 많이 배울 수 있다고 생각해서 좀 되게 재밌었던 것 같고 또 좀 실력도 많이 는 것 같습니다 실제로.
So the biggest issue when it comes to Challenger Series and the LCK, the big difference is that the mid lane. And I think I could learn a lot from them as well. And actually, I was enjoying it a lot to play against them. So yeah, I actually improved a lot as well. So it was really enjoyable.
We wanted to know, did you have any special picks prepared? And if so, how much of that did you show percentage-wise?
사실 제가 좀 준비한 게 많은데 오늘 경기에서는 그렇게 많이 보여준 것 같지 않아서 한 50% 정도 보였다 생각합니다.
본인은 오늘 그러면은 아무것도 안 보여주신 거예요? So I think from your side, you didn't really show up anything, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I think team-wise, we kind of showed up some cards, but I would say it's 50%. But from my side, I have so many picks to show, but I didn't show up anything today, so it's 0% from me today.
So today, Dundun predicted a 3-0 victory for Nongshim here at the desk when he was on earlier, and he stayed until the end to cheer for you as well. I don't know if you knew that, and could you say a few words to him, kind or otherwise?
오늘 든든 선수가 글로벌 분석대에서 오셔가지고 3대0 예측을 하고 가셨어요. 끝까지 남아서 응원도 해주시고 가셨는데 든든 선수에게 한마디 해줄 수 있나요?
일단 근혜 형이 응원해서 너무 고맙고 사실 저희도 오늘 경기 좀 그래도 3대0이나 3대1로 좀 쉽게 이길 줄 알았는데 또 3대1이어서 좀 아쉽긴 하지만 그래도 근혜 형한테 많이 고마운 것 같습니다.
So I'm glad he supported us for today, and we also expected us to win 3-0 or 3-1, but it was kind of unexpected that it ended up quite rough. But yeah, I'm glad he supported us.
And then, you know, the playoffs, it's a long marathon, a lot of games. What is your ultimate goal that you want to see here for yourself?
사실 이제 저의 개인 목표보다는 팀적으로 사실 플레이오프까지 가는 건 좀 당연하게 생각하고 있고 또 사실 거기서 제일 중요한 게 월즈이다 보니까 좀 월즈 진출이 다 같이 꿈꾸고 있는 것 같습니다.
I think individual goal is, I mean, it's not about the individual goals, right? It's all about the team goal. And it's kind of obvious that we really want to be in the playoffs, but also we want to go to the Worlds as a team. So yeah, that's my final goal.
Alex with all the great answers. Thank you so much for joining us here. Now, do you have any final words that you want to say to all your fans watching the global broadcast?
항상 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하고 또 저희가 사실 다 같이 목표하고 있는 월즈를 꼭 갈 수 있도록 노력할 테니 팬분들도 많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
Thanks for supporting us, and our final goal is, actually we want to be in the Worlds, so we will try our best to be in that spot.
Nongshim Red Force mid laner and winner of today's play-ins, Calix, thank you so much for joining us. 축하합니다. Congratulations on your victory today.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. All right, well, with that, let's take a look one more time at the match results. It started off hot for the Red Force, then cooled off a bit as the Bros battled back, but Nongshim won a dominant, decisive game number 5, and it's silver scrapes in our first series of play-ins, Cronny.
And I'm not gonna lie, I've been a ardent Game 5 fearless defender because I feel like so many of these games shouldn't really be necessarily that one-sided, but they keep being, and if this keeps happening, I feel like I'm slowly losing my power. As we see, no Nongshim 3-2, no one got it 100% correct.
I mean,
in Atlas, they were close.
I mean, I think that's the point of the fearless draft, you know? I think game went game 5 because of the fearless draft. I think it was, if it was a normal draft that it resets everything, then I think it could be one-sided, but it's fearless magic.
You know, as the bro fan here, I think it went to game 5 because they walked into an Olaf in game 3. You know, we did a lot of memes, we did a lot of jokes, but I don't think that was a draft issue. As we take a look at the updated play-ins bracket, Nongshim win 3-2. They will move on. If they win their upper bracket match in round 2, they qualify for playoffs as the 5th seed. The Bros, they're not done. They will be one more time for the Bros in the lower bracket. But D Plus and B&K Fearex, that's our next match here tomorrow, Chronicler.
And that has been a matchup that's actually been very one-sided one way or another. I'm pretty sure it was 2-2-0s for B&K, 1 for DK. So DK won the most recent one, but the head-to-head goes to B&K. To me, that's one of those series where I'm like, going in, you know, as many of you will know, I like DK a lot. I'm like, oh, that should be easy. Which is how I imagine Nongshim fans today felt. And we all know how that turned out.
Yeah, I mean, even though Brion couldn't win today, the outcome is that Rise Group can actually compete against Legend Group, right? And we are having better version of Rise Group next day. And yeah, get ready, right?
I just wanted to see Nongshim respond to a loss, and they did. And we know that both these squads tomorrow, they know how to do the winning, they know how to do the losing, and we get to do it in a best of 5. Can't wait for it. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. The play-ins continue tomorrow with D plus Kia against B&K Fearex. Bye-bye.
Makes me stronger.